Unmasking Muhammad, the malignant narcissist, and his grand delusion Allah. Sujit Das. One of the most interesting and harmful delusions to which men and nations can be subjected is that of imagining themselves special instruments of the divine will. Bertrand Russell. Narcissus, in Greek mythology, the son of the river god Cephissus, was renowned for his beauty. According to various stories, he was exceptionally cruel. Many nymphs and girls fell in love with him, but he rejected them. He was in love with a reflection in a pool, not realizing it was his own, and perished there, not being able to leave the beauty of his own reflection. Breaking down the myth of Narcissus, the term narcissism signifies a mental disorder characterized by extreme self-absorption, an exaggerated sense of self-importance, and a selfish need for attention and admiration from others. Malignant narcissism is a form of narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, which is characterized by suspiciousness to the point of paranoia, feelings of grandiosity, absurd claims on oneself, and sadistic cruelty accompanied by a complete lack of remorse. This work is dedicated to the human race, whose march towards perfection has been disrupted by some devious impostors who pose as direct spokesmen of God to fool and misguide a large number of people. This book is under no copyright law. You may translate, publish, and distribute this book by any means and without any restriction or prior permission, but at least let me know by sending me a mail counter.jihad@yahoo.co.uk. A note to the readers. Islam stands or falls on the credibility of Muhammad, on which we do not have single evidence but unfathomable doubts because his conduct was immoral. But he successfully twisted the sense of morality of his followers, distorted their sense of humans, and linked doing good and a service to God to all ungodly things. Briefly, he had given a sacred order to crime and terrorism. Was Muhammad truthful and sincere when he claimed to the title of prophet? Or, was he a vulgar impostor, who posed as a prophet with his eyes upon a throne from the beginning? Where we can find some concrete evidence that Quranic revelations were not Muhammad's delusions or his conscious fabrications? Where is the divine verification for divine revelations? If we put the Quran in chronological order and correlate it with the context of Muhammad's life as was reported in Surah, Sunnah, and Hadith, we find Allah mirrored Muhammad's character. Allah was too dumb to be God and too immoral to be divine. In this treatise I have no intention to test God. I just want to test Muhammad's claim to the title of Messenger of God, because I cannot blindly accept his claim. Throughout the recorded history of mankind, many impostors had posed as God-man and fooled us. Muhammad may be a true prophet or he may be an impostor. We must test him to see which he is. Anyone who claims to be a prophet must be prepared to have his prophecy tested. This treatise is a critical investigation, where I have probed deep into the strange imaginary fantasy world of Muhammad, not only in search of an answer but also to unfold many mysteries of Islam and Muslims. First, I had looked at Muhammad through the spectacle of blind faith and then through the spectacle of science, logic, and modern development of psychological and mental disorder studies. This document contains the findings of my investigation. When an investigation is done in any intellectual field, no investigator can claim that his academic research work is complete in every respect and the conclusions are final. It is always like an open loop and there is constantly a scope for further research. I sincerely hope that the enthusiastic readers, both Muslim and non-Muslim, with further investigation will come out with more interesting facts on different aspects of the same topic. This document is heavy reading, and lengthy. I ask for readers' patience on this. Thank you. Sujit Das, email, counter.jihad@yahoo.co.uk. Mumbai, India, 28.04.2010. Introduction. Muslims need to write an honest biography of the Prophet that does not shun the truth, least of all cover it up with the dishonest subterfuge of condescending the Western scholars. IBN Warwick, 2000, p. 21. Towards the beginning of last century, there was a rising interest among the Western scholars to investigate the origins of Islam and its founder, i.e., Prophet Muhammad. For this they had used highest standard of historical scholarship available at that time. Their aim was to collect authentic information about Muhammad and the rise of early Islam by carefully separating the facts from fictions. In some ways the research on Muhammad was inspired by a similar type of investigation of Christianity made famous by Albert Schweitzer's famous work The Quest of the Historical Jesus. All religions except Islam have their origins covered in mystery. Islam, as Rana used the famous phrase, Islam was born in the full light of history, cited Warwick, 2000, p. 15, stands firm and clear in front of us. Unlike semi-mythological religious figures, example, Christ, Buddha, Adi Shankara or Mahavira Jain, the founder of Islam is as well known to us as that of any other social reformer. Several thousand short stories about Muhammad were collected in Sahih Hadith. Considering above, though it appears to be comparatively easier to write an analytical history of Islam and its founder, but actually it is not so. As Spencer, 2006, p.19, commented, most Western non-Muslims know virtually nothing about the Prophet of Islam, but the question is, how many practicing Muslims know their Prophet well? Has an honest biography of Muhammad yet been written? There are enough pious and totally unobjective traditions of Muhammad preserved by the Muslim religious community, but what is lacking in these sources is honesty. Even today, numerous works in Arabic and other Muslim-majority languages appear each year which try to portray Muhammad as a holy man, a seer, visionary and miracle worker. But in reality these are far away from truth. The reason no Muslim can write an honest biography of their prophet, is that the biography of Muhammad is a subject that is taboo, and as Rodinson, 1981, p.24, commented, is permitted only when written as apologetic and edifying literature. Hence, objective historical research on Muhammad has long been severely handicapped both by the resistance of the Muslim societies to Western analysis of their sacred traditions and by the apologetic approaches of many Western scholars, who had compromised their investigation for fear of offending Muslim sensibilities. But in recent time, thanks to both Western and ex-Muslim writers, a lot of scholarly work had been produced which could offend certain readers. With the help of these scholars, we can trace Muhammad's fluctuation of thought year by year, his actions, his achievements, family life, abnormal sexual behavior, strength, and weaknesses. If we compare our findings with that of modern development of psychological studies, the image of Muhammad that surfaces is far away from any holy religious figure but that of a person who was suffering from severe mental illness. And if we probe further deep into the mystery of Allah and carefully make a distinction between superstition and science, we have hardly any doubt left that it was his mental illness and hallucinatory experience which was solely responsible for creating Allah, Quran, and Islam altogether. Chapter 1, The Flashback of a False Prophet. 1.1, Muhammad's Prophetic Claim. Islam is a religion which had developed from the prophetic claim, preaching and life of Muhammad early in the 7th century of the Christian era. During that time, the old Arabian paganism was in a process of slow disintegration and Judaism and Christianity were widely gaining popularity. Several self-proclaimed prophets had arisen with various degrees of success in convincing people. In the beginning Muhammad was such a self-proclaimed prophet, but with time he successfully synchronized certain basic elements of Judaism and Christianity with the pagan practices and added some nationalistic Arab pride, and it has become a world religion today. From the authentic Islamic sources it appears that Muhammad thought of himself as in the succession of the Old Testament men of faith who was sent on a divine mission by the one and only God, Allah. Like Noah, Jonah, and Elijah he preached a religious message in the name of the Supreme Lord. Like Moses he also issued legislation in his name, and like Abraham he was not only a maintainer of righteousness but the founder of a community of the righteous. But unlike Christianity or Buddhism, his religious endeavor was an utter failure unless he was able to draw the sword and use it successfully to impose his religion on others. Muhammad declared himself a prophet of Allah when he was about 40 years old. Bukhari's Hadith, 1:3, recorded Muhammad's first experience with the angel Gabriel. But this divine confrontation was less heavenly and more demonic. Once in the cave of Hira, the angel Gabriel came to him with some written messages from Allah and asked him to read. Muhammad replied, "I do not know how to read." 3 times Muhammad expressed his inability to read, but Gabriel forcefully gave him the message of Allah, the famous first revelations of Quran. Read, Prophet Muhammad, in the name of your Lord who created the human from a blood clot. Read. Your Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught the human, what he did not know. Q. 96.1-5. So the truth of Allah's message started descending upon Muhammad in a violent way. This is entirely sufficient for a rational person to seriously doubt about the truthfulness of Quranic message and Muhammad's reliability as a prophet. Surprisingly, Muhammad himself was the first person to doubt the genuineness of the revelation. He hurried back to his wife bewildered and terrorized. "What's wrong with me?" he asks his wife. Just as kids hide under the covers when they are afraid of monsters in the dark, so Muhammad had his wife wrap him in a blanket. He did not want to see the cause of terror again. He thought he was either going mad or possessed by an evil spirit. After this first revelation, Allah was silent for about 3 years. Muhammad was so sad that he preferred to commit suicide. Several times he intended to throw himself from the top of high mountains, but every time he went up the top of mountain in order to throw himself down, Gabriel would appear before him and said, "O Muhammad, you are indeed Allah's apostle in truth." This is how Muhammad began to believe that he was a messenger of God. A messenger of such a demonic God whose influence caused him to attempt suicide. Few people are aware of Muhammad's suicide attempts. Few Islamic leaders will teach this to their fellow Muslims because it casts a stain upon Muhammad. It brings doubt to his trustworthiness and the credibility of his assumed prophetic experience. Some Muslims deny the sources of the story. Other more intelligent Muslims, knowledgeable about the sources, respond by saying that the shock of the experience caused him to attempt suicide. According to Quran, Muhammad was the seal of the prophets. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men. He is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. Allah has knowledge of all things. Q. 33.40. According to Islamic sources, Bukhari, 1.4.189, Muslim, 30.5790, Sunan of Abu Dawud 32:4071, Muhammad had a big mole on his back between the shoulders which was as big as a pigeon's egg. He claimed that the big mole is the proof of his prophethood. There is no religious scripture which confirms that a mole between the shoulders is a sign of prophethood. What he claimed to be a proof of Allah's seal was a physical deformity which anyone can have. There is no divinity in this. It is simply beyond the capacity of a logical thinker how this is supposed to be one of the proofs that convince people of Muhammad's prophethood. Muhammad gave no solid proof of his prophethood. He only claimed to the title of Prophet of Allah. Did he lie? Was he under delusion? The validity of Islam is closely dependent on the reliability of Muhammad. If there is no solid reason to conclude that Muhammad was the true messenger of God, we may reasonably suppose that Islam is false. If we can prove that Muhammad was untrustworthy, Islam self-destructs. The scholars, who are most familiar with Arabic sources and had clear understanding of the life and time of Muhammad, like Margoliouth, Hergrong, Lamans, Sitani, are the most decisive against Muhammad's prophetic claim. The more we read their valuable research works, the more we find it difficult to disagree with them. How can we be sure that Muhammad did not lie? Muhammad declared that lying is acceptable if it is used to propagate the cause of Islam by killing the enemy. This particular statement should make us wonder how often Muhammad took advantage of this principle while claiming his title of a prophet and preaching his message. If we take Quran as a primary foundation of Muhammad's prophethood, the doubt is still not dispelled at all. The next question is to ascertain how firm ground does it provide. There are serious doubts about the trustworthiness of Quran also. Like Muhammad's prophetic claim, Quran itself is self-declarative. It describes itself by various generic terms, comments, explains, distinguishes, puts itself in contrast with other religious books and claims to be holy. The Quranic claims are great, but what is miserable is that, this supposed to be holy book fails to prove either Muhammad's prophetic claim or its divine origin. Ultimately, it becomes a circular reasoning. Quran is God's words because Muhammad said so, and Muhammad was God's messenger because Quran says so. Circular reasoning is a logical fallacy. We are not happy with this. 1.2 The embarrassment of satanic verses. Traditional Islamic sources admit that Muhammad was at one time inspired by Satan to put some verses into the Quran. When Muhammad first began preaching in Mecca, he thought that the Meccans would accept his religion. But the Meccans were not receptive to him. This made Muhammad angry, and he started taunting them for years by insulting their religion and gods. Meccans refused all dealings with him and his followers. Eventually, to appease the Meccans, Muhammad recited the following Quranic verses. Have you then considered the Allat and Alua and Manat, the third, the last? These are the exalted Garanik, a high-flying bird, whose intercession is approved. Q. 53.19-20. Allat, Alua, and Manat were some of the local idols worshipped in Mecca. Previously Muhammad had spoken against them in his monotheist preaching, but now he recited that their intercession is approved. This made the Meccans very pleased, and the boycott was lifted shortly. Soon Muhammad realized that by acknowledging the local idols Allat, Alua, and Manat he had made a terrible blunder. He had undermined his own position that as the sole intermediary between Allah and the people, and by doing so he made his new religion indistinguishable from pagan beliefs and hence redundant. So he retracted and said the two verses acknowledging pagan idols were satanic verses, i.e., the verses inspired by Lucifer, the biblical Satan. This is Muhammad's most embarrassing moment. Islam crumbled in the wake of the Prophet's satanic indulgence. Muhammad desperately tried to make amends for the satanic verses and recited the following verse. Surely Allah does not forgive setting up partners with him, and whoever associates anything with Allah, he indeed strays off into remote error. They call but upon female deities. They call but upon Satan, the persistent rebel. Q. 4.116. Subsequently, the relevant verses were also modified with the final form what is now in the modern Quran. Have ye thought upon Allat and Alua? And Manat, the third, the other? Are yours the males and his the females? That indeed were an unfair division. Q. 53:19-22. Many of the Muhammad's followers left him on this account, realizing that Muhammad was making up the Quran. Sina, 2008, p. 16. Muhammad had to run away from Mecca in shame. The shame of defeat was so much that Muhammad and Abu Bakr had to flee through window. On their way out of town, both had to hide in a cave for fear the Meccans would find them. Win, 2004 p. 587. When the messenger decided upon departure, he went to Bakr, and the two of them left by a window in the back of Abu's house and went to a cave in Thor, a mountain below Mecca. Ishaq, 223. The messenger came back to Mecca and found that its people were more determined to oppose him and to abandon his religion, except for a few weak people who believed in him. Tabari, 6:118. However, after this blunder Muhammad was more careful not to make the mistake again. He just hammered a nail into his own prophetic coffin. Muslims are very uncomfortable with the satanic verses episode, and this had been the subject of endless and bitter controversy. Walker, 2002, p. 111. But if we have to believe the authentic Muslim sources, there is no reason to reject this occurrence. This incident was recorded by devout Muslims like Al-Waqidi, Al-Zamakhshari, Al-Baidawi, Al-Tabari, Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Hisham, Ibn Asaid, and Bukhari. It is unthinkable that such a story would have been fabricated by all of them. While this event is well documented in Islamic sources, current-day Islamic leaders rarely tell Muslims or the general public about it. We can make three logical conclusions from this satanic verses incident. Firstly, a Quranic verse can be modified or deleted at a later date. Secondly, It casts a shadow over the veracity on Muhammad's entire claim to be a prophet. Finally, Satan proves that Quran is not a miracle. Quran challenges bring a surah like it? Q. 2.23, and Satan took the challenge and did it. Did Muhammad carefully plan a ploy to win the hearts of the Meccans, or was it his subconscious that had suggested to him a sure formula which provided a practical road to unanimity? I shall look for an answer in subsequent chapters. 1.3, The Traditional Sources. It seems much logical, and also agreeable to Muslims, to say that if we have solid reasons to believe that Muhammad was a reliable messenger of God, we may conclude that Islam is a true religion and, in case there are strong reasons to question Muhammad's trustworthiness, Islam self-destructs. In the West, Muhammad's critics are quick to claim that he was either possessed by demons or suffering from mental illness or he was a conscious fraud. We have no concrete evidence to support one of these claims and discard others, but at least we all agree to the point that, there was certainly something wrong with Muhammad. The Western scholars judge the prophet by the standards of human morality and conscience. But Muslims' thinking is different. From their point of view they have accepted Muhammad as a superior being and the mercy of God among mankind. Sina, 2008, p. 6. Though Muslims dismiss all attacks on their faith as anti-Islamic polemic and a calculated and deliberate misrepresentation of their religion from Christian prejudice and Zionist-instigated ill will, but the irony is that, even if we reject and leave aside all these Western scholars and depend only on authentic traditional sources for information, we still cannot find anything which suggests that Muhammad was a superior being or the mercy of God among mankind, but we have thousands of accounts that do portray him a psychopath criminal. But, are the traditional sources reliable? 1.3.1, The reliability of traditional sources. Our knowledge and understanding of early Islam and its founder mainly rests on the writings we call Sirah, al-Maghazi, Quran, Quranic exegesis, Tafsir, Tabari's history, and Shahi Hadith collections. Sirah means biography, and likewise Sirat Rasul Allah is the biography of Muhammad, the Messenger of Allah, written by Ibn Ishaq, ca 85/704, 150/767, which is the earliest life of Muhammad of which we have any trace. He was one of the main authorities on the life and times of the Prophet. Amongst the early Muslim critic, Ishaq had a very high reputation. Example, Al-Zuri spoke of him as the most knowledgeable man in Maghazi. Ishaq's Sirah or biography provides the sole account of Muhammad's life and the formation of Islam, written within 200 years of his death. The work of Ibn Ishaq is very important for the researchers, not only because it is the earliest biography, but also for the reason that Ibn Ishaq was a free thinker and he was free from any influences of later idealizing tendencies. While the character, message, and deeds portrayed within its pages are the direct opposite of Christ's and his disciples, the Sirah's chronological presentation is similar in style to the Christian Gospels. His work contains too much information of a character that is devastatingly unfavorable to the Prophet. Al-Maghazi is the early Muslim military expeditions or raiding parties in which Muhammad took part in the Medinan period. But this term seems to have been more or less often used synonymously with term Sirah. The history of al-Tabari is a mine of information for historical and critical research by Western scholars. This Persian historian was a devout Muslim, a commentator of Quran and widely traveled. He had not only devoted much time to history but even mathematics and medicine. Tabari derived much of his material from oral traditions and literary sources like the works of Abu Minaf, al-Waqidi, Ibn Said, and of course Ibn Ishaq. Quran's claim to divine origin rests on the ahadith, plural of hadith. The hadith, or the book of tradition, are the records of what Muhammad did, what he enjoined, what was done in his presence and what he did not forbid. Hadith collections also include the authoritative sayings and doings of the companions of Muhammad. Muhammad was aware that people were taking note of all his casually uttered words and that stories of what he did were being passed around. He was aware of the dangers and warned against the practice because some of his casually uttered word may get included in Quran by mistake. Brahmachari, 1999, p. 131. But the trend once started could not be stopped and was accelerated after his death. Walker, 2002, p. 172. The hadith contains material from pre-Islamic times also. Much was added to it after Muhammad's death with fresh material with the growth of Islamic empire. It is true that much of the hadith was fabricated before Imam Bukhari made his compilation. As example, Ibn Abi Aja, executed 772 CE for apostasy, confessed before his death that he had fabricated more than 4,000 ahadith, in which he forbade Muslims what was in fact permitted and vice versa, and he made Muslims to break the fast when they should have been fasting. Warraq, 2003, p. 45. Aja's case is just one example. There are instances where many ahadith were invented to serve the political purposes of the Umayyad, the Abbasids, and later dynasties of caliphs, and handing down of the traditions went downwards to the level of a business enterprise. Goljiher, 1971, p. 169, as a means of livelihood. A large amount of non-Islamic material was drawn into by the compilers, which even included sayings of Buddhist wisdom, Roman stories, and verses from the Zoroastrians, Jewish and Christian scriptures, and even Greek philosophy. Gibb, 1969, p. 51. Soon the number of ahadith already in circulation and still being invented became unimaginable. As one Muslim authority wrote, "In nothing do we see pious man more given to falsehood than in the traditions." Nicholson, 1969, p. 145. So it was urgently necessary to compile an authentic collection. The best known and most authoritative compilation is by Bukhari. It is said that Bukhari had examined a total of 6,00,000 traditions. He preserved some 7,000, including traditions, which means he rejected some 593,000 as inauthentic. Crone, 1987, p. 33. But since many of them were repeated, there remained only about 2,760 in total. Second only to Bukhari's collection is the work of Muslim Ibn al-Hajjaj, which contains 3,000 traditions. These compilations are believed to be Sahih Hadith, authentic traditions. With much disappointment to the Muslims, the above 5 oldest and most trusted Islamic sources don't portray Muhammad a superior being or any kind of the mercy of God among mankind. The sources reveal that he was a thief, a liar, an assassin, a pedophile, a shameless womanizer, a promiscuous husband, a rapist, a mass murderer, a desert pirate, a warmonger but a spineless coward, and a calculating and ruthless tyrant. It's certainly not the character profile of the founder of a true religion. Moreover, there is no reason to believe that these authentic collections of Bukhari were later additions by religious rivalries. Bukhari was a devout Muslim and his sincerity was beyond doubt. Other traditional books were written by pious Muslims, the copies are preserved, and certainly it would not be the characteristic of believers to portray their prophet as a villain. After all, Muhammad had promised them paradise in exchange of their acceptance of Muhammad as a prophet. How they can malign him? Similarly, the trustworthiness of Christian sources cannot be doubted either. By the time Muhammad received his first revelation early in the 7th century, Christianity was already an established religion and had been in law of the exclusive faith of the Roman Empire, the superpower of the Mediterranean, for some 2 centuries. Christianity also had been planted from Ethiopia to Ireland and Morocco to Georgia and in Mesopotamia, i.e., modern Iraq. Fletcher, 2003, pages 4, 6. The multiplicity and diversity of the Christian text stands as a proof of an intellectual life of Christendom within the Roman world. In fact, this was a new era when this faith was slowly coming out of the religious orthodoxy. As the grip of the Orthodox Church was relaxed, there was a wave of theological deviance, and the contemporaneous Christians evaluated Muhammad and his sect as yet another such group which had gone astray. It was unthinkable to them that Islam might be a new religion in the strict sense of the term. The Islamic leadership remained on friendly terms with the Christian populations of the land they conquered. Quran, 29:45, requires Muslims should respect the Al-Kitab, the people of the book, that is to say the Christians and Jews. Hence we hardly have any doubt on the authenticity of early Christian sources. It was too late for the Christian to realize the fact about Islam. 1.4 Discrediting Muhammad using traditional sources. The original book of Ibn Ishaq is lost to history, and all we know of it is what is quoted from it by the later writers, particularly Ibn Hisham and al-Tabari. These quotations are fortunately quite reliable. Ibn Hisham edited and abridged Ibn Ishaq's work about 65 years later. In his edition, Hisham, Guillaume, 1955, p. 691, wrote, "I am omitting things which Ishaq recorded in this book. I have omitted things which are disgraceful to discuss and matters which would distress certain people." This particular comment of Hisham speaks volumes. Today we need to know, what were those disgraceful to discuss discussions Hisham omitted from Ishaq's original works, and what were those matters which would distress certain people? We understand Hisham's position. He was actually compromising with the truth to save his life, which was dependent upon not offending the cleric kings during his time. But he was honest enough to admit that he had compromised with the truth. However, a few modern historians have attempted to recover the lost portion of Ishaq's work. They applied the biblical criteria of form and redaction criticism. Form criticism is an analysis of literary documents, particularly the Bible, to discover earlier oral traditions, as example, stories, legends, myths, etc., upon which they were based. Redaction criticism is concerned with when and by what process, of collecting and editing, did a particular section or book of the Bible reach its final literary form, to the basis historical assemblage of Ishaq. To quote Margoliouth, cited Warwick, 2000, p. 340. The character attributed to Muhammad in the biography of Ibn Ishaq is exceedingly unfavorable. For whatever he does he is prepared to plead the express authorization of the deity. It is, however, impossible to find any doctrine which he is not prepared to abandon in order to secure a political end. At different points in his career he abandons the unity of God and his claim to the title of a prophet. This is a disagreeable picture for the founder of a religion, and it cannot be pleaded that it is a picture drawn by an enemy. The pagan Meccans were wise enough not to believe Muhammad's gigantic claim because they had seen many such impostors. There are more than a dozen verses which confirm that Muhammad and the voice he had heard were ridiculed by the pagans. They thought that Muhammad was fabricating verses, or in the parlance of those days, he was demon-possessed. The contemporaries or Muhammad called him Majnun, lunatic, crazy, possessed by jinn, Sina, 2008 p. 6, or a soothsayer kahin. This is very explicit in the 10 Quranic verses 15.6, 23.70 to 72, 34.8, 34.45/46, 37.35/36, 44.13/14, 52.29, 68.2, 68.51, and 81.22. In a few instances, there are verses 21:5, 36:69, 37:36/35, 52:30 where an alternative explanation was given that Muhammad was an ambitious but fanciful poet who had merely invented it all. To defend himself, Muhammad added several references to biblical prophets likewise accused of ghost possession, as example earlier prophets in general, q. 51.52, Noah, q. 23.25, Moses, q. 26.26/27, q. 51.39. Let it be on record that the Bible nowhere mentions such an allegation against Noah, Moses, or most other prophets. The one exception is Hosea, a prophet apparently unknown to Muhammad. They call the man of the Spirit a madman, so great is their guilt that their resistance is likewise great. Hosea 9.7. Undoubtedly, Muhammad, whose knowledge of the Bible was only sketchy, was merely projecting his own plight onto Noah and Moses. Muhammad's argument was very silly and stands on a slippery ground. His reason was something like this: I am a prophet but am not acknowledged by my narrow-minded contemporaries, just as the ancient genuine prophets were not given due recognition either at first instance. Hence I am also a genuine prophet. Muhammad lost many of his followers on this account. Bukhari, 9:87:111, recorded that Muhammad's prophetic mission was confirmed by cousin of Khadija, a Christian convert from Judaism named Waraka bin Nawfal. After few days of confirming Muhammad's prophethood, Waraka died mysteriously. The fact that Waraka was a Christian had been a source of embarrassment to the Muslims. Hence they often deny it to get rid of the shame. Some over-enthusiastic Muslim sources say that, by recognizing Prophet, Waraka converted to Islam. However, some modern scholars contend that Waraka actually rejected Muhammad and the text of Ibn Hisham's version of the surah was later corrupted. Spencer, 2006, p. 53. There is no account in voluminous hadith that Waraka converted to Islam and the details of his mysterious death. From the hadith collections we can find minutest details of Muhammad's activities and the events of early Muslim communities. The conversion of a Christian priest who was a cousin of Muhammad and his wife would have been a momentous event. Waraka was the most revered holy man in Mecca. Why the cause of his death was not recorded in the hadith. Today the mainstream Islam accepts that Waraka recognized Muhammad's prophetic status, but this is baseless. Nowhere is it recorded that Waraka's appreciation was witnessed by anyone. Though it appears shocking, but I believe that Waraka was murdered by Muhammad. This is a possibility which we cannot ignore. After Muhammad and Khadija had used him, he became a liability, someone who could and would profess that Muhammad's claims were untrue. Once Waraka was dead, Muhammad felt free to concoct any lies and attribute them to him, and the deception continued unabated. Strange but true that, even there is mention in Hadith, Bukhari 456.814, that Muhammad was once challenged by a Christian convert who reverted back to Christianity by seeing that Muhammad was actually faking the Quranic revelations and declared, "Muhammad knows nothing but what I have written for him." There was a similar type of observation by one of the Muhammad's scribes, Abdullah ibn Abi Sarh, who used to write down Allah's revelations. When Abdullah suggested some changes to Muhammad's dictation, Muhammad readily agreed with Abdullah. This led Abdullah to suspect Muhammad's claim of reception of messages from God, apostatized and left Medina for Mecca. He then proclaimed that he, Abdullah, too could easily write the Quranic verses by being inspired by Allah. Kaner and Kaner, 2002, p. 45. In the Christian view, the gospel concerning Christ was final. Bible exclusively cautioned that any other teaching is false, even if an angel from heaven, here meaning Gabriel, came down to preach it, was not to be accepted. Gallen 1:8. Christ specifically spoke of false prophets yet to come, and warned that if people report that such a one in the desert, do not go there. Matt 24:26. But in spite of this clear warning in the Bible, many early Christians did not recognize this false prophet. Muhammad and his sect were most believably understood as yet another wave of theological deviants of Christendom who had gone astray. When Muhammad advised a small group of his followers to flee Mecca, the Christian king of Abyssinia received them and gave them refuge. In biographies of Muhammad, there are many references of a Christian monk named Ba'ire who is said to have recognized in Muhammad the signs of a prophet. The idea that Islam might be a new religion was in the strict sense of the term was unthinkable to the Christians. When Jerusalem was surrendered to Muslims in 638, Sophronius, Patriarch of Jerusalem, who had negotiated the surrender of the city to the Muslims, explained the invasion of Palestine as divine punishment for the sins of the Christians. The notion was that the Muslims were the instruments of the God's wrath. Fletcher, 2003, p. 16. But slowly the early Christians recognized Muhammad as a man of blood and his followers as irredeemably violent. Throughout the medieval period, all of the characteristics of Muhammad that confirmed his authority in the eyes of Muslims were reversed by Christian authors and turned into defects. When Christians recognized Islam as a rival religion to Christianity, they simply refused the notion of a new prophet after Christ. Ernst, 2005, p. 14. The traditional doctrine that Muhammad was illiterate, which to Muslims was proof of divine origin of Quran, indicated to the Christians that he must have been a fraud. When challenged by the Meccans to produce miracles, Muhammad said that Quran was his only miracle. While Muslims viewed this as proof of the spirituality of his mission, Christian antagonists considered this lack of miracles as clear evidence that Muhammad was a fake. In 850, a monk called Perfectus went shopping in the capital of Muslim state of Al-Andalus. Here he was stopped by a group of Arabs who asked him whether Jesus or Muhammad was the greater prophet. There was a trick in the question because it was a capital offense in the Islamic Empire to insult Muhammad, and Perfectus knew it very well. So at first he responded cautiously. He gave an exact account of the Christian faith respecting the divinity of Christ. But suddenly he snapped and burst into a passionate stream of abuse, calling Muhammad a charlatan, a sexual pervert and the Antichrist himself and a false prophet spoken of in the Gospel, Fox, 1827, p. 767. Perfectus was thrown into the prison but later released because the judge realized that he was provoked by the Muslims. However, after few days of his release, the Muslims' pranks provoked him once more and Perfectus cracked a second time and insulted Muhammad in such crude terms that he was again taken and later on executed. Armstrong, 2006, p. 22. Few days later, another Christian monk by the name Ishaq appeared before the same judge and attacked Muhammad and his religion with many crude and disgusting words. His insulting words to Muhammad and Islam were so strong that the judge, thinking him drunk or deranged, slapped him to bring him to his senses. But Ishaq persisted in his abuse and the judge ordered his execution also. A few days after Ishaq's execution, 6 monks from the same monastery arrived and delivered yet another venomous attack on Muhammad. There were executed too. That summer, about 50 Christian monks died this way. Armstrong, 2006, p. 23. But those Christian monks had all the right to call Muhammad a fake. They were well educated, wise, and they had studied Muhammad and his religion thoroughly. The two biggest Christian criticisms of Muhammad were undoubtedly in relation to his military activities, marriages, and sexual perversions. For Christians, the celibacy and nonviolent approach of Jesus were generally seen as indispensable characteristics of true spirituality. The cruelty of Muhammad and his sexual perversion were taken as clear proof that Muhammad could not be on the same exalted level as Jesus. The early Christian critics of Muhammad generally described him as motivated by a combination of political ambition and sensual lust. But the success of Islam raised a disturbing theological question: how had God allowed this impious faith to prosper? Could it be that God had deserted his own people? The earliest reference to Muhammad in Christian literature is found in the writings of 7th century. The Armenian Chronicle of Sebios says the Muhammad was an Ishmaelite, who claimed to be a prophet. In the coming years many biblical scholars realized that though Islam and Christianity has many similarities, like praying, fasting, giving alms, pilgrimage etc., but actually Islam is against Christianity. During the Middle Ages of Christian Europe, Christians had a very strong negative feeling against Muslims. As example, Bede, a monk and biblical scholar, described Quran as a parody of sacred scripture of Christianity, i.e. Bible, and Muhammad as a pseudo-prophet, who and his followers has made war on Christians and seized their holy places. In a work of biblical commentary completed in 716, Bede described Muslims as enemies of the Church. Fletcher, 2003, p. 19. Like Bede, another prolific writer of theology was John of Damascus. He hailed from an ethnic Arab family and whose 3 generations had served Muslim rulers. He was one of the earliest Christian writers to concern himself at any length and in a systematic way with Islam. John was the first scholar who had explained the biblical deviation of the Ishmaelites. He went on to castigate Muhammad as a false prophet who cribbed part of his teaching from the Old and New Testaments and also from the sayings of a heretic Christian monk, Ba'ira. According to John, Muhammad wrote down some ridiculous compositions in a book of his, Chase, 1958, p. 153, which he claimed had been sent down to him from heaven. Somewhere around 745, John composed a play, dialogue between a Saracen and a Christian. This dialogue envisages a situation in which a Muslim puts awkward questions to a Christian on such matters as the nature of Christ, creation, free will, and many others. The Christian parries these questions so skillfully that at the end of the play it is mentioned the Saracen went his way surprised and bewildered, having nothing more to say. Seal, 1978 p. 70. John also quoted at length but selectively from Quran and mocked the faith of the Ishmaelites. During late 8th or early 9th century, a short work was composed probably in southern Spain by an anonymous writer which is known as Historia de Muhammad, where Muhammad was called as a son of darkness who stole some Christian teaching and claimed to be a prophet. He put together an absurd farrago of doctrine delivered to him by a vulture claiming to be the angel Gabriel. He incited his followers to war. He was a slave to lust, which he justified by laws for which he falsely claimed divine inspiration. He foretold his resurrection after his death, but in the event his body was fittingly devoured by dogs, cited Wolf, 1990, p. 97-9. Like the John of Damascus, this anonymous author was very knowledgeable of Islam. He was well versed with the Quran and often gave fairly recondite references from this book. In a Christian work named Doctrina Jacobi Nuper Baptizati, the teaching of Jacob the newly baptized, a tract of anti-Jewish literature written in dialogue form composed probably in Palestine round about the time of the surrender of Jerusalem. At one point the following words were attributed to one of the speakers, Abraham, a Palestinian Jews, Fletcher, 2003, pages 16-7. A false prophet has appeared among the Saracens. They say that the prophet has appeared coming with the Saracens, and is proclaiming the advent of the anointed one who is to come. Abraham referred to the matter to an old man very well versed with the scriptures. I asked him, "What is your view, master and teacher, of the prophet who has appeared with the Saracens?" He replied groaning mightily, "He is an impostor. Do the prophets come with sword and chariot? Truly these happenings today are works of disorder. But you go off, Master Abraham, and find out about the prophet who has appeared." So I, Abraham, made inquiries, and was told by those who had met him, there is no truth to be found in the so-called prophet, only bloodshed, for he says he has the keys of paradise, which is incredible. Muhammad's prophetic life can be divided into two distinctive periods, the Meccan period and Medinan period. During the first period, i.e., Meccan period, Muhammad was a simple preacher and warner. But his preaching was clearly, from the worldly point of view, an utter failure, and as a result of 13 years of propaganda he had won no more than a handful of converts. But the scene completely changed at Medina, where he gained in power and his message lost the beauty. Here he was what one might simply call a robber chief. After conquering Mecca, he entered as a political leader rather than a religious leader, and was recognized by Meccans as such. So Muhammad was changing his color like a lizard as situation dictated. Throughout his prophetic mission, he dealt with Jews and Christians, keeping strict political aims in view. At the initial stage, Islam was an absurd truth claim like a practical joke, but when Muhammad was able to draw the sword and successfully used it, the whole thing became serious. So while estimating the significance of Muhammad, we should not judge him solely as a mystic or religious reformer, though he may have the elements of both, but rather as a ruthless politician and opportunist pressed with peculiar political problems amongst barbarous people and at a critical moment of history. Therefore the picture that emerges of the prophet in the above traditional accounts is not at all favorable to Muhammad. The Muslims cannot complain that this representation of their beloved prophet was drawn by an enemy. The early Arabs did not believe in his prophetic claim, and there is sufficient proof that Muhammad was taken aback when those intellectuals of Mecca pointed to the weaknesses of the Quran. They fell heavily on Muhammad and pressed him hard, demanding answers and explanations to the irrationalities they spotted in the Quran, but Muhammad and Allah stood there wordless and powerless like two divine fools. By seeing the irrationalities, there was apostasy in large scale during Muhammad's time and after his death. Many early Muslims were just opportunists and not at all religious. They joined Muhammad only for booty and captured women for sex. Those tribal Arabs lacked any deep religious sense. They only wanted worldly successes. Many confessed their belief but had no inclination towards Islam and its dogma and ritual. It is estimated that at the death of Muhammad the number who really converted to Muhammad doctrine did not exceed 1,000, Warwick, 2003, p. 41. Present-day cultists perform much better than Muhammad in gaining followers. The Quran itself confirms that there were Arab skeptics in Mecca who did not accept the fables recounted by Muhammad. They doubted the divine origin of the revelations, and certainly, they had every right to do so. They even accused him of plagiarizing the pagan Arab poets. Some verses of the Quran were attributed to Al-Qays, A.K. Imra al-Qays, a famous pre-Islamic Arabian poet, Warwick, 2003, p. 41. Muhammad had plagiarized several poems from the work of this poet and added them to his Quran. It was the custom of the poets and the orators to hang up the composition of their literary work upon the Kaaba. One day, Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad, was repeating two passages from Sabamu Alikat. Suddenly she met the daughter of Imra al-Qays, who cried out, "Oh, that's what your father had taken from one of my father's poems and calls it something that has come down to him out of heaven." Warwick, 1998, p. 235-6. Even today the story is told amongst Arabs. The Quranic plagiarism is so prominent that Muslims cannot deny this. But how can they explain this incident? Did the poems of Imra al-Qays were also divinely inspired like Quran? 1.5. Discrediting Muhammad using the modern-day sources. The prime target of Western censor has been the founder of Islam himself. Though Michael Hart in his book, The 100, a ranking of the most influential persons in history, places Muhammad at the very top of the list, cited Sina, 2008, p. 5, he did not mention if the influence was positive or negative, as Walker, 2002, p. 312, lamented. There is no great figure in history who is so poorly appreciated, and no great religious leader so maligned in Western writings as Muhammad. And as Ernst, 2005, p. 11, concluded, it is safe to say that no religion has such a negative image in Western eyes as Islam. It is useless to engage in competition between religious stereotypes, but one can certainly see Gandhi and his advocacy of nonviolence as a positive image of Hinduism, and Dalai Lama with his amazing positive and widespread recognition as a representative of Buddhism, and likewise, Mother Teresa or Pope of Christianity. In this respect, Islam certainly lacks any such influential figure, though Muslims are the majority population in some 50 countries. Muslims from all over the world are feared as terrorists in the Western world, which is neither a propaganda nor misunderstanding. It is simply the truth. And, as Sheikh, 1995, p. 4, commented, the greatness of the leader depends upon the quality of his follower. Surely this poor image of Muslims does not reflect well on Muhammad. In 1843, a work on the life of Muhammad was published by Gustav Weil. This work was based on historical analysis, and the author put forward the idea that Muhammad was suffering from epilepsy. Weil's conclusion was supported by Sprenger. According to Sprenger, Muhammad was also a psychopath. Schimmel, 1985, p. 248. Another author, Franz Buhl, described that, in his Medinan phase, Muhammad revealed the unattractive side of his character: cruelty, slyness, dishonesty, untrustworthiness. Someone whose leading principle was the end justifies the means. Warwick, 1995, p. 86, 89. Muir's work on Muhammad was based on original Muslim sources and published between 1856 and 61. Muir was specialized in debating Muslim clerics and entertained the suggestion that Muhammad was inspired by the devil. He also adopted the more scientific criticism, originally advanced by the German physician Alois Sprenger, that Muhammad's prophetic experiences were due to epilepsy. Ernst, 2005, p. 22. However, another two scholars, Margoliouth and MacDonald, believed, cited Walker, 2002, p. 315, that Muhammad's seizures were artificially produced and those acts were merely a device by which he secured sanction for his revelations. In his work, Muir had passed a judgment on Muhammad's character that was repeated over and over again by subsequent scholars. According to him, Muhammad, though religiously motivated during Meccan period, but showed his feet of clay during Medinan period, where he was corrupted by power and worldly ambitions, cited Warwick, 1995, p. 87. The inconsistencies in Muhammad's character was specifically pointed out by Muir. Muhammad justified himself by revelations, releasing himself in some cases from social proprieties and the commonest obligations of self-restraint. It is of course shocking that Muhammad transformed to a bandit chieftain, who was unwilling to earn an honest living, after he gained power at Medina, as Sitani, cited Warwick, 1995, p. 88, observed. If Muhammad deviated from the path of his early years, that should cause no surprise. He was man as much as, and in like manner as, his contemporaries. He was a member of a still half-savage society deprived of any true culture, and guided solely by instincts and natural gifts which were decked out by badly understood and half-digested religious doctrines of Judaism and Christianity. Jeffrey, cited Warwick, 2000, p. 347, concluded that Margoliouth had done the most brilliant study of the life of Muhammad that has yet appeared. According to Margoliouth, Muhammad was a patriot, keenly alive to the opportunities of his time. Islam was created as a method to unite the Arabs and make them a strong military force. In this process the religious appeal played an important part, but there was also a complete absence of moral scruple. On the success of Muhammad, Margoliouth commented that Muhammad's success was dearly not due to the objective truth of the Quran but to his skill as organizer and military leader. Muhammad was thoroughly familiar with the shortcomings of the Arabs and utilized them to the utmost advantage, and he was able to seize opportunities and distrusted loyalty when not backed by interest. Hume referred to Muhammad as a pretended prophet and wrote, "The Quran is a wild and absurd performance." Also Hobbes concluded, Muhammad, to set up his new religion, pretended to have conferences with the Holy Ghost in form of a dove. Also, Gibbon, 1941, p. 240, concluded that Muhammad's claim that he was the apostle of God was a necessary fiction. Will Durant, the famous historian and philosopher, had the same opinion. According to Durant, Muhammad was a conscious fraud. He, 1950, p. 176, concluded, Muhammad felt that no moral code would win obedience adequate to the order and vigor of a society unless men believed the code to have come from God. Carlyle wrote, his Quran has become a stupid piece of prolix absurdity. We do not believe like him that God wrote that. Warwick, 1995, p. 10, 24. Becker, another prominent critic of Islam, commented, 1909, p. 29, that the companions of Muhammad had very little interest in religion and most of them were utterly ignorant about the fundamental tenets of the religion preached by Muhammad. For these early Muslims, as Becker commented, the new religion was nothing more than a party cry of unifying power, though there is no reason to suppose that it was not a real moral force in the life of Muhammad and his immediate contemporaries. It is true that Muhammad's companions lacked religious values. A hadith from Bukhari gives us a clue, how Muslims during the time of Muhammad used to keep their mosques. Narrated Hamza bin Abdullah, my father said, during the lifetime of Allah's apostle, the dogs used to urinate, and pass through the mosques, come and go, nevertheless they never used to sprinkle water on it. Urine of the dog, Bukhari, 1.4.174. Elsewhere Becker, cited Warwick, 2000, p. 554, commented, bursting of the Arabs beyond their native peninsula was, like earlier eruptions in which the religious element was totally lacking due to economic necessities. According to Sheikh, 1995, p. 24, Muhammad had a strong dominance urge. He was not only a prophet but also the builder of an Arab empire, and this was an integral part of his supposed to be prophethood. Islam was built around the sanctity and significance of his own person, which he had achieved by various means. Islam is an Arab national movement, and Muhammad was possibly the greatest national leader born anywhere on earth. Sheikh completely discredits Muhammad as a messenger of God. According to him, Quran is highly contradictory. Therefore, instead of leading, it misleads the people. Prophethood has nothing to do with guidance, it is simply a political doctrine. God's messenger is God's servant by name only. In practice he is God's superior. Islam is less a religion and more an Arab national movement, 1995, p. 12. Rodinson, the latest biographer of Muhammad, does not believe in Muhammad's prophetic claim. According to him, Muhammad really did experience sensory phenomena translated into words and phrases which he interpreted as messages from God, and subsequently he developed an idea of receiving those messages in a particular way. These experiences were his hallucinations. Muhammad was sincere, but sincerity is not a proof. At Medina this inspired visionary transformed into an impostor. Rodinson, 1980, p. 218, wrote, Muhammad was driven by necessity to produce a convenient revelation at the appropriate moment and at no other, in the way the mediums have been known to resort to fraud in similar cases. Before last century, there was hardly any Hindu evaluation neither of Muhammad and his Quran, nor even of Islamic doctrine in general. The first detailed criticism of Islam, the Prophet, and in particular of the Quran was done by Swami Dayananda Sarasvati, the founder of the Vedic reform movement Arya Samaj in 1875. Dayananda was a free thinker. In his literary work, he mainly focused on the Quranic contradictions, irrational beliefs, and inhumane injunctions in the Islamic scriptures. Dayananda, cited Smith, 2009, wrote, Having thus given a cursory view of the Quran, I lay it before the sensible persons, with the purpose that they should know what kind of book the Quran is. If they ask me, I have no hesitation to say that it cannot be work either of God or of a learned man, nor it can be a book of knowledge. The Quran is the result of ignorance, the source of animalization of human being, a fruitful cause of destroying peace, an incentive to war, a propagator of hostility amongst men, and a promoter of suffering in society. Dayananda had equally criticized the negative side of Hinduism also, as example untouchability, caste system, etc. Later Arya Samaj criticism of the Prophet typically focused on his dictatorial and immoral personal behavior. Like Rangila Rasul, literally, the Playboy Prophet, written by Rajpal, which highlighted Muhammad's abnormal sexual preferences. Rajpal was later stabbed to death by Muslims. Christian critics, no matter how fiercely criticize Muhammad, usually appreciate at least Prophet's belief in monotheism, which never impressed these Hindu authors. Swami Vivekananda, a prominent Hindu monk and social reformer, was another original thinker who had questioned the nature of Muhammad's leadership with the nature of his prophethood. According to him, Muhammad had to be ruthless in imposing adherence to his belief in his own divine mission, because this belief could not stand on its own, based as it was on a delusion. Vivekananda offered one hypothesis of what had happened to Muhammad so as to make him believe in his own selection as God's sole living spokesman. Muhammad, as Vivekananda believed, used to practice yoga, an ancient form of Hindu-Buddhist meditation. Vivekananda, 1947, p. 184. Gisbertus Fuetius, a 17th-century Dutch Calvinist theologian, cherished the same view of Vivekananda. Fuetius believed that Muhammad suffered from mental disturbance which was a result of his improper meditative experiments. The Hindu yoga manuals emphatically warn against wrongly practicing the techniques of Hatha yoga. The practices of yoga produce excellent result if used properly and under efficient guidance and certain precautions. But if these protective measures are neglected, then it may cause brain damage. As example, pranayama, breath control or control of the vital energies, if practiced improperly, can impair the nerve systems. The very foundation of a healthy body and sound mind is shaken, causing much harm to the person. Iyengar, 1976, p. 434, Swami Vishnudevananda, 1987. This may cause hallucination. The learner, in a state of hallucination, may experience some mystic phenomena, which he may think as certain states of consciousness or some kind of enlightenment. But in reality these are serious delusions, both auditory and visual. The most typical among these is megalomania. Witness the self-importance of the religious gurus and messiahs in the modern cult scene. Similarly, Kundalini Yoga is also very ill-reputed. If practiced in proper manner, the person can attain such a state, when he can even manipulate the force or energy of the universe in his favor. In Kundalini Yoga, the person deliberately induces a psychotic state on himself, but for an unstable person this may easily lead to real psychosis. Hindu yogis and masters had warned the learners repeatedly on this topic. In a speech given at London on November 17, 1896, Vivekananda said, "One religion may ordain something very hideous. For instance, the Mohammedan, Islam, religion allows Mohammedans to kill all who are not of their religion. It is clearly stated in the Quran, kill the infidels if they do not become Mohammedans. They must be put to fire and sword. Now if we tell a Mohammedan that this is wrong, he will naturally ask, how do you know that? How do you know it is not good? My book says it is." In another speech given in the Universalist Church, Pasadena, California, USA, on January 28, 1890, Vivekananda said, "In this line the Mohammedans were the best off. Every step forward was made with the word the Quran in the one hand and the sword in the other. Take the Quran, or you must die, there is no alternative." The world-famous historian, author, researcher, and an expert of Islamic history of India, Sir Jagannath Sarkar, 1858–1932, was very outspoken in his criticism of Islam. Sarkar mainly focused on the intolerant attitude of this religion which he condemns strongly. According to him, 1972, p. 163, 164, 169. A Muslim does not need to grow a rich growth in spirituality. All he needs to do is to slay a certain class of his fellow beings infidels or plunder their lands and wealth, and this act itself will raise his soul to heaven. A religion where followers are taught to regard robbery and murder as religious duty, is incompatible with the progress of mankind or with the peace of the world. The toleration of any sect outside the fold of Orthodox Islam is no better than compounding with sin, and the worst form of sin according to Islam is polytheism, the belief that the one true God has partners in the form of other deities. Such a belief is the rankest ingratitude to him who gives us our daily bread. The great humanist and famous legendary Bengali novelist Charat Chandra Chattopadhyay believed that Hindu-Muslim unity is impossible because of two reasons. First, Muslims lack culture from birth, whereas the Hindus born with culture. Second, Muslims' full solidarity is for Arab. Though they live in India but they don't feel any responsibility for India. Gandhi dreamt for Hindu-Muslim unity, but he failed miserably. Muslims will never identify themselves with India. Chattopadhyay, cited in Charud Rachnabali. Volume 3, p. 475, wrote, "In fact, if the Muslims say we want unity with the Hindus, it can't be anything but a deception. One would say that the Muslims invaded India just to plunder, not to set up a kingdom. But they were not satisfied with loot only, they demolished Hindu temples, broke the idols and raped Hindu women. In fact, they never spared to do the maximum harm and insult to others' religion and humanity. When the Muslims will come down from their high horse of religion, probably then they will realize a human being cannot be proud with the fundamentalism of his religion, and this is nothing but unparalleled barbarism. But the Muslims are yet to go a long way before they realize it. But their eyes will never open unless the whole world together teaches the Muslims a good lesson." Ambedkar, 1940, Part 3, ch. 7, had the same view of Chattopadhyay, as he wrote, From a spiritual point of view, Hindus and Muslims are not merely two classes or two sects such as Protestants and Catholics or Shaivas and Vaishnavas. They are two distinct species. For them divinity is divided, and with the division of divinity their humanity is divided, and with the division of humanity they must remain divided. Another well-respected historian, P. N. Oak, mainly focused on Islamic extremism. Oak compared the butchery of innocent Hindus by the Muslim raiders with Hitler's persecution of the Jews, 1996, p. 12. According to Oak, 1996, p. 389. The history of Islam is a millennium-long devil dance of murder, massacre, rape and plunder, trickery, treachery, tyranny and torture across the world by Islam from the day of its inception. In recent years, another two Hindu scholars Ram Svarup and Sitaram Goyal have further developed Swami Vivekananda's position on the subject of Muhammad's prophethood. According to them, the pagan Arabs had every right to reject Muhammad's claims. The pagan Arabs recognized Muhammad as a fake, and his prophetic claim was nothing but a deluded consciousness, which then propagated on a war footing. The history will not forgive them for one mistake, the mistake of being defeated. Actually, they failed to understand the deceitful ways of Muhammad and could not match his mailed fist in the final round. It was neither the first nor the last time that a democratic society succumbed in the face of determined gangsterism. We have seen how Stalin, Hitler, and Mao Zedong succeeded in our own times. Ram Svarup appropriately commented that Muslims need sword to sell their God because their God failed in spirituality. He, 1992, wrote, "The need of the time is to examine the whole concept and assumptions of revelatory religions, such as of a particular community being chosen as the swordsman or salesman of God. When a divine message commands, kill the idolaters wherever you find them, we must give a close look not only to the message but also to the messenger and his source of inspiration." About Muhammad's distorted morality and Muslims' mentality, Ram Svarup, 1984, ch. 1, Introduction, wrote, "To rob a whole people is piety, but to remove a paltry something from a looted treasure is moral depravity of a magnitude that deserves eternal fire. Men driven by ordinary temptations indulge only in petty crimes and small lapses, but committing real enormities needs the aid of an ideology, a revelation, a God-ordained mission. The believers are conditioned to look at the whole thing through the eyes of faith. An infidel in his fundamental misguidance may find the prophet rather sensual and cruel, and certainly many of the things he did do not conform to ordinary ideas of morality. But the believers look at the whole thing differently. To them morality derives from the prophet's actions, the moral is whatever he did. Morality does not determine the prophet's actions, but his actions determine and define morality. Muhammad's acts were not ordinary acts, they were Allah's own acts. A book was published during June 1990, Hindu Temples, What Happened to Them, a preliminary survey, which is a collection of articles written by Arun Chori, Harsh Narayan, J. Dubashi, Ram Svarup, and Sitaram Goyal. It is perhaps the first attempt on the part of some prominent scholars to dig from the graveyard of history the identity of some 2,000 temples of India destroyed by the Muslim invaders and rulers. The book is not an exercise in rewriting history, but is an effort to present the facts and give a clear view of the truth hitherto unknown. Not only were the temples destroyed, but even their material was used in constructing mosques at those places. This was plainly done to hurt the sentiments of the Hindus. The volume 2 of the same book was published during March 1993, which contained many further proofs exclusively to Islamic evidence, historical as well theological. Arun Chori pointed out many unscientific verses of the Quran and criticized its author for his ignorance. Instead of accepting the mistakes about unscientific Quranic cosmology, the Islamists try to cover it by silly explanations which further make them a laughing stock. These silly explanations to protect Quran from a divine downfall do not bring prestige either to Quran or Muhammad or Allah. Chori, 2002, p. 468, wrote, "Instead of studying the heaven and earth, we are taught how perverse and distorted interpretations can be put on everything. and how what is being done amounts to calumny upon the Holy Book, because what is being proposed is nothing but adding clauses to the Word of God. Shori also widely criticized Islam for the ill treatment of women and deep hatred for the infidels, the cruel Sharia law and the authorities of mullahs in issuing fatwa. According to Shori, Quran should be banned, 2008, p. 435. Solomon Rushdie's book was banned because it would hurt the feelings of certain group of people. Then under the same reason, Quran should be banned because it offends the feelings of the whole non-Muslim world. Shori quoted many militant and unethical verses of the Quran and also many sayings of Muhammad as recorded in a hadith to support his argument. In India, whenever a book is published critical to Muhammad, Quran, or Islam, Muslims demand to ban the book. They usually take shelter under sections 153A and 295A of the Indian Penal Code, I.P.C., and Section 95 of the Criminal Procedure Code for preventing every public discussion of their creed in general and of their prophet in particular. On top of this, the Muslim clerics issue death sentences against people who have said anything against their religion. But, two heroic sons of India, Himangshakishore Chakraborty and Chandmal Chopda, both from Calcutta, turned the table against the Indian Muslims. On July 20, 1984, Chakraborty wrote to the Secretary, Department of Home Government of West Bengal, demanding the ban of the Quran. He wrote again on August 14, 1984, but received no response. Chakraborty thereafter met Chopda, who also wrote to the Department of Home Government of West Bengal on March 16, 1985. But Chopda's letter wasn't answered also. Chopda therefore filed a writ petition at the Calcutta High Court on March 29, 1985, stating that publication of the Quran attracts sections 153A and 295A of the I.P.C. and section 95 of the Criminal Procedure Code because it incites violence, disturbs public tranquility, promotes, on ground of religion, feelings of enmity, hatred, and ill will between different religious communities, and insults other religions or religious beliefs of other communities in India. Goyal, 1987, ch. 1. The details of these lawsuits are recorded in the book Calcutta Quran Petition by Sitaram Goyal. Khushwant Singh, a prominent Indian novelist and journalist, wrote, "The most successful lecherous man who used religion for his personal gain is Prophet Muhammad. Islam is a cult with its complete irrational belief in Allah created by Muhammad, who was a liar, thief, murderer, and rapist till his last breath." Another most recent critic of Islam is Dr. Radhasyam Brahmachari. He is outspoken and seems not believing in political correctness. Brahmachari, 2009, wrote, "In fact, in the language of the Quran, Allah is a cruel tyrant, a barbaric commander of mass murder and violence. Allah commands the Islamic Ummah, the biggest criminal gang on earth, to establish himself as the sole God of the world, not of the universe, through armed jihad involving terror and bloodshed." Another recent Hindu critic of Muhammad, by the pseudonym Insan Bengal, mainly focused on the self-contradictory nature of Quran, though has had criticized many other aspects of Islam. He is a powerful writer and a first-rated thinker. He has an in-depth knowledge of various scriptures of Islam and his faculty of logical reasoning is too strong. He had quoted verses from Quran and also from the sayings of Hadith, and with sharp logic proved that Allah is more than one in number. Allah often self-contradicts. Quran contains many words of Muhammad and Allah wrote the Quran only for Arabs. 2007, p. 64, 44, 80, 65. It is unfortunate that this gifted author wrote only one book in Bengali. His small book of 192 pages is enough to expose Islam completely. Unlike Western scholars, in India criticism of Islam is relatively less. Several books criticizing Islam and its role in Indian history have been banned only because the politicians do not want to lose the Muslim vote bank. In spite of this, the debate on Islam is going in full force not only on the net but also in printed form. In sum, what historians throughout the world are unable to find even in this 21st century, is a name more hateful than Muhammad. As Muir wrote, 1992, p. 522. The sword of Muhammad and the Quran are the most stubborn enemies of civilization, liberty, and truth which the world has yet known. From the very beginning of Muhammad's mission, neither Muhammad nor Islam had any shortage of critics. From the point of view of historical truth, only the scholar has the right to criticize, but from ethical or social point of view the right of criticism belongs to everyone. Even the most sympathetic scholars seem to have genuine problem with writing about Muhammad as a prophet under divine guidance and the Quran as the authentic word of a god. Muhammad performed so poorly as a prophet of Allah that he even discredited himself by his own word and actions, as we are going to see next. 1.6 Discrediting Muhammad by his own words and conduct. It is strange but true that after a logical analysis it is possible to discredit Muhammad by using his own words and actions. His life was full of contradictions. There is a vast difference between Muhammad of faith and Muhammad of fact. Often he did not practice what he preached. Quran originally treated Muhammad as a humble messenger of Allah. Gradually this relationship developed into duality and ultimately Muhammad appeared as God's superior. This is the time when the whole divine drama of Muhammad is exposed and the stupid prophet of Islam hammers a nail in his own prophetic coffin. In context of the satanic verses, Tabari and Ibn Said recorded these disgraceful words of Muhammad. I have fabricated things against God and have imputed to him words which he has not spoken. Tabari 6.111. I ascribed to Allah what he had not said. Ibn Said, Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kabir, Volume 1. This single confession of Muhammad is enough to disqualify him of his prophetic claim. Muhammad said that he was deceived by Satan and a revelation from Allah confirmed it. But how can we be sure that the second revelation was also not from Satan? The guarantee of genuineness of one revelation cannot be another revelation. It's beyond any logic. If Muhammad could be deceived by Satan once, how could he know on all the other occasions that he hadn't been deceived? How can we ignore the possibility that Gabriel was actually the Satan himself in disguise and hence the whole Quran is satanic? Allah challenged in the Quran. And if you are in doubt concerning that we have sent down on our servant, then bring a surah like it. Q. 2.23. Satan took Allah's challenge and easily produced a surah like this. Muslims believe that Quran is miraculous in beauty and no one can make anything to compare to it because it is divine. Satan produced the verses and Muhammad spoke those words from Satan, but everyone including Muhammad himself thought these verses were part of the Quran. Surely those satanic verses sound exactly like those of the Quran. If they did not sound like the Quran, then surely Muhammad, his followers, and the Quraysh would never have accepted them. There is another way of looking at the above divine confusion. Allah wrote in Quran, "Perfect are the words of thy Lord in truth and justice. No man can change his words. He is all-hearing, the all-knowing." Q. 6.115. Quran also confirms that, the Bible, i.e. the Old Testament and the New Testament, or in the Islamic language, Torah, Zabur, and Anjil are the words of God. Therefore, they cannot be tampered with, and one can rely upon the truthfulness of the stories that have been narrated therein. Now, based on the Quranic sanction that we can rely upon the truthfulness of the Bible, we find that, "But the prophet who speaks a word presumptuously in my God name which I have not commanded him to speak, that prophet shall die." Deuteronomy 18:20. So from the above statement from Bible, either Muhammad was a false prophet or Quran is false. In any case the loser is Muhammad. From the above verses, it is confirmed that Quran was corrupted. But then Quran 6:115 also says that no man can change God's words. So Quran itself confirms that Quran is falsified. There is another point to note. Muhammad really had a very painful death. He died as a result of eating poison mixed food that he didn't know about. If he was a real prophet, Allah would have warned him in advance by a timely revelation. The prophet in his ailment used to say, "Aisha, I feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar. My aorta is being cut from that poison." Bukhari, 5.59.713. Aisha said, Allah's apostle in his fatal illness, used to ask, "Where will I be tomorrow? Where will I be tomorrow?" Bukhari, 5.59.731. I used to hear the Prophet say that no prophet dies until he is given the option to select either the worldly life or the life of the hereafter. Bukhari, 5.59.719. According to Quran, Muhammad was only a man sent to warn the Meccans and a messenger to convey a divine message to them. Say, I do not have the power to acquire benefits or to avert harm from myself, except by the will of Allah. Had I possessed knowledge of the unseen, I would have availed myself of much that is good, and no harm would have touched me. But I am only a warner and a bearer of glad tidings for a nation who believe. Q. 7.188. Say, I am only a human like you. Q. 18.110. Quran also says, Allah is the absolute, owner of praise. Q. 2.267. But another verse just goes in opposite direction, where Muhammad reverses his role completely and, as a result, Allah and his angels become Muhammad's worshippers. Quran says, Lo! Allah and his angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad. O ye who believe also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q. 33.56. This is the height of Quranic stupidity. Why Allah needs to pray peace to Muhammad if Muhammad is only a humble messenger? If Allah is the only God, then he is praying to whom? If Allah is the only owner of praises, then why Quran also instructs Muslims to salute Muhammad? This is absolutely ridiculous. In all other religions, it is man who worships God, but in Islam, it is God who worships man, Muhammad. Then, who is the real God of Muslims, Allah or Muhammad? Muslims' 5 times prayers are actually meant for whom, Allah or Muhammad? Allah specifically told Muslims not to worship anyone except Allah. Verily, I am Allah. No God may be worshipped but I. Q. 2014. But during Muhammad's lifetime, his followers used to worship him. Bukhari recorded. Abu Bakr said, to proceed, if you used to worship Muhammad, then Muhammad is dead, but if any one of you used to worship Allah, then Allah is alive and shall never die. Bukhari, 5.59.733. The above statement of Abu Bakr confirms the fact that at least some Muslims used to worship Muhammad as a living God and Muhammad did not object to it. There is another point which needs attention. According to Quran, 2.267, Allah is supposed to be the absolute, owner of praise. Associating someone else with Allah is the most dreadful sin in Islam, which is known as shirk, in the strict Quranic terminology. Quran says, Allah does not forgive the sin of inventing an association with him, but he forgives other sins, to whomsoever he will. He who associates with Allah has invented a great sin. Q. 4.48. Allah forgives not that anyone should be associated with him, Allah, less than that he forgives to whomsoever he will. Whoso associates with Allah anything, has gone astray into manifest error. Q. 4.115. But Muhammad had committed this unforgivable sin. Shahada, which is the basic confession for every Muslim, includes the name of Muhammad with that of Allah in the same sentence. This is how praising Muhammad is an integral part of the daily prayers of the Muslims. La ilaha illa Allah wa Muhammad Rasul Allah. There is no God but God and Muhammad is the Prophet of God. This is a serious blasphemy. Since the earth is divided into several time zones, and every moment somewhere on the earth, there is some Muslim praying to Allah facing Mecca, so this unpardonable sin is being committed by the Muslims in turn ever since the birth of Islam. What an irony, Muhammad committed this offensive sin for the first time and, since that time Muslims are doing it again and again, but till date, no one amongst them ever noticed it. We wonder why Allah is still silent. Muhammad repeatedly instructed Muslims not to disobey Allah's instruction as recorded in Quran, but did he always obey Allah's instruction? In many instances Muhammad had neglected Allah's instructions. Few examples are as follows. Any sexual activity during daytime is forbidden by Allah, Q. 2.187, during the fasting days. But Muhammad did not listen to Allah. Bukhari, 1.6.319, recorded that Muhammad slept with Salama during her period, kissed her while fasting and used to take bath from the same pot after having sex under a woolen sheet. Also he used to kiss and embrace his wives while he was fasting, Bukhari, 3.31.149. Sucking was the favorite sexual activity of Muhammad. As recorded in Sunan Abu Dawud, 13.2380, Muhammad used to kiss and suck Aisha's tongue while they were fasting. Muhammad was much above 50 when youngest wife Aisha was about 9 years old. How disgusting it is to note that a man of above 50 was in an abnormal sexual habit of sucking the tongue of a 9-year-old child, who was of his granddaughter's age. Muhammad also violated Quranic rules on dower, mahr, and the time of waiting, iddah, in marrying a divorced/widowed woman. In Sharia law, Islamic law, the payment of mahr is compulsory in marriage and widows to wait 4 months and 10 days for remarriage. Quran says, "Give women their dowries freely, but if they are pleased to offer you any of it, consume it good and smooth." Q. 4.4. And those of you who die and leave wives behind, such wives shall wait by themselves for 4 months and 10 nights. When they have reached the end of their waiting period, there shall be no offense for you in whatever they choose for themselves kindly. Allah is aware of what you do. Q. 2.234. According to Bukhari, 5.59.523, 524, after attacking Khaybar, Muhammad took as a captive a very beautiful teenage girl named Safiyyah and married her without paying any dowry, mahr, and thus violated Allah's instruction. To hide his treachery, Muhammad claimed that marrying Safiyyah was in itself a respect for her. Her dowry was her manumission from being a sex slave to Muhammad, Muslim, 8.3326. Before falling into the hands of this perverted man, Safiyyah was the legal wife of a Jewish man. Muhammad had killed Safiyyah's husband and her father after subjecting them to brutal torture, and finally beheading them. When Muhammad had satisfied his lust for blood on the same night he killed her closest relatives, he took Safiyyah into his tent to have sex with her. Muhammad was supposed to wait for 4 months and 10 days before he could even touch her, but he did not do that. From Muhammad's action it is very clear that he was in a hurry to enjoy the new captive girl on the same day she became a widow by Muhammad himself. He was so lustful that he never bothered to obey Allah's instruction. A hadith from Bukhari, 4.52.143, says that Muhammad married Safiyyah because she was beautiful and gave a grand feast at the wedding, then he had sex with her. Allah put a restriction on the number of wives. If you fear that you cannot act justly towards the orphans, then marry such women as seem good to you. 2, 3, 4 of them. Q. 4.3. Muhammad did not follow Allah's restriction on him on the number of his wives. Some Islamic sources confirm that he married at least 22 times. After the shameful marriage of Muhammad with Zainab, the wife of his adopted son, Zayd, Allah gave a restriction that he could not collect any more wives. It is not lawful for thee to marry more women after this, nor to change them for other wives, even though their beauty attract thee, except any thy right hand should possess, as handmaidens. Q. 33.52. But Muhammad did not follow Allah's instruction and married at least 13 times after this. Muhammad also violated the Quranic law on the punishment of sex offenders. In Islamic society, premarital and extramarital sex are two most serious offenses. According to Quran, you shall lash the fornicatress and the fornicator each with 100 lashes. In the religion of Allah, let no tenderness for them seize you if you believe in Allah and the last day, and let their punishment be witnessed by a party of believers. Q. 24.2. But Muhammad did not apply this Quranic rule. When one of his friends admitted having committed a punishable offense, sexual, because the person prayed with him, Bukhari 8.82.812. Just for praying to Allah, his punishment was forgiven. But if Muhammad was a humble messenger of Allah, how he can override his God by violating the relevant Quranic injunction? A hadith demonstrates Muhammad's sexual attitude towards single women, divorced or widowed, rich or poor, which clearly violates the Quran. A dignified woman, Janiyah, a princess, was brought to Muhammad to have sex with him, but she was reluctant to give herself to him. Muhammad was angry and raised his hand to beat her. Bukhari 7.63.182. A man and a woman who are not close relatives, that is, those men and women who could be married to each other, those who are not in the prohibited class for marriage purposes, cannot, under any circumstances, be alone together. This moral guardianship is endorsed in these verses of the Quran. Say to the believing men that they should lower their gaze and guard their modesty, that will make for greater purity for them, and Allah is well acquainted with all that they do. Q. 24.30. Muhammad violated the above Quranic code of conduct. Muhammad had an adulterous relation with his first cousin sister, Hani bint Abu Talib, who was a married woman. He used to sleep in her house, when no one was around. Once Muhammad was sleeping at Kaaba, but at nightfall, when all were asleep, he stealthily went to Hani's house and spent the night with her. When the people did not find him at Kaaba, they went looking for him, and when he was discovered in the house of Hani, he was embarrassed, so was Hani. To hide the truth, he concocted the story of his night journey to Jerusalem and paradise from Hani's house, more correctly, from her bed, which many Muslims found too incredible to believe and left Islam. When this adulterous affair was leaked out, Muhammad had to leave Mecca and settle in Medina. Afterwards, when Muhammad became militarily strong and conquered Mecca, he went to Hani's house and openly stayed there overnight. If Muhammad was only a messenger of Allah, why 100 lashes were not given to him every time he crossed the limit? Muhammad violated the Quranic rule on sex with menstruating women. According to Quran, menstruation is an injury and Muslims are prohibited to have sex during a woman's period. After the period is over, man can have sex in any manner, at any time and at any place. They ask you about menstruation. Say, it is an injury. Stay away from women during their menstrual periods and do not approach them until they are cleansed. When they have cleansed themselves, then come to them from where Allah has commanded you. Q. 2.222. But Muhammad was so lustful that he did not spare his wives when they were in heavy menstruation. He used to order Aisha, his 9-year-old wife, to put on an izar, dress worn below the waist, fondled her in bath, even when she was in her periods. Menses, Bukhari, 1.6.298. Often Muhammad used to put his cheek and chest in between the naked thighs of a menstruating Aisha. Sunan Abu Dawud, 1.0270. Though caressing and foreplay do not necessarily constitute actual coition, but we should not forget the fact that these lustful activities are just the beginning of further sexual gratification. Quran, 2.187, 2.197, prohibits having sex with women when in ihram, purity state spent inside a mosque, or when performing Hajj. This is supported by a hadith as well. A pilgrim must not marry and give someone in marriage in the sacred state, while wearing ihram. Sunan Abu Dawud, February 10, 1837. Muhammad violated this Quranic rule. Once when he went to Mecca to perform the Hajj and a proposal of marriage was offered to him, he quickly accepted the offer and married the woman even though he was in sacred state wearing ihram. Ibn Abbas said, the Prophet married Maimuna while he was in the sacred state, wearing ihram. Sunan Abu Dawud, February 10, 1840. From the above examples, it is very clear that Muhammad did not have much regard for the Quran or even to his own words when it came to marrying women and having forceful sex with them. Fasting is an important religious practice for Muslims which is actually a pagan tradition. Muhammad reintroduced fasting during the month of Ramadan. But this practice was for common Muslims and Muhammad exempted himself from fasting. Muhammad found it difficult to abstain from food and water from dawn to dusk, so he himself ate whenever he pleased. On this, cited in Sina, 2008, p. 99, Ibn Said writes, "The Messenger of Allah used to say, we the prophets are required to eat our morning food later than others and hurry in breaking our fast in the evening." These are just a few examples of how Muhammad did anything he liked and made his Allah approve whatever he did. Muhammad placed himself above the law. Often he broke moral and ethical codes whenever it suited him and then made his Allah reveal a verse to confirm that whatever he had done was all right. In the same way he disobeyed Allah and did whatever he liked. The 9-year-old child bride of Muhammad had noticed it and perhaps sarcastically or innocently, told him. Narrated Aisha. I said, to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling your wishes and desires. Bukhari, 6.60.311. It is expected that a prophet, who claimed to be God's messenger on earth, should demonstrate the wisdom and infallibility of the divine law through his own action. But since Muhammad had not done it deliberately, it implies that he is neither a representative of God nor the model of action, for being above Allah's law. Also, if Allah gives his prophet dispensation from his own law, then Allah's law is no more than a joke, because if his chosen prophet himself cannot carry it out, then how can Allah expect the ordinary believers to obey his commandments? Quran is a mockery of divine law and Muhammad's own action proves it. Quran is not the divine code as it claimed to be. Instead, it is Muhammad's own composition, and thus, he can treat himself as he wishes and Allah is only a supposition to serve his purpose. So, if Quran is truly God's words, then by disobeying God, Muhammad surely goes to hell and Muslims are also destined to hell, and if Quran is false, then Muhammad's prophethood stands on what ground? In any case, Muhammad is the loser. Muhammad seemed to have not much faith on Allah during battles with the enemies. In none of the wars he waged, he did put his own life in danger. He encouraged martyrdom amongst his followers and told them not to fear death, but the precautions he used to take were most unprophet-like. He often stood behind the fighting Muslims wearing 2 coats of chain-link mail, flexible armor of interlinked rings, one on top of another. By this way, the double armoring would make him too heavy and his movements used to be difficult. He could not even stand in this condition, let alone walking. While in this awkward position, he used to shout towards the front and loudly encourage his men to show bravery and not to fear death, promising them high-bosomed virgins, unlimited wine, and delicious food in paradise. Sometimes he used to grab a handful of sand and throw it in the air in the direction of the enemy, cursing them in the name of Allah while maintaining a safe distance from them. Sina, 2008, pages 99, 100. This is the best he had ever contributed in a war with non-believers. But while collecting the booty or captured women for sex, he is well ahead of everyone. Muhammad convinced the believers that use of booty from the spoils of war are lawful and good, and he used to collect 1/5 of the booty in Allah's name. Know that 1/5 of what you acquire as booty is for Allah and his apostle. Bukhari, January 2, 50. Allah divided the booty stolen from the first caravan after he made spoils permissible. He gave 4/5 to those he had allowed to take it and 1/5 to his apostle. Ishaq, 288. Muhammad was a booty lover. He was like a parasitic vampire who lived on others' blood. What Muhammad wanted to mean by the statement booty is for Allah and his apostle? Did Muhammad throw booty in the direction of the Kaaba and ask Allah to grab whatever he wanted, and Allah came out hurriedly with a gunny to collect his share and again hurriedly go inside the Kaaba and wait for the next arrival of booty? Or was this all a trick and Muhammad got benefited out of this trick? All faithful Muslims offer their prayers 5 times a day to acknowledge and adore Allah facing in the same direction. In Islam, this direction is called as Qibla, i.e. the direction of worshipping God. Bukhari, 6.60.20, says that every nation has its Qibla. The sacredness of this direction is confirmed in the following 3 Quranic verses. Everyone has a direction towards which one turns, therefore, emulate one another in good deeds. Wherever you are, Allah will bring all of you together, Allah has power over all things. Q. 2.148. From whatever place you come forth, turn your face during Salah towards the sacred mosque, this is in fact a commandment from your Lord. Allah is not unaware of what you do. Q. 2.149. Whatever place you come forth, turn your face during Salah towards the sacred mosque, and wherever you are, face towards it, so that people will not have any argument against you, except those among them who are wrongdoers. Q. 2.150. But in spite of the Allah's guidance, once Muhammad had declared Jerusalem, the most sacred Jewish city, as the Qibla for the Arab Muslims. This way he had violated Quran. Muhammad had done so purely from political purpose. He thought the Jews will accept him as prophet. But the Jews refused to embrace Islam, which turned Muhammad against them. So after treating Jerusalem as Qibla for about 16 months he changed it for Kaaba, a sanctuary of Mecca, his own hometown. If Qibla is so sacred, why Muhammad had changed it to Jerusalem and again back to Mecca? Is there any doubt that the change of Qibla from Kaaba to Jerusalem and again back to Kaaba was not God's will but a selfish desire of Muhammad? Muhammad did not believe in the sacredness of Qibla. Following a hadith prove it. Narrated Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, Allah's apostle said, if any one of you goes to an open space for answering the call of nature he should neither face nor turn his back towards the Qibla, he should either face the east or the west. Bukhari, 1.4.146. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar, people say, whenever you sit for answering the call of nature, you should not face the Qibla or Bayt al-Maqdis, Jerusalem. I told them. Once I went up the roof of our house and I saw Allah's apostle answering the call of nature while sitting on 2 bricks facing Bayt al-Maqdis, Jerusalem. Bukhari, 1.4.147. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar, I went up to the roof of Hafsa's house for some job and I saw Allah's apostle answering the call of nature facing Sham, Syria, Jordan, Palestine, and Lebanon regarded as one country, with his back towards the Qibla. Bukhari, 1.4.150. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar, once I went up the roof of our house and saw Allah's apostle answering the call of nature while sitting over 2 bricks facing Bayt al-Maqdis, Jerusalem. Bukhari, 1.4.151. From the above narrations, it is very clear that Muhammad had no respect either for Kaaba or Jerusalem. He had instructed his followers to respect Qibla by not facing or turning back towards this holy direction while answering the call of nature, which Allah instructed in his Quran. But Muhammad did not bother to follow it. All the above points lead to one logical conclusion. The Allah of Islam is not real. Muhammad had played false with his followers. Allah was the puppet of Muhammad. He had spoken what Muhammad wished. Allah does not have a separate personality. If Muhammad would have been a true prophet and Allah was a real God, then Muhammad would not have the courage to slight Allah. His own action proves that Allah is a myth-conscious or subconscious fabrication of Muhammad. Muhammad saw the Arabs as either good fighters in his cause, useless hypocrites, or enemy infidels. For recognizing the hypocrites we have to look at the hadith. Bukhari recorded. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, the signs of a hypocrite are 3, -1. Whenever he speaks, he tells a lie. -2. Whenever he promises, he always breaks it, his promise. -3. If you trust him, he proves to be dishonest. Bukhari, January 2, 32. Whenever Muhammad disliked anyone, he often used to call them with the title hypocrite. Hypocrisy is the worst form of unbelief, and it carries a terrible punishment under the Islamic law. But, what about Muhammad himself? According to his own definition, he was the biggest hypocrite, as we are going to prove now. Telling lie to kill the enemies and to advance the cause of Islam is divinely allowed in Islam. This is called taqiyya, holy deception. Under taqiyya, a Muslim is allowed to lie and say anything to deceive the non-Muslims. In the spirit of taqiyya, Muslims can lie the way we breathe. They even fool each other. Taqiyya was originally a Shia practice. The Shias used to protect their faith from Sunnis by practicing taqiyya. Miller, 1997, p. 433. But now the whole Muslim world practices it. For all religions except Islam, religion and deception are not intermixable. In Islam, deception and religion mutually support one another. Muhammad even allowed his followers to abuse his verbally to win the trust of their victims in order to assassinate them. In the following hadith, cited Sina, 2008, p. 57, we can see. Hajjaj ibn Alat told, O Prophet of Allah, I have in Mecca some excess wealth and some relatives, and I would like to have them back. Am I excused if I badmouth you to fool the non-Muslims? The Prophet excused him and said, Say whatever you have to say. On several occasions Muhammad had broken his promise. Following hadith recorded Muhammad's words. Allah willing, if ever I take an oath to do something, and later on I find that it is more beneficial to do something different, I will do the thing which is better, and give expiation for my oath. Bukhari, 4.53.361. After the death of Khadija and Abu Talib, Muhammad thought that it might be risky for him to stay at Mecca. Luck favored him, and in the summer of 621, he gained the trust of 12 visitors from the oasis settlement of Medina. They revealed themselves as Muslims and promised Muhammad to propagate his message at Medina. Next summer another 75 people from Medina came to Muhammad, professing Islam and pledging to Muhammad to defend him. Al-Bara, a Medina convert, told Muhammad, By him who sent you with the truth, we will protect you. We give our allegiance and we are men of war possessing arms which have been passed on from father to son. Khan, 2009, p. 20. If the people of Medina had not given shelter to Muhammad, certainly his divine mission wound has been a total failure. But what Muhammad gave them in return? He raised a band of hooligans from the converts, known as Ansars, and started attacking the rich Meccan caravans. Abu Afak, a 120-year-old man, recognized Muhammad as a fake prophet. He lamented that his people became followers of Muhammad who had caused them to surrender their intelligence and become hostile to one another. Hearing this, Muhammad got him assassinated. A Jewish mother by the name Asma bint Marwan, was so outraged that she composed a poem cursing the men of Medina for letting a stranger divide them and for allowing him to assassinate a venerable old man. Muhammad got her assassinated also. In March 628, Muhammad signed an agreement with the Meccans which demanded a cessation of hostility from both sides for a 10-year period. In Islamic history, this is known as the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. But it took very little time for Muhammad to breach this treaty. Within just 2 years' time of signing the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, Muhammad's army became strong enough to defeat the Quraysh. In January 630, he marched towards Mecca with an army of 10,000 fighting men. Simply speaking, the Medinese trusted Muhammad, but Muhammad proved to be disloyal. The Quraysh trusted Muhammad, but Muhammad proved to be treacherous. These are just 2 examples of Muhammad's dishonesty. Enough had been recorded about the treachery of Muhammad. The history of Islam is full of treachery and deceit. As Sina, 2008, p. 101, lamented. From incest to polygamy, from rape to pedophilia, from assassination to genocide, the Prophet of Allah did them all and encouraged his followers to do the same. So according to Muhammad's own definition, he was the biggest hypocrite of Islam. Is there still anything left in favor of Muhammad's prophetic claim which cannot be refuted? He was a charlatan in divine robe to deceive people. 1.7 The message of Prophet Muhammad. Every established religion has a certain core message. Before I talk about Allah's message to mankind through Muhammad, let me examine what are the messages of other world religions. Jainism is the only religion which has the principle of Kathara Ahimsa, strict nonviolence, as its central doctrine. Hinduism talks about Sarva Dharma Samhava, equal respect for all religions. Hinduism is also known as Sanatana Dharma, and the 5 principal virtues prescribed by all schools of Sanatana Dharma are nonviolence, truthfulness, non-stealing, chastity and non-covetousness. Buddhism speaks about toleration, kindness, humbleness, peace, and Panchasila, the 5 rules of morality: killing any living being, stealing, adultery, lying, drinking intoxicating drinks. Sikhism advises us to restrain from Panchacha, 5 cardinal vices: ego, lust, greed, attachment, anger, which should be fought with the weapons of wisdom and knowledge. Christianity teaches us love, brotherhood and forgiveness. According to Scripture, all the teachings of Christianity are based on 4 essentials: humility or faith and trust in God, communication with God through prayer and self-denial, observance of the law which is written in Scripture and in the hearts of those who love the truth, and the offering of sacrifice to God and partaking of the sacrificial offering. Jews believe that God appointed them to be His chosen people in order to set an example of holiness and ethical behavior to the world, and peace is seen as something that comes from God and that will only be fully realized when there is justice and harmony, not just between peoples, but within individual communities. But the instructions of Allah and Muhammad's worldview were totally different from the other religions. Muhammad's bizarre beliefs, incredible teachings, self-elevation and immense hate are well reflected in his Quran. In sum, a religion like Islam is a curse upon mankind. The Prophet of Islam did not come to the world to bring something good like other religious teachers. He came to this world to preach hatred, brutality, and slaughter. The forgiving and merciful Allah instructed in Quran. The Prophet said, "Hear me. By him who holds Muhammad's life in his hand, I will bring you slaughter." Ishaq, 130, Tabari, 6.101. Then, when the sacred months have passed, slay the idolaters wherever ye find them, and take them captive, and besiege them, and prepare for them each ambush. But if they repent and establish worship and pay the poor due, then leave their way free. Lo! Allah is forgiving, merciful. Q. 9.5. The only message of Prophet Muhammad to the world was, "I will bring you slaughter," and he had performed extremely well as he had promised. In Islam, love, brotherhood, and forgiveness are insignificant matters, almost like a religious taboo. More important issues are death and destruction of the infidels, who because of their non-believing status do not consider Muhammad as a messenger of God. As Voltaire, cited Walker, 2002, p. 313, concluded, "There is nothing new in the religion of Islam except the claim that Muhammad is the prophet of Allah. All else is borrowed." Sina is also too outspoken in this topic, as he, 2008, p. 16, wrote, "After 23 years of preaching, the core message of Muhammad remained the same. Islam's main message is that Muhammad is a messenger and that people must obey him. Beyond that, there is no other message. Failure to recognize him as such entails punishment, both in this world and the next." Monotheism, which is now the main argument of Islam, was not originally part of the message of Muhammad. Allah wrote in the Quran, "If you, the believers, obey him, the Prophet Muhammad, you will be guided." Q. 2454. "And obey Allah and the Messenger, that ye may find mercy." Q. 3.132. "If you love Allah, and follow me, Muhammad, God will love you, and forgive you your sins." Q. 3.31. "We, Allah, sent not ever any messenger, but that he should be obeyed, by the leave of God." Q. 4.65. Muhammad masterfully exploited the concept of prophethood with Quran as the only proof of his prophetic authority. Theoretically, through Quranic revelations, the God of Islam wants to guide the human to save them from hell, and in return for the favor, he demands absolute submission, that the humans should only worship Allah and live by Allah's laws without ever questioning their purpose, validity, and relevance. But there is a catch in this argument. Only a belief in Allah is not sufficient, they have to believe Muhammad as the only messenger of Allah. Since Allah cannot be seen or contacted by anyone other than Muhammad, the words of Muhammad begin to rank as the words of Allah, and as time passes Allah receded into the background, and the Muhammad, who, apparently, claimed to be Allah's most humble servant, now arises as the dominant force in the God-Prophet relationship. At this time, Muhammad holds the keys of paradise. Therefore, a person must believe in Muhammad to qualify for paradise, and the person who believes in Allah alone cannot rank as a believer. He is an infidel and must go to hell, no matter how righteous he may be. This is the true nature and purpose of Muhammad's claim of prophethood. He wanted to elevate himself. So theoretically Muslims surrender to Allah, but in practice they surrender to Muhammad. Here lies the importance of Islam's divine message: Muhammad is a messenger and people must obey him. And for those people who fail to obey him, there is Muhammad's stern warning: I will bring you slaughter. The main theme of Islam is only this and nothing beyond than this. Spiritual and moral upbringing of the soul is of no importance. The end result of Muhammad's evil message is disastrous to both Muslims and non-Muslims. Muhammad had permanently divided mankind into two groups: the Muslims are Allah's party and the non-Muslims are Satan's party. Allah hates non-Muslims and wants their death and destruction. Since the true Muslims must follow this poisonous teaching of Muhammad, a two-nation theory arises immediately. As Sheikh, 1998, p. 161, lamented, the only relationship between Muslims and a non-Muslim is that of ill will, hatred and animosity. Today an Islamic nation does not require any particular reason to attack a non-Islamic nation. According to Quran, all religions except Islam are false. This way Allah is the enemy of all the non-Muslims. It is by itself a heinous crime not to acknowledge Muhammad as the last prophet of Allah. Muslims are brainwashed to such an extent that they are unable to recognize any moral, cultural, and family bounds. The following Quranic verses prove my point. Believers, do not take your fathers or your brothers for a guide if they love disbelief rather than belief. Whosoever of you takes them for guides are the harm-doers. Q. 9.23. Say, if your fathers, your sons, your brothers, your wives, your tribes, the property you have acquired, the merchandise you fear will not be sold, and the homes you love, are dearer to you than Allah, His Messenger, and the struggling for His way, then wait until Allah shall bring His command. Allah does not guide the evildoers. Q. 9.24. Muhammad's demand to be recognized as a prophet was so strong that in the above two verses Allah tells the believers to treat their own parents, children, and relatives as enemies if they do not believe in Islam. Preaching intolerance, lack of concern and thanklessness towards one's own parents immediately disqualify Muhammad as a prophet and proves without doubt that he was a fake and brought no divine message from God. 1.8. Muhammad's miracles. According to Islamic traditional sources, Muhammad had performed many miracles. He could multiply bread, Bukhari, 5.59.428, produce water for an army for ablution from a small pot, Bukhari, 1.4.170, 1.4.194, 1.7.340, 4.56.779, Muslim, 30.5656-9, multiplied dates, Bukhari, 4.56.780, split the moon in two parts, Bukhari, 4.56.831, 4.56.832, 5.58.208, 5.58.209, 6.60.388-91. Once he invoked Allah to bless the inhabitants of Medina with rain, and following this there was rain for 7 days until the valleys flooded, Bukhari 8.73.115. He visited the towns of jinns and some jinns converted to Islam, Muslim, 26,559. Once he struck a huge solid rock and the rock became like sand, Bukhari, 5.59.427. Once he fought with a big demon and subdued him, Bukhari, 1.9.450. When companions of Muhammad departed from him on a dark night, they were led by two lights like lamps, Allah's magic light, lighting the way in front of them till they reached their houses. Bukhari, 1.9.454, 4.56.833, and the list goes on. The moon-splitting miracle is amazing. When Muhammad called Meccans to accept him as a prophet, the Meccans requested him to show them a miracle. Therefore he showed them the splitting of the moon. When the moon was split, a piece of the moon went towards the mountain. Afterwards this part remained over the mountain, and the other part went beyond the mountain. The two parts of the moon remained apart during the whole lifetime of the prophet. The miracle of the cave is another wonder of Allah which is related to the concerning in hiding in the cave of Thor. The miracle is that none of these things were there when the prophet and his companion entered the cave, and that thereafter, the spider hurried to weave its cobwebs, the two pigeons to build their nest and to lay their eggs, and the tree to grow its branches around the door. Many biographers of Muhammad like Ibn Hisham and Hakel exclude the story. In the same connection, the following verses of the Quran were revealed. If you the people do not help Muhammad, then know that God will. For God helped him when the unbelievers drove him out, and he and his companion hid in the cave. At that time, the Prophet said to his companion, "Grieve not, for God is with us." It was then that God sent down his peace upon him and assisted him with hosts invisible that the word of God might be supreme and that of the unbelievers might be repudiated. God is almighty and all-wise. Q. 9.40. When the unbelievers plotted to imprison you, to kill you or to banish you, God planned on your behalf, and he is the best of planners. Q. 8.30. Then, there is a sword miracle also. It is recorded in Sahih Muslim, 30.5665, that once when Muhammad was sleeping under a tree, someone took hold of his sword to attack him. Muhammad woke up and found him standing upon his head, and he had hardly become alert, and saw that the sword was in his hand. The man said, "Who can protect you from me?" Muhammad said, "Allah." The attacker remained stand still and the sword refused to obey him. Muhammad's alleged night journey to heaven, Miraj in Arabic, is equally fascinating like moon split. One night while Muhammad was sleeping, the Gabriel woke him up. There was a white animal, half mule, half donkey, with wings on its sides with which it propelled its feet, putting down each forefoot at the limit of its sight. By seeing an opportunity Muhammad jumped on it. Gabriel, Muhammad, and this funny-looking divine creature, called Al-Buraq, cruised to heaven by way of Jerusalem. At the temple in Jerusalem, Muhammad found Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, along with a company of prophets. Muhammad acted as their imam in prayer. Gabriel took Muhammad up to each of the heavens till the seventh heaven. Muhammad received royal treatment in each of the heavens because he was the messenger of Allah. The night journey is firmly embedded in the Islamic consciousness to such a degree that it serves as the foundation of Islamic claim to Jerusalem as one of the holy cities of Islam. In various Muslim traditional sources, cited Sheikh, 1999, p. 13, 14, Schimmel, 1985, p. 150-51, Andrei, 1955, p. 35, Dasti, 1985, p. 2, Mahmud, 1978, p. 39, there are many amazing claims about Muhammad, which are as follows. 1. Muhammad claimed that he was created from a divine light. Allah first created the light of Muhammad, out of which he then proceeded to create everything which constitutes this world. 2. When Muhammad was born, the whole house was filled with light, the stars in the sky bowed to such an extent as if they are about to fall on the earth, the angels started singing, the idols everywhere fell on their faces, and fire worshippers in Persia and India noticed that their temple hearth, which had been lit for 1,000 years, turned ice cold. A lake of Persia was flooded, which caused the palace of Khosroes, the king of Persia, to crack. 3. Muhammad was born circumcised and detached from the umbilical cord, and there was no pollution on his body at the time of birth, as is the case with every human baby. 4. Muhammad was a prophet when the body and soul of Adam were still in the making. The only purpose of the above stunning claims is to prove that Muhammad was a chosen prophet of Allah before his birth and he was born guided. In fact, his prophethood was established even before Adam was created. God made an agreement with all the future prophets, and under this agreement all the future prophets accepted and acknowledged Muhammad as the final prophet and also told their follower to believe in him. It is said that when Amina, Muhammad's mother, was pregnant with Muhammad, she heard a voice tell her, "You are pregnant with the Lord of this people, and when he is born, say I put him in the care of the one from the evil of every envier, then call him Muhammad." Sometimes Amina would see a light shining from her belly by which she could make out the castles of Syria. Aslan, 2006, 19. No doubt, the above miracle claims are great if looked through the spectacle of blind faith. Blind faith or blind belief is something felt by the mind, which distinguishes the judgment from the frictions of the imagination. Hume, 1992, p. 42. But let us see how they look like through the spectacle of science, reason, and logic. 1.8.1 Refuting the claims of Muhammad's miracles. All these miracles were attributed to Muhammad so as to make him look saintly. These are all fabrications by his sycophant followers. There are many miracles which were claimed by Muhammad himself, which no one but he could verify, and many contemporary Muslims doubted them because some of these miracles are so ridiculous that they are hardly more than childish jokes, and Muhammad proved himself to be a laughing stock. It is recorded in Quran that the pagan Meccans repeatedly asked Muhammad to perform a miracle so that they could believe him. They say, "We will not believe in you until you make a spring gush from the earth for us, or, until you own a garden of palms and vines and cause rivers to gush forth with abundant water in them, or, until you cause the sky to fall upon us in pieces, as you have claimed, or, as a surety bring Allah with the angels in front, or, until you possess an ornate house of gold, or ascend into the heavens, and we will not believe in your ascension until you have brought down for us a book which we can read." Q. 17.90-93. So Allah performed a miracle for him, which was witnessed by Meccans. After all, Allah's miracles are not jokes. With Allah's divine help, Muhammad performed the following miracle. We don't know how many Meccans were really impressed by this miracle. According to an old tradition, cited Walker, 2002, p. 220, when the Meccans demanded Muhammad to prove his divine mission by making a mountain move, Muhammad replied that only Allah has the power to do that. However, by repeated demands from Meccans, Muhammad thought of giving it a try. Turning to the direction of Mount Safa, Muhammad commanded it to come to him, but with much embarrassment to Muhammad, nothing happened. Then Muhammad exclaimed, "Allah is compassionate. Had it come, it would have caused an earthquake or fallen upon us to our destruction. I will therefore go to the mountain instead, and thank God for his mercy." Surprisingly, when Muslims read the story with the spectacle of faith, they see a miracle in it. Then again, some Meccans asked Muhammad to send Gabriel or some other angel to them so that they can believe Muhammad. "O Muhammad, if an angel had been sent with thee to speak to men about thee and to be seen with thee." By seeing Muhammad in trouble, Allah came for his rescue and replied in a revelation, Q. 6.9, that in order to send an angel, he would have had to make him appear as a man, and that would have left the non-believers back where they have started. Spencer, 2006, p. 75. Allah also consoled Muhammad, telling him that before him many other prophets were mocked. They say, "Why is not an angel sent down to him? If we did send down an angel, the matter would be settled at once, and no respite would be granted them." Q. 6.8. If we had made him an angel, we would have given him the resemblance of a man, and would have as such confused them with that in which they are already confused. Q. 6.9. Other messengers have been mocked before you. But those who scoffed at them were encompassed by that they had mocked. Q. 6.10. Messengers before thee, indeed, were mocked, but that whereat they mocked surrounded those who scoffed at them. Q. 21.41. The Meccans again wanted to know why there was no miracle if Allah was so powerful. Muhammad was comparing himself to Moses and Jesus. Both of them were visited by angels and did miracles. Why Muhammad could not? The Meccans disputed his claims and mocked him mercilessly, saying his religion was a forgery, a counterfeit as recorded in Quran. Or do they say, he has forged it? Say, to them then, produce 10 forged chapters like it. Call, if you are able, upon other than Allah, if what you say is true. Q. 11.13. Throughout the pages of the Quran at least 20 times, his clan accused him of being the only prophet who couldn't do a miracle. Muhammad's inefficiency in producing even a single miracle is well recorded by his biographer, Muhammad Hussein Haykal. In this biography, The Life of Muhammad, published originally 1933, Haykal, 1976, Chapter 5, wrote that Abu Lahab and Abu Sufyan, two noblemen of Quraysh, repeatedly asked Muhammad to perform some miracles. They asked, "Why don't you change Mount Safa and Mount Marwa into gold? Why don't you cause the book of which you speak so much to fall down from heaven already written? Why don't you cause Gabriel to appear to all of us and speak to us as he spoke to you? Why don't you resurrect the dead and remove these mountains which bound and enclose the city of Mecca? Why don't you cause a water fountain to spring whose water is sweeter than that of Zamzam, knowing how badly your town needs the additional water supply?" They challenged him to do as much as Moses or Jesus had done. The unbelievers did not stop at these demands for miracles. In ridicule, the Meccans asked, "Why doesn't your God inform you of the market prices of the future in order to help you and us in the trade of the morrow?" All these questions and demands were answered once and for all by revelation. God commanded Muhammad, "Say, I have no power whatever to bring advantage or avoid disadvantage. What God wills, that will happen. If it were given me to tell the future, I would have used such knowledge to my own advantage. But I am only a man sent to warn you, and a messenger to convey a divine message that you may believe." Q. 7.188. The fact is that Muhammad never wanted to be a miracle worker simply because he could not perform miracle. But he claimed the title of prophet and accepted the fact that, as Bukhari 6.61.504, recorded, every prophet before him was given miracles because of which people believed them. The pagan Meccans could not be blamed for troubling Muhammad for demanding at least one miracle. From other parts of Arabia, there were many charlatans who claimed to be God's messenger. They had at their disposal magic tricks which they presented as proof of their divine mission. One of them was Musaylima, who had a sizable following from his own tribe. He used to run up and down the country, showing a flask with a narrow neck, in which he had inserted an egg which he had learned from a Persian juggler. This was his miracle. He also recited rhymed sentences that he passed of as verses of a second Quran, Waraq, 2000, pages 145-6. This proves how much it was necessary for a man to make some tricks as miracle to promote himself to the rank of a prophet. The claims in traditional Islamic sources that Muhammad was a chosen prophet of Allah before his birth and hence he was born guided were fake publicities. The fact is that Muhammad had been fathered by an idolater and his mother was a pagan woman. Muhammad received his first revelation when he was meditating in a desert cave called Hira at the age of 40. Till that time he knew nothing about Quran. If he was born guided, why he wasted 40 years of life and thus knowingly neglected Allah's command? In fact, Muhammad was not much religious before he claimed the title of a prophet. Before he immigrated to Medina, he did not even know that Jews and Christians have serious theological differences. Armstrong, 2006, p. 15. He assumed that Jews and Christians belong to a single faith. Obviously, Muhammad had a religion till the age of 40 and this could not be anything but the faith of his forefather. If he was born guided, how Allah allowed it? After all, Allah is supposed to be all-knowing. A hadith from Sahih Muslim is as below. Jabir b. Samura reported Allah's messenger as saying, "I recognize the stone in Mecca which used to pay me salutations before my advent as a prophet, and I recognize that even now." Muslim, 35,654. From the above hadith, it is obvious that Muhammad used to visit the Kaaba before his prophethood, when 360 statues were worshipped by different Arab tribes. So, if for worshipping the statues, the non-believers are roasting in hell, Muhammad is also roasting in hell with them. Similarly, the angels started singing and the idols everywhere fell on their faces, and fires of all fire worshippers in Persia and India became cold, a lake flooded which caused a palace to crack at the birth of Muhammad are very childlike claims. No historian had ever recorded the songs sung by angels or idols fall or fire became cold. If something extraordinary had happened, we knew about them in history books. Also, if Muhammad was really such a great miracle worker, why he could not perform a single miracle in front of the Meccans. Muslims claim that Muhammad was born detached from the umbilical cord cannot be true. Umbilical cord is the only source of supplying nourishment and an unborn baby cannot stay alive in the womb without being attached to it. If this fable was true, Muhammad would have lived without food and water after birth, but he did need food and water like everybody else. The story of pregnant Amina is equally nonsense. If she had really witnessed any such divine occurrence, she would have taken much care of Muhammad by herself instead of giving him to a nurse Halima. In sum, there was not a single miracle to prove Muhammad's claim of prophethood. There were no healings, walking on water, parting seas, raising folks from the dead or feeding multitudes. There are no fulfilled prophecies, like the exacting and detailed predictions that biblical prophets routinely made to demonstrate their divine authority. But the most troubling part about our absolute reliance on Muhammad's testimony that he and his Quran were divinely inspired is that Muhammad's character was as deficient, and his life was as despicable, as anyone who has ever lived. These miracles attributed to Muhammad are later additions. The traditions concerning Muhammad were written down in Baghdad not before centuries following Muhammad's death. Till that time, they were oral traditions which rested entirely in the memory of those who have handed them down. Many myths were invented and added to these oral traditions in an attempt to make Muhammad appear messianic. The Muslim scholars who fabricated those miracles had well-defined agendas and they had a practical and selfish reason to do so. By the time Muhammad started preaching, Christianity was a well-established religion. The very idea that Islam might be a new religion was unthinkable to Christians and they took Muslims as theological deviants. Fletcher, pages 17-8. But with time, Islam appeared as a religious rivalry to Christianity. So the Muslim scholars tried their best to make Muhammad look as godly as that of Jesus, otherwise they would be out of business. As a result, since the Gospels proclaimed that Christ was the light of the world, so Muslims contrived Allah first created the light of Muhammad, out of which Allah then proceeded to create everything which constitutes this world. They even demanded that Muhammad's body emitted luminous waves rendering him visible in thickest darkness. One night this miraculous light enabled Aisha to find a needle she has lost. Also, Muhammad produced no shadow. Warwick, 2000, p. 171. Similarly, the story of pregnant Amina is remarkably similar to the Christian story of Mary, who, when pregnant with Jesus, heard the angel of the Lord declare, "You will be with child and will give birth to a son, and you are to give him the name Jesus. He will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High." Luke, 1:30-132. Similarly, the story of Ba'ira, a Christian monk, is said to have recognized in Muhammad the signs of a prophet, was borrowed from Jewish scriptures. It resembles the Jewish story of Samuel, 1 Samuel 16:1-13. Believing in fictitious and historically worthless tales is worse than unknowing the truth. There was another reason: those miracles were fabricated. Since everything associated with Muhammad was demonic rather than divine and Quran could not stand by its own merit. Muslim scholars choose to deceive others by fraudulent means to keep the falsehood of Islam alive and steady going. The bread and butter of the Muslim scholars and clerics come from the business of Islam. So Islam should survive. At least, those lies, though ridiculous and childish, provided their prophet with some impression of credibility which was sufficient to attract the feeble-minded people. These Muslim scholars pass the story on to next generation and thereafter. Soon it takes on a life of its own and becomes more colorful with time and enters the realm of folklore, myth, and legend. Ultimately it is accepted by the mainstream Muslims as authentic. Today, the legend of Muhammad appears like a ridiculous collection of absurd fables, and in the worst style. According to Kennedy, 2007, p. 22, these fables are so contradictory and inconsistent that we cannot be certain for anything, even the very existence of Muhammad was questioned. According to Quran, the only miracle associated with Muhammad was the revelation of the Quranic surahs themselves. But the satanic verses incident even refuted this Quranic claim as already discussed earlier. Quran is the only religious book which is expected to be read and recite in Arabic only. It's not necessary to understand the meaning of a single word. In Quran there is a large number of contradictions and inaccuracies, and grammatical, historical, scientific, numerical and ethical errors. This book is haphazardly written. There is no chronology, no chapters of definite subject/matters. Often the verses are unrelated to other. No chapter deals with a particular subject matter. A whole chapter is a mixture of many subjects at random. It is utter stupidity to believe that this book is from God. Similarly, if Muhammad had been involved in a miracle, or could do one, all he would have had to do to silence his critics was to explain the ones that had taken place, or simply summon his God's power to perform one. But no. He failed miserably. 1.9, Conclusion. Walker, 2002, p. 311, lamented that there is not only a lack of understanding between Islam and the West but also a lack of a desire to understand. But Walker does not tell us this lack of understanding and a lack of a desire to understand is on whose part. Are Muslims misunderstanding the Western critics, or it is the Western critics who are at fault? If Western critics say, Islam is an alien, aggressive, and fanatical faith, should we accuse those critics for their lack of understanding and a lack of a desire to understand? Or, should we appreciate these critics for their correct understanding? If we want to study Christianity, we cannot do it without learning about Jesus Christ. Similarly, we cannot think about studying Buddhism by ignoring Lord Buddha, and Jainism without Mahavira Jain. Likewise, if we want to understand Islam, we have to read about Muhammad. The greatness of the leader depends upon the quality of the followers. A poisonous tree produces poisonous fruits. A psychopath murderer cannot teach nonviolence like Gandhi. R. Experience shows, a Christian or Buddhist or Hindu, with deep and sincere religious devotion, can become one Mother Teresa, Dalai Lama, or Gandhi. But in Islam, we see leaders like Ayatollah Khomeini, Osama bin Laden, Ahmadinejad, Mullah Omar, etc. We cannot say Dalai Lama, Mother Teresa, or Gandhi is more religious and more sincere than Osama bin Laden, Ahmadinejad, or Mullah Omar. The argument is about something else. What are the teachings and demands of that religious group and the founder of that group? Let's compare few words of Muhammad, Allah, and Quran with that of other religious leaders/doctrines. Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Luke 23:34. And slay them wherever ye find them, and drive them out of the places whence they drove you out. Q. 2.191. If anyone strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. Matthew 5.39. I will instill terror into the hearts of the unbelievers. Q. 8.12. For he who insults you, Muhammad, will be cut off. Q. 108.3. Love your enemies and pray those who persecute you. Matthew 5.44. Let your mind be filled with love. Your pain shall be sent far away, and peace shall come to your home. Sri Guru Granth Sahib. Lust, anger, and greed are the three gates of hell leading to the downfall, or bondage, of the individual. Therefore, one must learn to give up these three. Bhagavad Gita, 16.21. Make ready for them all thou canst of armed force and of horses tethered, that thereby ye may dismay the enemy of Allah and your enemy, and others beside them whom ye know not. Q. 8.60. If anyone desires a religion other than Islam, submission to Allah, never will it be accepted of him, and in the hereafter he will be in the ranks of those who have lost. Q. 3.85. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. Bhagavad Gita, 2.71. And know that whatever ye take as spoils of war, lo, a fifth thereof is for Allah, and for the messenger and for the kinsman, who hath need. Q. 8.41. You shall find peace, doing seva, selfless service, Sri Guru Granth Sahib. The Supreme Lord said, fearlessness, purity of the inner psyche, perseverance in the yoga of self-knowledge, charity, sense restraint, sacrifice, study of the scriptures, austerity, honesty, nonviolence, truthfulness, absence of anger, renunciation, calmness, abstinence from malicious talk, compassion for all creatures, freedom from greed, gentleness, modesty, absence of fickleness, splendor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, absence of malice, and absence of pride. These are the 26 qualities of those endowed with divine virtues. Bhagavad Gita, 16.1-3. In the midst of this world, do seva, and you shall be given a place of honor in the court of the Lord. Sri Guru Granth Sahib. How many a township have we destroyed? As a raid by night, or while they slept at noon, our terror came unto them. Q. 7.4. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Bhagavad Gita, 2.47. Does there still exist a lack of understanding and a lack of a desire to understand? Today, instead of talking about Islamic terrorism, should we be more concerned about Buddhist terrorism or Jain terrorism? Taslim Nasrin's and Solomon Rushdie's books were banned because it would hurt the feelings of certain group of people. Is there a lack of understanding if we say Quran should be banned because it offends the feelings of the whole non-Muslim world? Practically everything associated with Muhammad was decidedly unprophet-like. Whereas all other religious leaders preached love and brotherhood, talked about life, freedom and purification of soul and spiritual upbringing, Muhammad focused on hate, violence, and punishment. In his religion, war was elevated as a supreme religious duty. He approved plunder, incest, pedophilia, thievery, lying, assassination, genocide, and rape in the name of God. Paradise is no way better than a brothel and hell is a torture chamber. Muhammad was so spiritually deprived that he could not see anything beyond earthly pleasures even after death, leave aside any moral upbringing and purification of the soul. It is really surprising that today more than 1 billion Muslims put their blind trust on this 7th century criminal, whose life was an example of what not to do, rather than how to behave. His God is an ungodly God. This God is so ridiculous that he is ready to bribe man with the paradisiacal luxuries, and if man does not fall for it, he frightens human beings with the most sadistic torture of hell. Yet this stupid God, Allah, calls himself independent, absolute, and disinterested. Such a God is nothing but a clever myth invented by Muhammad. With this invention, Muhammad declared Allah as a real master and himself as his humble servant. This way he fooled the people by personalizing his authority in the name of God and imposed his dictatorship on them. In theory, Muslims are following Allah's guidance, but in practice, they are offering their blind obedience to Muhammad. With all these revelations, Allah slowly moved away into the background, leaving the front seat to Muhammad. The authority of the Quran is unquestionable and it leads to hell. Allah is very specific on this matter. Quran says, O believers! Do not ask questions about things that if revealed to you, may cause you trouble. But if you ask a question about something when the Quran is being revealed, it will be made known to you. Allah has forgiven you what you did to date. Allah is forgiving, forbearing. Q. 5.101. Some people before you did ask such questions and later lost their faith because of those very things. Q. 5.102. The following hadith confirms Allah's warning. I heard the Prophet say, Allah has hated you for asking too many questions. Bukhari, 2.24.555. The above two verses prove that Allah is an imaginary God. Why Muslims are not allowed to ask questions about the Quranic revelations? The answer is simple. If Muslims start asking questions, the imposture of Muhammad will be exposed and Islam will fall. As Sina, 2008, p. 6, lamented. Muslims are genuinely incapable of questioning Islam. They dismiss every doubt and consider things that are incomprehensible as test of God. To pass that test and to prove their faith, all they have to do is believe in every nonsense and absurdity unquestioningly. By revealing those two verses in the guise of Allah, Muhammad had banished reasoning from the kingdom of faith, making fanaticism the foundation of his doctrine. Anyone who questioned Muhammad's authority had been mercilessly killed. Truth and logic are two biggest enemies of Islam. As Toland, cited Gunny, 1996 p. 168, wrote, Muhammad clearly saw that the spirit of inquiry would not favor him. This is how Islam maintained itself. Muhammad recommended blind faith without question and absolute obedience, because of his inability to teach the faith intelligibly. Dasti, cited Warwick, 1995 p.4, mentioned, belief can blunt human reason and common sense. This is how the Prophet of Islam succeeded and his religion survived for more than 14 centuries. He had done whatever he liked in the name of Allah because all his actions counted as the divine will. He claimed that he had no choice but to act accordingly. Thus, whatever may happen to the others, Muhammad always remained blameless. But at the same time he was never capable to prove his claim of prophethood but still was not ready to give up his claim. There are more than sufficient proofs that he was a false prophet but there is not a single proof of his prophethood. Muhammad's strong dominance urge motivated him to rise above his fellow beings. He sought distinction by imposing his will on others. A book like Quran was essential for him to achieve his goal. The psychologists say that the most effective way of securing dominance is by arousing someone's fear. The second one is favor. Whatever man does, he does out of fear or to gain favor. Muhammad very skillfully exploited man's psychological mechanism, which consists of fear and favor. In Islam the very idea of heaven and hell is based on this. Quran repeatedly told Muslims to fear God. While other religions like Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism took a straight path, Islam proliferated in a wrong direction. This is because the defining core belief of Islam is wrong. It is nothing but the paranoid delusion and hallucination of an ordinary early medieval unlettered Arab businessman. Putting such vain self-delusion on a par with the profound insights of a Christ, a Shankaracharya, a Buddha, a Confucius, a Mahavira Jain, a Laozi, or a Socrates, is plainly absurd. The words like lack of understanding and a lack of a desire to understand are simply eyewash. The basic truth is that in Islam everything is fake. The God is a fake, the Prophet is a fake and God's message is also a fake. The critics of Islam know it very well. Chapter 2, Muhammad's Hallucinations. Nothing is too wonderful to be true. Michael Faraday, 1791–1867. But we also know how cruel the truth is, and we wonder whether delusion is not more consoling. Henry Poincare, 1854–1912. 2.1, The Mystery of Cave Hira. Due to some unknown reasons, Muhammad loved the seclusion of a cave in Hira. Tabari, 6:67, recorded that loneliness became dear to Muhammad and he used to seclude himself in the cave where he would engage in the Ta'annuth, pagan religious rites performed in Ramadan that included fasting, worship for a number of nights before returning to Khadija and getting provisions for a like period. Muhammad's this type of behavior was not normal. After all, he was a family man. His wife was rich. He could get his desired seclusion in his home to practice his religious rituals like many other Meccans. If God is everywhere, then why the privacy of a cave was essential? He was not much religious till the time he was visited by the angel Gabriel inside the cave. Were these religious rituals actually lame excuses? Cave Hira is no more than 3.5 meter by 1.5 meter in length and width, Sina, 2008, p.154. This is the size of small toilet. What Muhammad used to do in this small space? Since he liked loneliness, then it is obvious that he used to close the small entrance of this cave. Few days and night deep and pointless thinking, not having proper food and water, lack of oxygen inside the cave, mental fatigue. Does this entire thing cause a hallucination? Was it his initial stage of madness? This is a possibility we cannot ignore. 2.2 The strange subconscious mind. It is beyond doubt that Muhammad was sincere in his claim. He had a deep and genuine religious conviction, which proved his sincerity. As Toynbee, 1935 p. 468, wrote, Muhammad actually thought that he was sacrificing his worldly prospects. He cannot have suspected that he was on the road to making his worldly fortune. But sincerity is not a proof. Some people may sincerely believe in the existence of ghosts, whereas others may sincerely disbelieve in it. If someone's sincerity can be taken as a proof, then whose sincerity is to be taken into account? Muhammad was not the first person who claimed to have received messages from God. Throughout the history of mankind there are literally hundreds of thousands of people, who declared themselves as spokesmen of God. Even today, in the mental hospitals and in cult scene, we can find many mentally disordered and strange people who likewise believe to be regular recipients of messages from some unknown divine sources. They are sincere in their declaration and they are honest in their claim. Often those people manage to make others believe in their claims too. Many of them set themselves up as cult leaders, revered by a group of followers as their direct telephone line to God or the spirit world. The human mindset is strange. If we dip into psychology textbooks we will find hundreds perfectly bona fide cases of people who in a state of hallucination hear things and see visions. Often they do not agree that these are hallucinations and claim quite genuinely that they have never to have seen or heard before. But an objective study of their cases shows that these are simply fresh associations produced by the unconscious working on things which have been seen or heard but forgotten. Sagan, 1997, p. 131, has the same view as he wrote. Snatches of song or foreign languages, images, events that we witnessed, stories that we overheard in childhood can be accurately recalled decades later without any conscious memory of how they get into our heads. Before we proceed further, it is intended to discuss a bit on conscious and subconscious mind. We know something about our conscious mind, as we can make certain presumptions about our consciousness. Consciousness is the fact of the awareness of our thinking, feeling, and doing. These conscious acts are sometimes termed as conscious mind. The conscious mind represents only 10% of the total capacity of the human brain. It sleeps when the person sleeps. It is more logical and is focused in terms of activity on the left-hand side of the brain for the majority of people. Similarly, certain acts are performed without conscious awareness. They arise from the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind represents 90% of the total capacity of the human brain. It is focused on the right-hand side of the brain. Subconscious mind is the sum total of our past experiences. What we feel, think, or do forms the basis of our experience. These experiences are stored in the form of subtle impressions in our subconscious mind. Some scientists say that the subconscious mind stores all possible experiences. The subconscious mind is awake when we are asleep. These impressions often interact or commingle with one another and give a strange outcome. On coming with contact with certain external factors, the necessary conditions are fulfilled and these subtle impressions surface in their manifest form. Often this resultant impression is so strange that the person himself cannot recognize it, and then he thinks that it is generated from an external source. As Tompkins, 1995, p. 55, call it, there are many ways of knowing anything. False memories are so strong that they often replace reality. The genius of the unconscious mind had fascinated the poets, philosophers, and psychologists alike. According to Tallis, 2002, p. 5, the ancient intellectuals fully accepted the existence of an unconscious mind, but they had no logical explanation for this. However, the present-day psychologists had discovered that the strange performances of subconscious mind are not at all supernatural or divine as it was thought to be, but purely natural and earthly. It was Sigmund Freud, who for the first time denied any supernatural basis of subconscious mind, and hence his work was pretty original. Talvatai, 2006, p. 34. Zarksky, 2004, pages 15 to 40, also noted that Freud's idea on unconscious differed to a great extent from those of his contemporaries. Freud also created a consistent system, through which the human actions could be interpreted in terms of subconscious aims and memories, and with this help the psychic disorders can be treated. In a brief, Freud put forward the idea that psychic disorders are related to subconscious mind. Dostoevsky embraced the mystery of subconscious in his novels, Talvatai, 2006, p. 32, and in Homer's poems, the unconscious appears as an internal mechanism that receives the wishes of God. Claxton, 2004, p. 61. This is perfectly normal. When the confused person cannot find any logical explanation, often thoughts of God, divinity, spirituality, heaven, hell, certain end of the world, divine mission, etc. comes to his mind. By mistake he may take it as a sign of some kind of enlightenment. On top of this, if the person is illiterate and superstitious, the chances are more that he would fool himself more easily. This very self-assurance of being enlightened may make the person a saint or a monster, as in the case of Muhammad and many similar cult leaders. Such was the case with Muhammad. His unconscious mind had played a trick on him. Being illiterate and superstitious, he could not find a logical explanation. Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel is strangely very similar to the experience of one of his close friend Hassan bin Thabit. Hassan came to write poetry under the influence of a female jinni. MacDonald, cited Zwamer, 1908, pages 126-7, wrote. She met him in one of the streets of Medina, leapt upon him, pressed him down and compelled him to utter 3 verses of poetry. Thereafter he was a poet, and his verses came to him, from the direct inspiration of the jinn. He refers himself to his brothers of the jinn who weave for him artistic words, and tells how weighty lines have been sent down to him from heaven. There is an extraordinary parallel between the terms used in the story of Hassan's encounter with a female jinni and the accounts of Muhammad's first revelations. The expressions Hassan used are exactly those used of the sending down, that is, revelation of the Quran. Did Muhammad's diseased mind played a trick with him and recapture Hassan's story and passed it as of his own subconsciously? Muhammad himself, his wife Khadija and Muhammad's early followers mistook Muhammad's hallucination as a spiritual experience. We cannot blame those 7th century Arabs for their mistake. It was the parlance of the day. But today, in these days of science, we can certainly find out the true nature of Muhammad's enlightenment. Fraud was a hardcore atheist, Gay, 1987 p. 37. This is one of the reasons. His view on unconscious certainly did not incorporate any hidden religious agenda and based his theory totally on the philosophy of science. Unfortunately, this was not the case for those early followers of Muhammad. 2.3 A logical explanation of Muhammad's mystic experience. How often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Sherlock Holmes in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's The Sign of Four. Undoubtedly, Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel was either a conscious fabrication or a hallucination. The hadith which had documented Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel in a cave logically cannot be true. Any sensible reader will find a flaw in Muhammad's claim. Bukhari recorded. Narrated Aisha, the truth descended upon him while he was in the cave of Hira. The angel came to him and asked him to read. The Prophet replied, I do not know how to read. The Prophet added, the angel caught me, forcefully, and pressed me so hard that I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read, and I replied, I do not know how to read. Thereupon he caught me again and pressed me a second time till I could not bear it any more. He then released me and again asked me to read, but again I replied, I do not know how to read, or what shall I read? Thereupon he caught me for the third time and pressed me, and then released me and said, read in the name of your Lord, who has created all that exists, has created man from a clod. Read. And your Lord is the most generous. Q. 96.1, 96.2, 96.3. Then Allah's apostle returned with the inspiration and with his heart beating severely. Bukhari, 1.1.3. Now the most distressing questions are: 1. The angel did not introduce himself as Gabriel. Then how did Muhammad know that it was really Gabriel? 2. Why the Gabriel did not know that Muhammad was illiterate? 3. Why Allah did not tell him? Did Allah forget? Is it possible for God to forget? 4. How Gabriel could be aggressive to Muhammad repeatedly, the dearest messenger of Allah. It is recorded in the Quran, 33.56, that Muhammad was so close to Allah that even Allah showered praises on Muhammad and the angels saluted him. There was no eyewitness of the above incident. Later on, several times Gabriel visited Muhammad, but nobody else had ever seen this supernatural creature. In fact, Muhammad could not give a single proof of existence of his Allah and Gabriel. If Gabriel existed, at least someone would have seen him or heard him. A real experience can be shared by others, but not a hallucinatory experience or well-fabricated experience. But luck favored Muhammad, and at least some people around him could not see the fallacy of his story and accepted him as a prophet, and Muhammad started his divine business of Islam. The vision in the cave Hira is interpreted differently by different critics. Some believe it was Satan himself who visited Muhammad in the guise of Gabriel. But leaving aside an assumption based on superstition, it might be a command which emanated from Muhammad's own subconscious, as Walker, 2002, p. 97, puts forward his argument. Possibly Muhammad's own subconscious commanded him to read and study the books of Jews and Christians, whose scribes had been given pens to write down the truth of God's dispensation in their scriptures, which the Arabs lacked. There is another point which is worth mentioning. The first revelation which Muhammad received in the cave Hira was a representation of an ancient Semitic tradition of revelation. Sheikh, 1995, p. 4. Moses mediated between God and man and narrated the story of a burning bush which, though burnt, suffered no consumption at all. Exodus, 3.2. It was the genius of Moses who realized that it was God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob under whose glory such an uncanny event was taking place. Moses did not forget to tell his people that he did not want to be their leader but was acting under duress. Moses told God that he was not willing to be the divine viceroy owing to his stammer and lack of eloquence. Exodus, 4.10. However, he agreed to carry the yoke of authority because his attitude infuriated the Lord. Thus Moses had no choice but to become God's viceroy and announce that God had sent him to his people. This way he first finds a God for the people, then appoints himself as God's messenger to enforce certain commands in the name of his God. Now let us re-examine Muhammad's mystic experience in the cave Hira. In all possibility, a command originated from his subconscious mind to read and study, which mixed up with the amazing story of Hassan and took the model of the Semitic tradition of revelation of Moses. These impressions interacted and commingled with one another and took a strange shape and surfaced in its manifest form as a vivid hallucination. This resultant impression was so strong that Muhammad himself could not recognize it, and then he superstitiously thought that it was generated from an external supernatural source, Allah. Hallucinations may occur to perfectly normal people in perfectly ordinary circumstances. Prolonged fasting, sleeplessness and sensory deprivation, epileptic seizures, or migraine headaches are the major causes of hallucination. Hallucinations are often felt as real experiences. They are sought out in many cultures and considered a sign of spiritual enlightenment. There are countless instances in the world's religions where patriarchs, prophets, or saviors repair themselves in desert or mountain and, assisted by hunger and sensory deprivation, encounters gods or demons. Psychedelic-induced religious experiences were a hallmark of the Western youth culture of the 1960s. This experience is often described respectfully by the words such as transcendent, numinous, sacred, and holy. Sagan, 1997, p. 105. There are various signs and symptoms of hallucination. One of the most common is rigid muscles. Muscle stiffness, rigidity, often occurs in the limbs and neck. Sometimes the stiffness can be so severe that it limits the size of the movements and causes severe pain and suffocation. Admin, 2010. This perfectly explains why Muhammad's first divine experience was painful. Muhammad said that the angel caught him, forcefully, and pressed him so hard that he could not bear it anymore, which happened for 3 times. Actually, Muhammad felt difficulty in breathing, which he understood as being shocked by Gabriel. 2.4 Traditional Islamic sources on Muhammad's hallucination. Traditional Islamic sources give us enough evidences that Muhammad regularly hallucinated. Few examples are as follows. 1. Once during the childhood of Muhammad, 2 men in white clothes came to him with a golden basin full of snow. They took him and split open his body, took his heart and split it open and took out from it a black clod which they flung away. Then they washed his heart and his body with that snow until they made them pure. Ishaq, 72. 2. Magic was worked on Muhammad by a Jew, and he was bewitched so that he began to imagine doing things which in fact, he had not done. Bukhari, 7.71.661, 6.60.658, Muslim 26:5428. 3. One day 2 persons came to Muhammad in his dream. One of them asked the other, "What is the ailment of this man?" "He has been bewitched. He is under the spell of magic." "Who cast the magic spell?" "A Jew." "What material did he use?" "A comb, the hair knotted on it, and the outer skin of the pollen of the male date palm." Bukhari, 4.54.490, 7.71.658. 4. Once Umar asked Muhammad, "Tell me, what is the most amazing saying which your familiar spirit communicated to you?" Muhammad replied, "He came to me a month before Islam and said, 'Have you considered the jinn and the hopelessness and despair of their religion?'" Ishaq, 93. 5. Magic was worked on Allah's apostle so that he used to think that he had sexual relations with his wives while he actually had not. That is the hardest kind of magic as it has such an effect. Bukhari, 7.71.660. 6. The stem of a date palm tree used to cry like a pregnant she-camel, when a pulpit was placed upon it for Muhammad to give sermon till the time he got down from the pulpit and placed his hand over it. Bukhari, February 13, 41. 7. When Muhammad used to eat, he had seen the foods glorifying Allah. Bukhari, 4.56.779. 8. Muhammad had seen Gabriel with 600 wings. Bukhari, 6.60.380. Gabriel can also take the form of a human being. Bukhari, 4.56.827. 9. Once a tree informed Muhammad that the jinns heard the Quran. Bukhari, 5.58.199. 10. When Muhammad was in Mecca, the roof of his house was opened and Gabriel descended, opened his chest, and washed it with Zamzam water. Then he brought a golden tray full of wisdom and faith, and having poured its contents into his chest, He closed it, Bukhari, 1.8.345. 11. Once when Muhammad was offering prayer, Satan came in front of him and tried to interrupt his prayer, but Allah gave Muhammad an upper hand. He choked him. In his hallucination, Muhammad thought of tying the Satan to one of the pillars of the mosque till Muslims get up in the morning and see the Satan. But Allah made the Satan return with his head down, humiliated. Bukhari, 2.22.301. 12. In his hallucination, Muhammad had even seen the future. On the day of resurrection, the sun will come near, to the people, to such an extent that the sweat will reach up to the middle of the ears. So, when all the people are in that state, they will ask Adam for help, and then Moses, and when everyone is failed they will come to Muhammad. Bukhari, 2.24.553. 13. Muhammad heard the voices of the dead persons in their grave. Once Muhammad went through the graveyards of Medina and heard the voices of two humans who were being tortured in their graves. By hearing the conversation between two dead people, Muhammad said, "They are being punished, but they are not being punished because of a major sin, yet their sins are great. One of them used not to save himself from being soiled with the urine, and the other used to go about with calumnies, namima. Then Muhammad asked for a green palm tree leaf and split it into two pieces and placed one piece on each grave, saying, I hope that their punishment may be abated as long as these pieces of the leaf are not dried." Bukhari 8.7381. 14. When Muhammad looked at Allah, he saw Allah as a light. Muslim, 1-341, 342. 15. Muhammad saw the signs of Allah in a green screen covering the horizon. Bukhari, 6.60.381. 16. Muhammad saw the display of paradise and hell on the wall of a mosque facing the Kaaba. Bukhari, 1.12.716. 17. Muhammad could see in front and behind of him. Muslim, 4.853, 854, 855, 856. 18. Once Gabriel brought a kettle from which Muhammad ate and gained the power of sexual intercourse equal to 40 men. Ibn Said, Vol. 1. Modern critics like Warwick, 2000 p. 136, recorded that often while wandering around the lonely spots near Mecca he heard voices which said to him, "Good day, Apostle of God." He turned round, but saw nothing except trees and rocks. Another critic, Ali Dasti, cited in Islam Watch, 2007, wrote, "In the days before the appointment, whenever Muhammad walked beyond the houses of Mecca to relieve nature's demands, and as soon as the houses disappeared behind the bends in the path, a voice saying, 'Peace upon you, O Apostle of God,' rang out from every rock and tree that he passed. But when the Apostle looked to one side or the other, he did not see anybody. There were only rocks and trees around him." It is beyond doubt that Muhammad was suffering from severe hallucination, both auditory and visual. Most probably he was also suffering from schizophrenia. The Arabs used to think that magic had worked upon him. It does not reflect well on Muhammad. If magic can work upon him, it means Allah had failed to protect his messenger. Neither the stem of a palm tree can cry like a she-camel nor food can glorify Allah while being eaten. A creature with 600 wings is tough to imagine. Such a creature is less divine and more comical. It is not possible to open a chest and to wash it with Zamzam water or snow, and wisdom and faith can be poured into the chest and close it. Neither heart can be opened without surgery, nor snow is a good cleanser. Dead people cannot talk. Rocks are of course inanimate, and trees do not have vocal cords with which to utter feelings and thoughts. The story is so repugnant to reason that many later theologians and writers on the life of the Prophet disbelieved it and maintained that the voices were voices of angels. All these tales were believed by the 7th century Arabs, but today we know for certain that Muhammad was hallucinating. Muhammad's famous night journey, Al-Isra and Al-Miraj, to Jerusalem and then to heavens was either a hallucination or conscious fabrication. Barak, A white animal, half mule, half donkey, with wings on its sides carried Muhammad on her back. Muhammad and Gabriel went their way until they arrived at the temple at Jerusalem, where he found Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, along with a company of prophets, and he acted as their imam in prayer. After the prayer, Buraq took Muhammad to each of the heavens till the seventh heaven. Muhammad received royal treatment in each of the heavens because he was the messenger or Allah. Muslims go out of their way to beautify this stupid story and give some credibility to it. The stupidest part of the story is that when Muhammad allegedly visited the temple in Jerusalem, there was no temple in Jerusalem. About 6 centuries before al-Buraq took flight, the Romans had already destroyed it. By 70 AD not a single stone was left on another. According to Bible, the Temple of Solomon was built around 10th century BC. The Dome of the Rock was raised on the foundations of the Roman Temple of Jupiter in 691 AD. Al-Aqsa Mosque was constructed over a Roman basilica on the southern end of the Temple Mount by the Umayyads in 710 AD, Sina, 2008 p. 120. So if there were no temple, then which temple Muhammad visited, unless we conclude the whole incident was a hallucinatory experience? And then, what about the divine animal Buraq, the half-mule, half-donkey white animal with a human head? This Allah's divine transportation system has wings on its sides with which it propelled its feet, putting down each forefoot at the limit of its sight. Buraq does not resemble any animal known to mankind. Half-mule, half-donkey with a human head, what a poor and idiotic imagination. Such a creature, if ever existed, would resemble more to Muhammad himself than to anything else. In Islamic scriptures there is no shortage of stupidity. If Muhammad had some sense of good taste, he would have hallucinated something more beautiful. However, Muhammad had seen angels on his visit to heavens. The Egyptian Muslim scholar and historian, Haeckel, 1976, Chapter 8, describes Muhammad's heavenly experience as follows. The first heaven was of pure silver, and the stars suspended from its vault by chains of gold. In each one an angel lay awake to prevent the demons from climbing into the holy dwelling places and the spirits from listening indiscreetly to celestial secrets. This is the height of Islamic stupidity. All these nonsense used to fascinate the 7th century illiterate Arabs. Those illiterate early Muslims were superstitious and had believed all these rubbish, but today anyone with a little knowledge in astronomy will laugh at these bizarre tales. Haeckel continued with Muhammad's divine experience in different layers in the heaven. There in the first heaven Muhammad greeted Adam. And in the 6 other heavens the Prophet met Noah, Aaron, Moses, Abraham, David, Solomon, Idris, Enoch, Yahya, John the Baptist, and Jesus. He saw the angel of death, Azrael, so huge that his eyes were separated by 70,000 marching days. He commanded 100,000 battalions and passed his time in writing in an immense book the names of those dying or being born. He saw the angel of tears who wept for the sins of the world, the angel of vengeance with brazen face, covered with warts, who presides over the elements of fire and sits on a throne of flames, and another immense angel made up half of snow and half of fire, surrounded by a heavenly choir continually crying, O God, thou hast united snow and fire, united all thy servants in obedience to thy laws. The divine stupidity of Al-Miraj is again at its peak. The angel of death, angel of tears and angel of vengeance are the products of Muhammad's hallucination. Is it possible to imagine a creature made up half of snow and half of fire? In the 7th heaven, Muhammad saw such a creature, which a normal person with good mental health cannot even envision. Haeckel continues. In the 7th heaven, where the souls of the just resided, was an angel larger than the entire world, with 70,000 heads, each head had 70,000 mouths, each mouth had 70,000 tongues, and each tongue spoke in 70,000 different idioms, singing endlessly the praises of the Most High. It is difficult to visualize a creature like this. How Muhammad knew that the angel is larger than the world? How did he count the creature's number of heads, mouths, tongues, etc.? Why Allah created such a horrible creature? Is there any further doubt left on Muhammad's hallucination? After seeing the absurdities of Muhammad's night journey, many of Muhammad's followers left Islam. To save Muhammad from embracement, Allah revealed the following Quranic verse. When we said to you, indeed, your Lord encompasses all people. We did not make the vision which we showed to you, except to be a trial for people. Q. 17.60. This verse is too silly and practically it means nothing. Muhammad claimed to have visited a temple at Jerusalem which was destroyed long before him, and he claimed to have seen angels, gibberish creatures at heaven, but could not produce any witness, and Allah wants the Muslims to believe Muhammad without question because it is a test to them. Following quote from Ibn Ishaq shows that Muhammad's famous night journey was a hallucination. Abu Talib's daughter, said, Muhammad slept in my home that night after he prayed the final night prayer. A little before dawn he woke us, saying, O I went to Jerusalem. He got up to go out and I grabbed hold of his robe and laid bare his belly. I pleaded, O Muhammad, don't tell the people about this, for they will know you are lying and will mock you. Ishaq, 184. On certain occasions Muhammad entertained suicidal thoughts. Once when revelation stopped, Muhammad proceeded to climb a mountain and throw myself down and die. But Gabriel stopped him halfway up the mountain and proclaimed, O Muhammad, you are the messenger of Allah and I am Gabriel. Muhammad looked upwards and saw Gabriel in the form of a man putting his legs on the horizon. Gabriel repeated, O Muhammad, you are the messenger of Allah and I am Gabriel. Muhammad stopped in his place as if he was hypnotized. He tried to shift his eyes away from him, but towards whatever region of the sky he looked, he saw Gabriel as before. Sina, 2008, p. 110. So wherever Muhammad looked, he saw the Gabriel. What a divine comedy! If we have to take this as a divine experience, then we must appreciate Allah's sense of humor. Otherwise, if we want to make some logical sense out of Muhammad's visualization, we have to conclude that the image what Muhammad had seen was actually in his own head. So in whatever direction Muhammad turned his head, Gabriel appeared in that direction. Sina, 2008, p. 110. On another occasion, while walking, Muhammad heard a voice from the sky. When he looked up, he saw Gabriel sitting on a chair between the sky and the earth. Bukhari, 6:60.448. This is another wonderful hallucination. We can find a flaw in this story. Muhammad had seen that Gabriel had 600 wings. Logically, a creature which has wings does not need a chair to sit to float between sky and the earth. And, if the Gabriel can really sit in between sky and earth, why nobody had seen him? Hallucinations are deceptive lies, and the worst part of lying is that the liar tends to forget what he had said before. Muhammad sincerely took all these hallucinations as signs of divinity. By seeing his sincerity, many of the feeble-minded followers believed him. But many of the intelligent and well-matured Meccans recognized that Muhammad was suffering from mental disease. Timely, Allah, the imaginary friend of Muhammad, certified his hallucinations as divine inspiration, as we can see in the following two Quranic surahs. Certainly he saw of the greatest signs of his Lord, Q.53:18. And of a truth he saw himself on the clear horizon, Q.81:23. No doubt, Muhammad had an excellent imaginative power, but his thinking was all haphazard. He was not original thinker. He simply did not know how to have a logical and organized thinking. He was handicapped by his mental illness. Bits and pieces he had learned here and there about Christianity and Judaism, and based on this, his handicapped brain worked overtime and produced those hallucinations. Once Allah stamped them in his Quran with his divine authority, the hallucinations become heavenly. Allah's authority is so strong that no Muslim is capable of questioning them ever since the birth of Islam. For them the belief comes before the understanding. All they have to do is to believe. Logic and understanding has no value at all. It never occurred to their brains that the voice might have been the voice of Muhammad's own disturbed mind. 2.5 Conclusion. You talk to God, you're religious. God talks to you, you're psychotic. Doris Egan. Muhammad's first experience with Gabriel was a command hallucination. Here people feel that they are being told what to do by an imposing or mythic figure. They are sometimes ordered to assassinate a prominent figure, sacrifice a human being or a child, or harm themselves by the wish of God, or devil, or demons, or angels, or aliens. Sagan, 1997, p. 131. The command is clear and powerful from a voice that no one else can hear. If they are reluctant to comply, dire penalties are threatened. Voices usually do not introduce themselves. Example, "This is God speaking," is never heard. This leaves the patient wondering, who would issue such a command? Who could speak inside my head? He assumes that it is God or Jesus or Satan or the head of a covert spy agency or criminals or the leader of a gang. Muhammad justified this voice as divine intervention of Allah. For him, only for him, his hallucinations were real experiences. So when Muhammad said that he had been divinely commanded to preach in the name of Allah, he was telling the truth, only for him. His sincerity in his prophetic claim and divine mission is based on this elusive truth. The deceitful sincerity of Muhammad misled many Arabs to believe him and join his creed. This is how Islam started, with a falsehood. Chapter 3, Muhammad's strange mindset. In religious front, we often hear the phrase divine experience. As we have seen in the previous chapter, often these cases of divine experiences and heavenly confrontations are pure hallucinations or delusions, and in reality they have no meaning. Many so-called prophets have various degrees of success in deceiving common people, but their claims generally die with them. Though Muhammad was one of them, but his claim did not die with him. He successfully established a religion, which is still going strong and causing much devastation even after 14 centuries of its birth. Archer, 1924, preface, commented, "Muhammad the mystic is a greater figure than we have dreamed." According to him, there may be some pathological elements in Muhammad's life, and the essential thing in Muhammad's experience was that he was a mystic. Archer amazingly claimed, 1924, summary, Muhammad was a mystic in the technical sense, and that, too, not merely in mental attitude, but in habitual practice. In this chapter, the mystic of Muhammad is going to be unraveled. To unfold the mystery, we need to dive deep into the strange imaginary world of Muhammad to see how different components of his strange mind had worked with each other. But before we do so, a basic discussion on psychology, i.e. the scientific study of human mind and how it functioned, is needed. I wish to start from the very beginning. 3.1, An Introduction to Freud's ID, Ego, and Superego Concepts. Before Aristotle, the science of philosophy and psychology was inseparable. But during the long stretch of time between Aristotle and Immanuel Kant, a new approach to philosophy appeared, a philosophy based on science. As Kant wrote, "Perceptions without conceptions are blind," cited Durant, 2006, p. 352. Before Aristotle, the philosophers just pondered about theories and based their theories on observation, but these scientific philosophers wanted to know more about the biography of mind and how it functions. The biography of mind is what we call today the psychobiography. For a long time this new scientific study was in its infancy till the time of Sigmund Freud, who was one of the first men to explore deep into the science and philosophy of the mind, and in doing so revolutionized philosophy and psychology. From this time science actually started replacing religion. Freud's understandings of how the mind works, and the structures of the mind, replaced the idea of the soul and its functions. For Freud, the mind was central to human development and function, and his later theory, during 1920, of its three components, the ID, ego, and superego, shapes who we are and how we act. Stevenson and Haberman, 2004 p.161. According to Freud, the ID, ego, and superego are the parts that make up a person's personality. We are controlled by these three parts of the mind, and they control our varying levels of consciousness, as well as our desires. Though many psychologists questioned about the validity of Freud's theory of the workings of the mind, but nevertheless the theory does remain one of the most influential till today. His initial work served as a basis for the definition of a narcissist. He only scratched the surface of the narcissistic personality, Wessner, 2007, p. 5. Later on Kohut and Kernberg added more to Freud's theory. During the 1970s and after, James F. Masterson further developed Freud's theory of the three components of human mind. Masterson is internationally renowned for his clinical work, research, and the writings on personality disorder. He used the terms real self, or true self, false self, and superego. In this chapter and subsequent chapters we will do extensive study on these three basic components and compare the findings with that of Muhammad as reported in Quran, Sunnah, and Sahih Hadith collections. The true self, ID, is not influenced by the external world. The false self, ego, is evolved to deal with the true self, and superego authorizes false self to do so. The false self seeks pleasure and tries to avoid things that are unpleasant by analyzing the situation and by deciding whether to proceed with the action or remain idle. Klein, 1972, pages 126-7. For a person with perfect mental health, the actions, and inactions, and the interactions between real self, false self, and superego do not cause any harm either to him or people around him. But when these three components are not in balance, the person suffers from mental disorder. Muhammad was an ordinary human being. We have already discredited him by every possible logical manner and shown with clear proof that he was not a supernatural or a holy messenger of any kind of God. He was perfectly human with all human weaknesses and worldly desires. Did the three components of his mind worked against each other and therefore caused a personality disorder for him? Before we search for an answer, we should study the psychopathology of Muhammad. 3.2 The psychopathology of Muhammad. In every society and amongst all races, we can find individuals, who because of something in their mental setup or their personal history, find it difficult or even impossible to adjust to the roles which society expects them to perform. In some cases their behavior brings them into violent conflict with their environment. Some of these individuals are very successful in their professional lives, but they are extremely miserable in their family and social lives. They sincerely believe that they are exceptional and hence they are not bound by the norms and rules of the society. They are denier of reality. This is such a feeling which they cannot even explain, and because of this, they utter words and gestures which are quite outside the normal behavioral patterns of ordinary people. One of the most common features amongst these people is megalomania. Megalomania is a non-clinical word defined as 1. A psychopathological condition characterized by delusional fantasies of wealth, power, or omnipotence. 2. An obsession with grandiose or extravagant things or actions. Grandiosity and delusions of grandeur have similar meanings to megalomania. It is a symptom of mental disorder. There are enough references in traditional Islamic sources that Muhammad was a megalomaniac. In Islam only belief in Allah is not enough to enter paradise, and Muslims must believe the prophethood of Muhammad also. If Muhammad was only a spokesman of God, why Muslims have to praise Muhammad in their daily prayers? Though in Islam Allah is portrayed as all-powerful, but this is in theory only. In practice, Muhammad is the central figure in Islam and Allah is just a piece of decoration. Allah is obliged to throw a person in hell even he is sincerely devoted of him but does not believe in Muhammad's prophetic claim. So we can see how helpless the God of Islam is. A logical-minded person will doubt about the existence of such a God. Following quotations from authentic Islamic sources prove that Muhammad lived in a grandiose fantasy world and was a denier of reality. Muhammad reinterpreted reality to fit his fantasies. Allah's apostle said, "Whoever obeys me will enter paradise, and whoever disobeys me will not enter it." Bukhari, 9.92.384. Allah's apostle said, "Whoever obeys me, obeys Allah, and whoever disobeys me, disobeys Allah, and whoever obeys the ruler I appoint, obeys me, and whoever disobeys him, disobeys me. Bukhari, 9.89.251. Allah's Apostle, the Lord of the Muslims, leader of the Allah-fearing, messenger of the Lord of the worlds, the peerless and unequaled. Ishaq, 233. Allah addressed the believers and said, "In Allah's Apostle you have a fine example for anyone who hopes to be in the place where Allah is." Ishaq, 467. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "He who obeys me, obeys Allah, and he who disobeys me, disobeys Allah." Bukhari, 4.52.203. Those who speak negatively of Allah and His Apostle shall be cursed. Q. 33.57. For he who insults you, Muhammad, will be cut off. Q. 108.3. Though Muhammad placed himself in the position of a humble servant of Allah, we cannot see any humbleness in the above words, and, surprisingly, his God tolerated his arrogance. After a certain period elapsed, Allah became less important than Muhammad, the living God. The person of Muhammad stood out above all in front rank, and Allah was given a secondary position in his capacity as the auxiliary of the Prophet. Allah is no longer the supreme being. We can have a look at the following Quranic verse. Lo! Allah and His angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad. O ye who believe also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q. 33.56. The above Quranic verse alone is enough to prove that the Allah is a myth and Muhammad was a vulgar impostor. Muhammad not only ridiculed and belittled his God, but at the same time also represented the entire divine system as a big joke. Muhammad's this type of behavior is a standard megalomaniac behavior. A person who thinks that he is superior to God is a denier of reality. A megalomaniac tells a big enough lie, repeats it often enough, and the surrounding people will believe it for the impostor to triumph. A lie if repeated enough sometimes believed as truth. Muhammad, like other megalomaniacs, was so full of himself that he got carried away. Throughout Quran, Allah has no authority alone, and he is so pitifully helpless without his messenger that if we completely erase the name of Allah from hundreds of verses throughout the Quran and Muslims are asked to believe in, submits to, and obey Allah and his apostle, practically nothing would change. No doubt Muhammad was suffering from personality disorder. Before we proceed further with the psychopathology of Muhammad, we should understand what the terms personality disorder and specifically narcissistic personality disorder exactly mean. Then we should see how much these characteristics fit into Muhammad's strange personality profile. 3.3 Understanding personality disorder. Each individual in this world has a unique personality made up of traits that come from both our genetic makeup and our life experiences, yet we tend to behave in fairly predictable ways. It is a vital part of what makes us who we are and how we interact with others. But if a person's pattern of behavior, mood, social interaction, or impulsiveness causes distress to them, or to other people in their lives, they are diagnosed as having a personality disorder. The personality of such a person is too rigid to the point that he is unable to change it in reaction to changing circumstances. A personality disorder is the ultimate misidentification. The individual mistakes his habits for his identity. Although the person feels that his behavior patterns are normal or right, people with personality disorders tend to have a narrow view of the world and find it difficult to participate in social activities. To diagnose a personality disorder, the patient's problematic behaviors must appear in two or more of the following areas. 1. Perception and interpretation of the self and other people. 2. Intensity and duration of feelings and their appropriateness to situations. 3. Relationships with others. 4. Ability to control impulses. Personality disorders are considered to have their onset in late adolescence or early adulthood. A diagnosis of personality disorder to children is very rare because children's personalities are still in process of formation, which may change considerably by the time they are in their late teens. One of the 10 major personality disorders is narcissistic personality disorder, NPD. 3.4 Understanding narcissistic personality disorder. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in the land is fairest of all? You, my queen, you are fairest of all. Famous is thy beauty majesty. But behold, a lovely maid I see, rags cannot hide her gentle grace, alas, she is fairer than thee. Dash from Snow White, a fairy tale by Walt Disney. NPD is defined more distinctively as a pattern of grandiosity, exaggerated claims to talents, importance, or specialness, in the patient's private fantasies or outward behavior, a need for constant admiration from others, and a lack of empathy for others. The myth from which narcissism gets its name is in Greek mythology. According to Greek folklore, Narcissus was a hero who was renowned for his beauty. Once he fell in love with a reflection in a pool, not realizing it was his own, and perished there, not being able to leave the beauty of his own reflection in the water. He was so mesmerized by his own unattainable reflection that he exclaimed, "Then let me look at you and feed my wretched frenzy on your image." Vazire et al., 2008. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, specifies 9 diagnostic criteria for NPD. For the clinicians to make the diagnosis of a narcissist, an individual must fit 5 or more of the following descriptions: Livesley, 1995 p. 205, Benjamin, 1996, p. 143. 1. The individual has a grandiose sense of self-importance, exaggerates accomplishments and demands to be considered superior without real evidence of achievement. 2. He lives in a dream world of exceptional success, power, beauty, genius, or perfect love. 3. He thinks of himself as special or privileged, and that he can only be understood by other special or high status people. 4. He demands excessive amounts of praise or admiration from others. 5. He feels entitled to automatic admiration, compliance, or favorable treatment from others. 6. He is exploitative towards others and takes advantage of them. 7. He lacks empathy and does not recognize or identify with others' feelings. 8. He is frequently envious of others or thinks that they are envious of him. 9. He has an attitude or frequently acts in haughty or arrogant ways. Sowers, The Impact of Narcissism on Leadership and Sustainability by Brooks Gregory, pph. D. The above diagram can best be understood if compared with the abnormal mindset of the wicked Queen of Snow White. This queen is not asking the mirror because she is curious. She is asking because her identity is wrapped up in her unchallenged beauty and superiority. Rather than just accept she is a typical woman subject to short-lived beauty, meaning age, gray hair, wrinkles, weight gain, etc., and that she must compete fair and square with her competitors on the great catwalk of life, instead she insists on being numero uno, forever. Secondly, in the event the mirror drops the bomb and breaks her the bad news that indeed she has been replaced as grand champion, she needs to know who the lucky lady is so that the opponent can be eliminated from the scene, thus replacing the balance of her own private universe. The narcissist's personality is based on a defensive false self that he must keep inflated at any cost in order not to feel the underlying rage and depression associated with an inadequate, fragmented sense of self. Masterson, 1990, p. 90. This inflated false self is like a balloon. If there is a leak in the balloon, i.e., the inflated false self cannot be preserved, the narcissist feels very miserable and insecure. This is because it punctures the narcissistic grandiosity and reflects the discrepancy between NPD expectations or fantasies and the reality, what he wants to deny. Beck and Freeman, 1990, p. 239. About 1% of the general population and 2 to 16% of the clinical population has NPD. As long as this false self is adequately inflated, it provides him energy to float high, oblivious to frustration and depression. This is the reason a narcissist seems to immune to life's changes, both positive and negative, much to the admiration or envy of those around him. In fact, the common impression given by a narcissist is that depression is simply not a part of his life. But this is an illusion. The successful narcissist, successful in the sense that his perception of the world and his place in it manages to prevent him from questioning his importance, is very creative and imaginative. But his creativity is haphazard. They are also quite talented to develop a lifestyle that will resonate to his grandiose projections of himself and fuel his narcissistic need. In this airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment, he relaxes and life seems to be pretty good. He feels good, he feels secure, and as long as nothing punctures this closed circle he will not be aware of any serious personality problems. The emperor must not be told that he does not have cloths. Narcissists are pathological liars, which means either they are unaware of their lies or feel completely justified and at ease in lying to others. They are master of deception. First they tell a lie and then they genuinely believe in their own lies. Vannon, 1999, p. 24. This way they are capable of even deceiving themselves. They are extremely offended if contradicted or even criticized. They often see the difficulties that they have with others as external and independent of their behavior or input. Beck and Freeman, 1990, pages 5, 6. They enjoy putting something over on others, obtaining their feelings of superiority by lying to, victimizing and manipulating them. In short, a narcissist has two different personalities or two selves, the true self which is the real one, and the false self which is the fabricated and projected one. These two selves are at serious conflict with each other. Many celebrities, politicians, movie stars, and show-off men, in general, the prominent personalities and public figures, have two personalities or two selves, the real one which they reserve for their family and relatives and the forged or false or concocted one which they exhibit in public. If we recall the terms used by Freud, this real self is the real identity, ID, and the concocted or the false self is the ego of that person. This is perfectly healthy behavior as long as the real self and the false self are not in clash with each other. These prominent personalities and public figures are not necessarily suffering from any mental disorder. But this is not the case for a narcissist. Masterson, 1990, p. 174, wrote, "The narcissist resembles a psychological turtle with a hard, impenetrable shell inside of which is an equally soft, fearful center, the impaired real self. A narcissist has no meaningful private life and genuineness. The more successful is his false self, the more he becomes divorced from his true self and married to his false self. His true self is so much dominated by the false self that the true self is actually paralyzed. His life is constantly on the display of the false self, a monodrama in an open theater where everyone has an access. This is the basic difference between a narcissist and a normal healthy person. For a sane person, the false self and the true self are at friendly terms with each other and never try to subdue each other, which a narcissist is deprived of. The false self is not overprotective to the true self, it is simply defensive to the true self. For a narcissist, his true self is the worst enemy of his false self. The biggest fear of a narcissist is that his true self may get accidentally activated. 3.4.1 The 7 Deadly Sins of Narcissism, according to Sandy Hotchkiss. Hotchkiss, 2003, Part 1, identified what she called the 7 deadly sins of narcissism. This characterization is a clear, well set out, very readable examination of the nature, effects, provenance, and prevalence of narcissism. Shamelessness. Shame is the feeling that lurks beneath all unhealthy narcissism and the inability to process shame in healthy ways. Shame is a basic emotion that begins early in life for a healthy person. The narcissist has the opposite problem. He appears to be abnormally shameless. He accuses others when the reverse is true. Actually he feels shame, but he is capable of bypassing the shame or simply put the burden of shame on others. So it appears that the shame does not touch him or he is immune to it. Magical thinking. Narcissists see themselves as perfect using distortion and illusion known as magical thinking. They also use projection to dump shame onto others. Magical thinking often has placebo effect. Some very common narcissistic magical thinking are: I am immune and completely safe, nothing can happen to me. I am the best. The world revolves around me and I am at the center. The world is created for me. I am not answerable to anyone. Sin cannot touch me, etc. If magical thinking really worked, it would be possible at any time for a group of us to get together for a few seconds and visualize world peace, a stable global economy, no child molesters, no murderers, and no violent crimes of any type, no pollution, no famine, no homelessness, no poverty and no disease. We could prevent, even undo, tsunamis, tornadoes, and hurricanes. We could resurrect the dead. In this case we would be God. Though a lot of healthy people spend some time in magical thinking, they do not deny the hard reality. This is where the narcissist fails. For him, his magical thinking replaces reality. Arrogance is the divorcement from reality, it is a life of deception and lies. Arrogant people are often skilled liars and deceivers. They wear their deception without the suspicion of others. Arrogance cannot handle critical situations and might simply resolve to violence. An arrogant person is interested only with self, not with the welfare of others. As example, in spiritual arrogance the person has an unhealthy inflated opinion of the self. He lives in self-importance, succumbs to flattery and praises of men and builds his self-glory in monument out of human viewpoint. A narcissist who is feeling deflated may re-inflate his false self by arrogantly diminishing, debasing, or degrading somebody else. They have contempt and disdain for those they view as inferior. The real downside of arrogance is negativity. Arrogance in a leader invariably leads to megalomania and it results in collapse of ethics. He is simply too proud to be humbled. Although narcissists may appear incredibly confident, haughty, and arrogant below the surface, there is often a thin veil of insecurity. Envy: a narcissist may secure a sense of superiority in the face of another person's ability by using contempt to minimize the other person. Narcissists are constantly envious of other people. This is their unique way of interacting with the world. They envy others their success, or brilliance, or happiness, or good fortune. If a narcissist comes across someone who appears to know more or have more than they do, they will attempt to devalue or belittle that person. Sometimes they even choose to destroy the object. For a narcissist, others are merely objects. That gives them so much grief by provoking in them feelings of inadequacy and frustration. By diminishing the accomplishments of others or simply eliminating them, the narcissist elevates himself. The alternate favorite solution is avoidance, the schizoid solution. When the narcissist finds that it is too painful for him to see the success and the happiness of others and he cannot do anything to devalue them, he prefers loneliness. He simply withdraws himself from the society or engages in such jobs where he can avoid mixing with the people he envies. So he creates a bubble universe, something like a dream world where he is the king. Entitlement: narcissists hold unreasonable expectations of particularly favorable treatment and automatic compliance because they consider themselves uniquely special. Any failure to comply will be considered an attack on their superiority and the perpetrator is considered to be an awkward or difficult person. The narcissist simply assumes, "I deserve." Defiance of their will is a narcissistic injury that can trigger narcissistic rage. Often narcissists will only interact with people they feel are their equals. A sense of unhealthy entitlement is a substantial barrier to forgiveness. For them, forgiveness is hard to do because they lose face. Forgiveness is too costly in terms of pride, so they do not want to face the costs of forgiving others. This is one of the reasons narcissists are often very cruel. If necessary, they will create hypothetical offense situations to inflict pain on others. Over time, such unforgiving tendencies may prevent the healing of wounded relationships and lead to social alienation. Exploitation: it can take many forms but always involves the unjustified use of others without regards for their feelings or interests or preferences. Often the other is in a submissive position where resistance would be not easy or even impossible. There is complete lack of empathy and humanity. Narcissists are often very charming and can make people around them feel special and desired. They do that in order to leverage what they want out of them, validation, respect, and favors they are not entitled to. When people question this behavior or challenge the narcissist, he devalues them and casts them aside, only to soon find new friends to exploit. The narcissist is best at his exploitation when he wears a religious mask. The religious narcissist takes advantage of tragedy and grief of other people to secure future narcissistic supply. Narcissistic abuse may sometimes go unnoticed by others, even by the victims themselves. This is called ambient abuse. This is the most dangerous type of abuse, because it is more difficult to pinpoint and identify. In the long term, the ambient abuse erodes the victim's sense of self-worth and self-esteem. Slowly the victim loses faith in his ability to manage and to cope with the world and its demands. His self-confidence is destroyed and a kind of mental paralysis encroaches him. Bad boundaries. In the mind of a narcissist, there is no boundary between self and other. Boundaries refer to the rules that define the limit of personal or professional behavior. Boundaries are also the dividing lines between people. Psychotherapists use the term to describe the degree of psychological individuation versus enmeshment between individuals. A normal mentally healthy person understands his own boundary and the boundaries of others with whom he interacts. But the narcissists do not recognize that they have boundaries and that others are separate and are not extensions of themselves. They cannot define where individuality ends and the world begins. Others either exist to meet their needs or may as well not exist at all. Those who provide narcissistic supply to the narcissist will be treated as if they are part of the narcissist and be expected to live up to those expectations. 3.5 Understanding malignant narcissism. Malignant narcissism is a syndrome consisting of a crossbreed of the narcissistic personality disorder, the antisocial personality disorder, as well as paranoid traits. The malignant narcissism differs from narcissistic personality disorder in that the malignant narcissists derive higher levels of psychological gratification from accomplishments over time. This way their mental disorder worsens with time. Also, they suffer from many other mental disorders. This is called comorbidity. Because the malignant narcissist becomes more involved in this psychological gratification, they are prone to develop the antisocial, the paranoid, and the schizoid personality disorders. The term malignant is added to the term narcissist to indicate that individuals with this disorder tend to worsen in their impulse controls and desires over time. Malignant narcissism is the worst of all the personality disorders. This psychological problem sometimes can be partially treated, with medications and therapy, and it can help to reduce aggravating symptoms only. Although narcissistic personality disorder is found in the current version of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-4-TR, malignant narcissism is not. Hence it should be considered a theoretical or experimental diagnostic category and not as an official diagnosis, but rather a syndrome. Individuals with malignant narcissism would be diagnosed under narcissistic personality disorder. Erich Fromm Ferzes coined the term malignant narcissism in 1964, describing it as a severe mental sickness representing the quintessence of evil. Monti, 1995, p. 595. He characterized the condition as the most severe pathology and the root of the most vicious destructiveness and inhumanity. Source: M. Malignant N. Narcissism, Q quotations, by M. Scott Peck's People of the Lie. Personally, the jurist Otto Kernberg point out that the antisocial personality was fundamentally narcissistic and without morality. Malignant narcissism includes a sadistic element, creating, in essence, a sadistic psychopath. Kernberg called malignant those narcissists whose grandiosity is built around aggression and destruction of those who offer love. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 1168. These are sadistic antisocial types with a deeply paranoid orientation toward life who so idealize their own aggressive power that they have killed of the same and loving parts of themselves that might have enabled them to develop attachments and tolerate dependence. The malignant narcissists only wish to destroy, symbolically castrate, and dehumanize others. Their paranoia becomes so intense in old age that they are virtually unapproachable even by the people who are very closely related to him. They ultimately not only destroy themselves but also everyone around them. Malignant narcissists are what are called necrophiles. It is always better to deal with these people by maintaining a distance and being careful about their dehumanizing capabilities. They are even capable to fool the therapists treating them. Kernberg first proposed malignant narcissism as a psychiatric diagnosis in 1984 and used the terms malignant narcissism and psychopathic behavior interchangeably. Followings are the special characteristics of malignant narcissism. Aggressiveness. 1. Glibness/superficial charm. 2. Grandiose sense of self-worth. 3. Pathological lying. 4. Cunning/manipulative/deceitful. 5. Lack of remorse or guilt, callous/lack of empathy, absence of conscience, characteristic demonstrations of joyful cruelty and sadism. 6. Failure to accept responsibility for own actions. 7. Promiscuous sexual behavior, many short-term marital relationships. 8. Criminal versatility. 9. A psychological need for power. Socially deviant lifestyle. 1. Parasitic lifestyle. 2. Impulsivity, inclined to act on urge rather than thought. 3. Family and social irresponsibility. 4. Juvenile delinquency, pedophilia. All these above traits are common amongst individuals with psychological disorders. But the psychopath/malignant narcissist must display a strong tendency towards these characteristics. While the psychopath displays more antisocial features, the malignant narcissist desires unlimited power and everything. He cannot delay gratification. He does not want to be equal to God, but he wants even God to be inferior to him. It is possible for the malignant narcissist to move above and beyond their contemporaries by sincere attempts to make full use of their capabilities. Rarely, they make positive contribution to the society, but almost all the times their contributions are negative and harmful to the society. Malignant narcissism is a deadly illness and they deserve our genuine compassion. However, it is an extremely dangerous situation when a malignant narcissist is in a position of power where he can create endless, unnecessary suffering and destruction. Malignant narcissists have a sadistic willingness to kill just to protect their own self-serving delusions. This makes them particularly dangerous, as they will literally stop at nothing to hold onto the position of power in which they find themselves. War and an atmosphere of violence is the situation in which they feel most themselves. Malignant narcissists are ruthless murderers, whether it be physically or psychically, who are criminally insane. They literally turn a man into a corpse without giving a second thought about the consequences. As we are going to see subsequently, all the above-mentioned special characteristics of malignant narcissism were present in Muhammad, and with further critical analysis of the extent of his cruelty, abnormal sexuality, paranoia, and extreme greed, it is possible to prove that the beloved Prophet of Muslims was actually a malignant narcissist. 3.5.1 The defensive false self of a narcissist. It terrifies me to think of saying this is me, this is my skin. So I cop out on myself by being some other person, living with some other person's fantasy. It becomes my fantasy. I know it's not my real self. It's fake. But I'm fake. If I let my real self come out, I'll be all alone and I can't handle that. A Narcissist's Confession, Masterson, 1990 p. 19. The defensive false self of a narcissist is characterized by self-importance, grandiosity, and omnipotence. The false self is bogus because it is based on a grandiose fantasy rather than on reality, and it is defensive because its purpose is not to cope or adapt to reality but to reinforce grandiosity in order not to feel depressed. Masterson, 1990, p. 93. He is always alert and at war with his own true self to prevent it from emerging. But we should not forget the fact that no matter how rigid the false self is, Deep down it is fake and fragile. A narcissist cannot be happy unless he is the best. They often seem to be the people who have everything: talent, wealth, power. They also have a strong sense of knowing what they want and how to get it. They are intelligent and often manipulative. Many are very successful at work, but a close observation of these people reveals that underneath of this well-constructed mask of grandiose style behavior, they are actually insecure and often miserable people. Masterson, 1990, p. 91. A narcissist's life is empty at its core, and he often fails to realize that beneath this narcissistic glitter there is an impaired real self. There are two reasons. Firstly, they are under strong domination of this false self. In fact, a time comes when the narcissist becomes a slave to the false self, and the true self, impaired real self, becomes like an apparition. Secondly, they all are deniers of reality, and at the same time they don't want to face this fact. Vannon, 1999, p. 23. Life is a change. Those who cannot change with time cannot live happily. Vannon, 1999, p. 9, wrote. A narcissist is an actor enacting a monodrama, yet forced to remain behind the scenes. The scenes take the center stage instead. This is where the false self is in action. For example, a reporter on a crime scene may feel as if he is really a participant, and he starts reacting that way. The narcissist does not cater at all to his true self because he does not love his true self. He is at love with the reflection of his true self, i.e., the false self. He is always pressurized by his false self to keep moving, to keep reinforcing his sense of grandeur. He may be a workaholic to satisfy his false self, and hence nothing to do is a threat to him from his false self. Ultimately he adopts the old saying, not to move forward is to drop behind. This often makes him a restless person. There is another important feature of the false self of a narcissist. The false self develops a strong defense mechanism to protect itself from the intolerable feeling of shame about personal shortcomings and inferiority complex. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. A narcissist wants to avoid these two things at any cost. So when we encounter arrogance in a narcissist, it is not really the pride that we are seeing, but a deep and irrational fear of being worthless. His superiority complex is actually an extension of his inferiority complex, and the narcissist is well aware of it. The feeling of supremacy often serves to mask a cancerous complex of inferiority. So often he finds an easy way out: avoidance and social isolation. The narcissist spends most of his energy to keep his false self firm. Vannon, 1999, p. 157, wrote. The narcissist has a fake, substitute ego. This is why his energy is drained. He spends most of it on maintaining, preserving, and protecting the wrapped unrealistic images of his false self and of his fake world. The narcissist is a person exhausted by his own absence. Value is always relative, not absolute. The false self of a narcissist thinks this way: if someone else's stock goes up, my stock automatically goes down. When the false self feels deflated, it can reinforce itself by diminishing, humiliating, or degrading someone else. If his balloon gets punctured by the ill winds of life, it can only be repaired by proving that someone else is more inferior to him. 3.5.2 The narcissistic supply. A narcissist is motivated by the continuous need for supplies to feed this grandiose conception of himself. In this sense, the word supplies means those specific activities and relationships that reinforce his grandiosity. He feeds of other people, who hurls back him an image, the inflated false self, that he projects to them. This is their sole function in this world: to reflect, to respect, to applaud, to detest, in a word, to assure that he exists. Vannon, 1999, p. 9. Other people exist in a narcissist's life to gratify him. For him, the people are like useful tools and opportunities, they should be used and exploited. The purpose of their very existence is to mirror the narcissist's image of himself and being unique, special, and important. Otherwise they have no right to tax his time, energy, or emotions. This is what a narcissist feels. The narcissistic supply can be anything that feeds his fragile false ego. He always goes around hunting and collecting the way the expressions on people's faces change when they notice him. He places himself at the center of attention, or even as a figure of controversy. He lives in world which is black, being unknown and deprived of attention, i.e., deprivation of narcissistic supplies, and white, being famous and celebrated, i.e., rich narcissistic supplies. For a narcissist the world looks like a place where the only food is meat and all humans are cattle. That's why, at the most primitive level, narcissists think they have to act the way they do in order to survive. A narcissist continuously rates people around him for potential supply sources. This is the main reason he is often a restless person. First he conducts a binary test: can this or that person provide him with narcissistic supply? For him, those who fail this test simply do not exist. They are two-dimensional cartoon figures, as Vannon, 1999, p. 38, commented. Their feelings, needs and fears are of no interest or importance. Those persons who filtered through are regarded as human and he will nurture and cultivate those people. Needless to say that he loses interest in them once he judges that they have lost their capacity to supply him what he needs. In this case, he is not at all concerned or interested either in the person or in the circumstances. The narcissist has no time or energy for anything, except the next narcissistic fix, no matter what the price and who is trampled upon. Vannon, 1999, p. 39. There is no place for sentiment. It is impossible for a narcissist to commit himself emotionally or sincerely to another human being because in doing so, the underlying emptiness, rage, and depression of his impaired real self will be exposed. We should not forget the fact that a narcissist is fully self-absorbed and self-centered. An emotional involvement means directing his feeling and interest to another, but as far as he is concerned there is no other in his life. Narcissists crave for more power. They are never satisfied. The more power they have, the more freely they can diminish others to keep themselves inflated. They misuse the power to secure more narcissistic supplies. They often cause unjustified harm to others without provocation, because they want to get rid of the exaggerated shame of real or imagined inferiority. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. He is scared that he might be proven worthless by others or his worthlessness may be exposed accidentally in any unguarded moment. He is feared because, if people find him worthless, his narcissistic supply sources will diminish with it. 3.5.3 The cause of narcissism. The root causes for development of an inflated false self is comparatively a new subject in psychology which is not yet thoroughly studied. Hence still there is considerable speculation on how the narcissistic personality develops. It appears that the narcissist suffers a developmental arrest prior to the emergence of real self in early childhood, but how and why this arrest occurs is not always clear. Another theory regards NPD as a young child's defense against psychological pain. These two perspectives have been identified with two major figures in psychoanalytic thought, Heinz Kohut and Otto Kernberg respectively. Both the above theories about NPD go back to Sigmund Freud's pioneering work on narcissism, published in 1914. Freud introduced a distinction between primary and secondary narcissism which has been retained by almost all later writers on this subject. According to Freud, all human infants pass through a phase of primary narcissism, in which they assume they are at the center of their universe. This phase ends when the baby is forced by the realities of life to recognize that it does not control its parents, or other caregivers, but is in fact entirely dependent on them. On realizing this, the baby gives up its fantasy of being all-powerful and becomes emotionally attached to its parents rather than itself. But the secondary narcissism is a pathological condition in which the infant does not invest its emotions in its parents but rather redirects them back to itself. So, From a Freudian perspective, narcissistic disorders originate in very early childhood development, and this early origin is thought to explain why they are so difficult to treat in later life. Both Kohut and Kernberg agree with Freud in tracing the roots of NPD to disturbances in the patient's family of origin, specifically, to problems in the parent-child relationship before the child turned 3, Masterson, 1981, p. 16, 24. But they disagree in their accounts of the nature of these problems. According to Kohut, the child grows out of primary narcissism, acquiring a more realistic sense of self and a set of personal ideals and values, but if the parents fail to provide appropriate opportunities for idealization, the child remains stuck at a developmental stage in which its sense of self remains grandiose and unrealistic, while at the same time he remains dependent on approval from others for self-esteem. In contrast, Kernberg views NPD as rooted in the child's defense against a cold and unempathic parent, usually the mother. Masterson, 1990, p.102, agrees with Kernberg and observed that the mothers of the narcissists are emotionally cold and exploitive narcissistic personalities themselves. They ignore their child's separation and individual needs in order to mold the children to fit their own uncompromising standards and serve their own emotional needs. Emotionally hungry and angry at the depriving parents, the child withdraws into a part of the self that the parents value, whether looks, intellectual ability, or some other skill or talent. This part of the self becomes hyper-inflated and grandiose. Any perceived weaknesses are split off into a hidden part of the self. Splitting gives rise to a lifelong tendency to swing between extremes of grandiosity and feelings of emptiness and worthlessness. However, in both accounts, the child emerges into adult life with a history of unsatisfactory relationships with others. Today all the famous psychologists agree that unempathic parenting is one of the main causes of pathological narcissism. Costello, 1996, p. 148. The narcissist feels unprepared for adulthood because he has been raised with an unrealistic view of life. For him, reality is distorted. The child grows up with a grandiose view of the self but has a conflict-ridden psychological dependence on others. Ultimately he shows the symptoms of a full-blown narcissism. 3.6, Correlating Muhammad and Malignant Narcissism. As we have already discussed in the first chapter, there are literally hundreds of thousands of short stories available about Muhammad, and unlike other semi-mythological religious figures, Muhammad is as well known to us as that of any other prominent historical figure. With all the traditional sources available to us and comparing these sources with modern development of psychological studies on NPD, it is possible to make an objective study to evaluate the character and psychological makeup of Muhammad. And with this investigation, this prophet Muhammad, an insignificant 7th century illiterate Arab, who also claimed the title of the Prophet of Allah, stands exposed in front of us. The divinity vanishes into thin air and we can identify him as a malignant narcissist. We can clearly see his inflated false self and the monodrama he enacted yet skillfully remained behind the scene. We can make out that the above-mentioned 7 deadly sins were prominently present in him. Now, I will explain step by step why Muhammad thought of himself as special or privileged and demanded excessive praise, why he lacked empathy and enjoyed putting something over others, and how Muhammad failed to realize that beneath this narcissistic glitter there is an impaired real self and became a slave to his false self. Next, I will try to answer the question, was he unaware of his lies or felt completely justified while lying to others about his prophetic mission? Lastly, I intend to discover the impaired true self of Muhammad. 3.6.1, The Narcissistic Delusion of Muhammad. Obviously, Muhammad was under the delusion that he was the chosen messenger of Allah. With this delusion, Muhammad started his new career as a prophet. He is now no more an insignificant merchant of Mecca, but the only spokesman of God on the earth. He is on a divine mission. Now if we apply Freud's theory of ID, ego, and superego to Muhammad's strange mental setup to identify different important players in his mind, our findings will be as below. ID, true self, Muhammad, the weak, neglected, coward, insignificant and illiterate merchantman of Mecca who never got a meaningful employment in his life and lived a parasitic life with the wealth of his wife. Ego, false self, Prophet Muhammad, the apostle of Allah, the best of creation, the preferred one, an excellent example to mankind, exalted above other prophets in degrees and mercy to the world. He is on a divine mission to conquer the world for Allah. Superego, Allah, the God, who had authorized Muhammad as a prophet and takes special care for every whimsical demand of his beloved prophet. Allah is the most merciful and most powerful God. He is the Lord of the worlds. Allah first created the light of Muhammad, out of which he then proceeded to create everything which constitutes this world. On the day Muhammad had a vivid hallucination in the cave Hira, i.e., received his first revelation from God, his false self started realizing its self-importance. He started thinking about himself as special or privileged. He felt entitled to regular admiration, compliance, or favorable treatment from others. From this day his false self started dominating his true self, and it continued until his true self was actually paralyzed. In sum, he constructed an airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment where he can relax, feel good and feel secure, all because he had invented a lie that he was the chosen prophet of Allah. He mistook his hallucination for real and thus believed in his own lie. He successfully deceived himself. However, his psychopathic behavior was not noticed by others till the time he got a strong foothold in Medina. After the first revelation, when Allah was silent for a long time, Muhammad realized that his inflated false self could not be preserved and the narcissistic grandiosity balloon would be punctured, which may ultimately activate his true self. He felt so miserable and insecure that he even wanted to commit suicide. In the beginning of his prophetic mission, Muhammad was not sure who should be his God. When he received the first revelation in a cave, overnight he changed his rank from a merchantman to a prophet without even knowing from whom he received the divine instruction. The voice he had heard in the cave did not tell him about the identity of his God, because it was a command hallucination. He started warning the Meccans with dire consequences if they did not accept him as a prophet while he himself was in such a delusion. Muhammad tried a few different brands of Allah. But he was disappointed with the response from his audience and changed his mind several times. Surprisingly, the real Allah did not come forward to remove the delusion from Muhammad's mind. In the end, Muhammad realized that all the pagans, despite their numerous idols, were wholly devoted to their moon god, Allah, because they believed that Allah had the ability to inflict punishment as well as rewards. This is the only reason Muhammad chose the pagan Allah as his god. The therapists of NPD call this narcissistic delusion. We should note that Allah did not find Muhammad, but it was Muhammad who looked for a suitable Allah to preach in his name. The deception of the malignant narcissist started from here. 3.6.2 Identifying the defensive inflated false self of Muhammad. The defensive inflated false self of Muhammad is the role he had played under the title of a prophet for the entire period of his prophetic mission. The true self of Muhammad was subdued and his inflated false self started playing the monodrama with a prophetic cap on his head. But he was quite aware that a direct self-promotion would be seen as repulsive and hence would be rejected. A prophet cannot stand alone unless he has a God to certify him. In other words, the false self of a narcissist cannot survive without the authorization of a superego. Throughout Muhammad's prophetic mission, Allah had no other job but to defend his beloved prophet. To preserve his false self and to exaggerate his own importance, Muhammad had some extraordinary claims about himself. Apart from thinking that he was the anointed messenger of God and the seal of the prophets, Q. 33.40, this megalomaniac regarded himself as Kuru Kalk, the best of creation, an excellent example, Q. 33.21, and had given us a hint that he was exalted above other prophets in degrees, Q. 2.253. He also claimed to be the preferred one, Q. 17.55, and sent as a mercy to the worlds, Q. 21.107, to have been risen to a praised estate, Q. 17.79. Not only Quran, but in Sahih Hadith also, Muhammad made many extraordinary claims about himself. It is recorded, "The very first thing Allah Almighty ever created was my soul. First of all things, the Lord created my mind. I am from Allah and believers are from me. Just as Allah created me noble, He also gave me noble character." Allah very generously declared, "Were it not for you, O Muhammad, I would not have created the universe." Tabaqat, Volume 1. Narcissists are sick and their claims are strange. They are also prone to illusions and delusions, especially self-delusion, and hence lack in judgment. Vannon, 1999, p. 19. They are also massive denier of reality. Masterson, 1990, p. 93, Vannon, 1999, p. 23. This is what we understand from Muhammad's extraordinary claims. His regard for himself and others was very distorted and abnormal. Only a malignant narcissist can be so cut off from reality as to claim that God had created universe because of him. Muhammad's claims are self-contradictory. At the beginning of his mission he did not even know who his God was. Magical thinking is one of the deadly sins of narcissist Muhammad. All his claims were bogus. He was a pathological liar and believed his lies to be true. This way many false memories and fantasies are taken as true. Vannon, 1999, p. 157, wrote, "The narcissist is bound to develop false memories, conjure up false fantasies, anticipate the unrealistic and work his intellect to justify them." Muhammad's extraordinary claims about himself are of this type, which does not have any realistic basis. These are actually falsifications of his false self. A healthy person preserves some senses of continuity and consistency, both in his thought and in his actions. It serves as a point of reference. It links his past and present actions and future plans. These senses of continuity and consistency are regulated by memory, eagerness, imagination, and understanding. But for a narcissist, the senses are relegated to the false self. Hence an aura of falseness is attached to all of them. Since the false self has a false perception, it weaves enchanted and grandiose fables as substitutes. This is how Muhammad evaluated himself and the world. Vannon, cited Sina, 2008, p. 82, suggested that the narcissists, while masters of self-deception or even malignant con artistry, are usually fully aware of the difference between true and false, real and make-believe, the invented and the extant, right and wrong. But they can convince themselves of those lies as if they were absolute truth and will change his story whenever it suits him. When faced with limits or criticism, narcissists are apt to turn nasty and defensive. A narcissist cannot tolerate criticism because the balloon of narcissistic grandiosity may get punctured by criticism. They always overreact to criticism, becoming angry or humiliated. Allah prohibited criticism in Quran with the verses 5:101,102. Muhammad demanded an unquestionable obedience from Muslims. He knew that Quran cannot survive criticism. If Quranic criticism is allowed, then it will lead to a situation where his false self will be exposed. A false self cannot survive without delusion, deception, and lie, simply because it is false. Muhammad could not stand as a prophet simply because he was a bogus. The deception is at the very core of Islam. The images of the true self are derived mostly from reality and to a small extent from fantasy, in other words, what one wishes as well as what one really is. The false self, on the other hand, is derived mostly from infantile fantasies. Masterson, 1990, p. 23. Muhammad's biggest fantasy was that he was on a divine mission. The motive of a false self is not to deal with the reality but to work against it. Hence the false self, however well set up, always lacks something. Winnicott, 1960, p. 152. This is exactly what Muhammad had feared. He lacked the capability to silence his critics in a fair debate because his prophetic claim was based on the quicksand of grand delusion. All he wanted was to relax in his airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment where he could feel secure. But despite of all his efforts to project himself as a prophet, there were many instances when he behaved in such ways that were disgraceful to discuss. Ibn Ishaq truthfully recorded them, but later on Ibn Hisham removed them to save Islam. To save his false self from collapsing, Muhammad put any word in the mouth of Allah as he liked. Often while reading Quran, a logical-minded reader gets confused by seeing so many contradictions in this supposed to be holy book. But all these contradictions have meaning. Muhammad wrote those revelations as situation demanded. When Muhammad was weak, Allah revealed the following verses. Be patient with what they say, and part from them courteously, Q. 73.10. And do not dispute with the people of the book, Nazarenes, except in the best manner, except for those among them who do wrong and say, to them we believe in that which was sent down to us and that which was sent down to you. Our God and your God is one, and to him we have surrendered. Q. 29:46. There is no compulsion in religion, Q. 2.256. But when Muhammad became strong enough to move from the stage of weakness to the stage of jihad, Allah revealed the following verses which were not so peaceful. Kill them wherever you find them, and drive them out from wherever they drove you out. Q. 2.191. Fight those who do not believe in God and the last day, and fight people of the book, who do not accept the religion of truth, Islam, until they pay tribute by hand, being inferior. Q. 929. It is not difficult to justify the contradictions. This is the typical working style of a narcissist to keep his false self inflated at any cost, even let it be at the cost of the God. Muhammad's prophetic claim could not stand unless he could gather a large number of followers. Allah was a useful apparatus of Muhammad to achieve this, i.e., to secure his narcissistic supplies, to keep his false self alive and steady going. If Allah had not revealed the above verses in perfect time and in perfect contradictory manner, Muhammad's false self could not stand. The fake prophetic false self of Muhammad required creating a scarecrow to pose as a true God and to speak out in divine voice so that Muhammad's position as a prophet could be established. Neither Quran nor Allah had any other purpose beyond than this. Once Muhammad died, there were no more Quranic revelations and Allah also became silent forever. When the narcissist is dead, with him died his false self and the hunger of the false self for narcissistic supplies. But Islam did not die with Muhammad. Though Muhammad died like any other mortal human being and his Allah became silence, but Islam survived because Muhammad left a book containing his poisonous instructions in the name of God. Muslims, when pick up this book of instruction and put their trust on it, indirectly they came within the narcissistic grip of Muhammad. I will discuss more on this in the forthcoming chapter on Quran. 3.6.3 The development of Muhammad's narcissism. The circumstances of Muhammad's childhood confirm that his family had fallen on harder times. Muhammad's father Abdullah passed away before his son's birth, leaving very little for his wife and son, and Amina, mother of Muhammad, died when Muhammad was only 6 years old. Giler and Salihub, 2002, p. 70. Amina lacked interest in her child and wanted to give her to a nurse. But it was difficult for her to get a nurse because she was a poor widow and hence the pay was miserable. When infant Muhammad was shown to some women who were looking for infants to nurse, one of them is reported, Rodinson, 1980, p.45, to have said, an orphan. And with no money. And what can his mother do? Ultimately Halima took away the child with much unwillingness because she did not get a child from a wealthy family and her family desperately needed the extra income even though it was not much. There was a possibility that Halima or her family did not treat the infant well due to this. However, at the age of 5, Halima returned Muhammad to his mother Amina, but again she was reluctant to take the child back. 1 year after reunion, Amina died. So Muhammad was neglected not only by his foster mother but by his real mother also. Being orphan in those days was a curse. In Quran Muhammad recalls those cursed days of his lonesome orphanhood. The last shall be better for you than the first. Your Lord will give you, and you will be satisfied. Did he not find you an orphan and give you shelter? Did he not find you a wanderer? So he guided you. Did he not find you poor and suffice you? Do not oppress the orphan. Q. 93.428. Those were clearly Muhammad's words, but it was put to Allah's mouth. Allah, the talking doll of Muhammad like a puppet sitting on a ventriloquist's knee, is expressing his frustration on behalf of Muhammad. Here the narcissist is playing a monodrama in an open theater where everyone has an access. Muhammad remained behind the screen, while Allah took the center stage and echoed Muhammad's words of frustration. But why there was so much neglect? It was not only poverty but something more than that. Often the parents of a narcissist are narcissists themselves. If the mother is a narcissist, she may be either detached from or overly invested in aspects of her pregnancy. When the child arrives, the narcissist mother may become depressed as the newborn has some demands from the mother. This leaves little opportunity for the mother to satisfy her grandiose fantasies. Often the mother looks for a way out. She does not hesitate to take advantage of someone else's offer to shoulder some or the entire burden. If there is no way out, she shows extreme carelessness, of course, unless others are watching, to the child. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 49. Islamic traditional sources do not tell much about Amina, the mother of Muhammad, hence we are not very sure if Amina was a narcissist herself, but her behavior strongly points out the same. However, it is for certain that a discrepancy between Muhammad's chronological age and the level of his psychological functioning formed at his adolescent days, which widened with time till his death. Those Quranic words show how much the memory of his neglected childhood had pained him. The psychological scars that left in his mind never healed. Muhammad made his dead mother responsible for all these sufferings caused to him. When Muhammad conquered Mecca, about 50 years after Amina's death, he visited his mother's grave. He told, cited Sina, 2008, p. 11, his companions. "This is the grave of my mother, the Lord has permitted me to visit it. And I sought leave to pray for her, but it was not granted. So I called my mother to remembrance, and the tender memory of her overcame me, and I wept." The root cause for development of an inflated false self of Muhammad was due to this faulty parenting and traumatic childhood experiences. Like other narcissists, Muhammad suffered a developmental arrest prior to the full emergence of his true self. The first few years of a child is a very crucial stage, which may makes or breaks the child. Clinical experience shows that childhood trauma and abuse are almost impossible to erase. Modern brain research tends to support this sad view but offers some hope. Vannon, 1999, p. 217, wrote, "Traumas are inevitable. They are an inseparable part of life. But in early childhood, especially in infancy, ages 0 to 4, they acquire an ominous aura, an evil, irreversible meaning. No matter how innocuous the event and the surrounding circumstances, the child's vivid imagination is likely to embed it in the framework of a highly idiosyncratic horror story. During this period, the child struggles hard with a very important developmental task, the formation of a healthy, autonomous self. The caregivers and parents are required to be tolerant, sympathetic, and clear on boundaries of what is good and bad. But for doing this job well, the parents and caregivers first need to have a realistic sense both of themselves and of the child. They should also be able to control their own aggressive impulses. If they don't, the healthy mental development of the child is threatened. If Amina was a narcissist, she created a fertile ground for the creation of a future narcissist. Muhammad remained trapped in the narcissistic position like an extension of his mother, just as she was of him. His sense of self became grandiose and unrealistic, while at the same time he remained dependent on approval from others for self-esteem. Kernberg's views are much more simple and straightforward. According to him, the narcissistic disorder is the child's defense against a cold and unempathic parent, usually the mother. This is what we see in the case of Muhammad. Amina ignored her child's separation and individual needs in order to mold the child to fit her own uncompromising standards and to serve her own emotional needs. Though we cannot say for sure that whether Kohut's, Kernberg's, or Masterson's views are applicable to Muhammad's narcissism, but we should remember that in all accounts the child emerges into adult life with a history of unsatisfactory relationships with others, which was very similar to Muhammad. Though Muhammad gave the impression of a sensible and well-balanced man in his adulthood, but in spite of this, undoubtedly, he had a conflict-ridden psychological dependence on others. 3.6.4 Why Allah did not allow Muhammad to pray for his mother? The simple answer is, Muhammad could not forgive his mother even after more than half a century of her death. God cannot be unjust, and God's unwillingness in this case is just absurd. Allah is the puppet of Muhammad. Hence Allah says whatever Muhammad wants him to say. Underneath this dramatic divine rejection there remains the fact that it is impossible for a narcissist to forgive someone, particularly his mother. They have overly complicated relationship with their parents, mainly with their mothers. For a narcissist, his parents never die. They live on to torment him, to persecute and prosecute him, to put him on constant trial. Vannon, 1999, p. 172. Their criticism, mental torture, apathy, other forms of abuse and berating him, all these things live long after their physical death. Even after several decades of his mother's death, Muhammad was still tormented because his relationship with his mother was too complicated and too bitter. So it was not Allah who prevented Muhammad to pray for his mother, but it was Muhammad's own preference, which he skillfully put on Allah. If Allah is really so angry with Muhammad's mother, why he allowed Muhammad to visit her grave? How disgusting it is to think that the God is still angry with a woman who is dead for over half a century. Muhammad did not really cry for his mother. It was a pretension. The display of outburst of fake emotions had specific purpose to obtain certain result. By shedding few drops of crocodile tears, Muhammad sent a deceitful emotional message to mislead the people around him. Narcissists' parents are narcissistic supply sources. By ignoring his mother in front of others, though long after her death, Muhammad's false self just reinvested itself through the look of others. Once Muhammad devalued his mother, his own value is increased. But at the same time, Muhammad proved that he was not cruel. By mimicking real emotions artfully, Muhammad made other people to believe that he is more human than common. It was his mask of sanity. 3.6.5 The narcissistic supply sources of Muhammad. To preserve his grandiose conception of himself, there is a need of continuous supplies. The defensive false self cannot stand by its own, because no matter how big it is projected, deep down it is false. Since at any cost the narcissists have to protect their false images, they are often restless. Masterson, 1990, p. 92. Muhammad was continuously under pressure to maintain his status of a prophet. The narcissistic supply means quite specifically those activities and relationship that reinforce his grandiosity. Muhammad demanded absolute obedience from his followers. He required excessive admiration, adulation, attention, and affirmation. A narcissist reinvests himself through the look of others. He is forced to use other people in order to feel that he exists. This is what we might call reinforcing feedback. Masterson, 1990, p. 92. The sick narcissist's sense of self-worth and self-esteem derive entirely from audience feedback. The narcissist has no self-esteem or self-worth of his own, no such ego functions. In the absence of observers, the narcissist shrivels to non-existence and feels dead. Hence the narcissist's preying habits in his constant pursuit of narcissistic supply. It is an addictive behavior. After 13 years of preaching, Muhammad could not gather more than a handful converts. From a worldly point of view, his mission was a complete failure. The early Muslims were mostly slaves, who had hardly any social standing. Muhammad was desperate to convert some influential people. During the pilgrimage season, whenever Muhammad approached the chiefs of tribes visiting the Kaaba and invited them to embrace Islam, his influential uncle Abu Lahab used to follow him and say to them before his face, "This nephew of mine is mad. So take no notice of what he says." Islam Watch, 2007. It clearly shows that Muhammad's eagerness to gain converts was so intense that it appeared he had gone crazy. The narcissists can go to great lengths to make a big impression on the listeners. They never stop doing that. They want to be sure they have others' attention. Muhammad required influential converts to gain more converts to his religion. More converts means more narcissistic supply. Narcissists are mental equivalent of an alcoholic. They don't know when to stop but ask for more, and yet more. They always look for new victims. They are always hungry for narcissistic supply sources. Muhammad only wanted to be recognized as a prophet and to live in his invented world, an airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment, where he must be surrounded with the right people who would appreciate and advertise him as the only chosen prophet of Allah. It does not matter for a narcissist, if these attributes are superficial and not accurate indicators of a person's real worth. But the narcissist takes them seriously and continues believing in his supremacy. At Medina, Muhammad showed his real face. When he came to Medina, he was penniless. He was given asylum, but what Muhammad gave them in return? He assassinated his critics, divided the population and subdued them, and established his reign of terror in that city. All these things he had done to secure narcissistic supply sources. A narcissist does everything with one goal in mind, attracting more narcissistic supplies. Vanin, 1999, p. 98. Muhammad's mind was a one-track mind. Muhammad wanted converts not because he was interested in humans. He never loved human. He was only interested in gaining followers. For this he was ready to go any length. The actor and the drama changed from this time on. Allah wrote in the Quran, "Do not fear people, but fear me. And, do not take a small price for my verses. Those who do not judge with what Allah has sent down are the unbelievers." Q. 5.44. This path of mine is straight. Follow it and do not follow other paths, for they will scatter you away from his path. With such Allah charges you, in order that you be cautious. Q. 6.153. Narcissists always rate people around them. They ask a simple question to themselves. Can this or that person provide him with narcissistic supply? If the answer is yes, he is interested, not at the human, but to secure a supply, and if the answer is no, the person simply does not exist. To secure narcissistic supply sources, the narcissist changes his color like a lizard. He flatters, adores, admires, and applauds the target in an embarrassingly exaggerated and profuse manner, and at the very next moment sulks, abuses, and humiliates the target in every possible way and shows violent displays of abuse, rage attacks, or cold detachment if the target fails to comply with his narcissistic requirements. Muhammad perfectly fits into this profile. At the birth of Islam, Muhammad tried to formulate his religion in the style of Moses. He was much influenced by the rabbinic literature and borrowed extensively from the holy scriptures of Jews. As Wansbrough, cited, Warwick, 2002, p. 24, put forward his argument that Islam emerged only when it came into contact with and under the influence of rabbinic Judaism. Earlier scholars like Torrey also recognized that there are genuine borrowings from Jews' literature. Some present-day prominent critics of Islam have the same view, as Khan, 2009, p. 42, mentioned that Muhammad was highly influenced by the learned Jews' rabbis, and some Jews used to tell him ancient history as recounted in the Torah. Even Muhammad agreed that the holy book of Jews can influence Quran. In this year, the Prophet commanded Zayd bin Thabit to study the book of the Jews, saying, "I fear that they may change my book." Tabari, 7.167. When Muhammad relocated in Medina in 622, a large number of thriving, rich and influential Jews and polytheistic tribes lived there. Economically, these tribes were much stronger than the uncivilized Arabs. At the beginning in Medina, Muhammad continued praising the Jews and their faith. He also maintained good relations with them and adopted many Jewish customs, as example, fasting of Ashura, later changed to Ramadan, zakat, contribution to charity, prohibition on eating the pig meat, introduced ceremonial ablutions and purifications, established the Sabbath observance on Saturdays, later changed to Friday, circumcision etc. Khan, 2009. p. 42-44. To flatter the Jews, he used to call himself Nabi, the Jewish term for prophet. To make the Jews happy, Muhammad even adopted Jerusalem as the Qibla for his prayers. Muhammad thought that by this way he would be able to secure his narcissistic supplies from these wealthy and influential people by converting them to his creed. Though some polytheist tribes joined his creed in large numbers, but the wealthy Jews paid him little attention. Allah started revealing verses specially designed to lure them. Many verses confirmed the Jewish stories of Genesis, q. 2.30-38, and Judaic stories of Moses and the children of Israel, q. 2.240. 61. Then Allah strongly urged the Jews and Christians, and the monotheistic Sabians, to believe in the Quran alongside following their own scriptures to gain Allah's mercy, q. 2.62 and q. 22.17, and to accept Muhammad as their prophet, q. 5.19, 5.20. A logical-minded reader will not fail to notice the strong narcissistic urge for attention of Muhammad in the following verses. There is no divinity attached to these verses. All we can see that a narcissist is desperately seeking attention from his potential victims. People of the book. After an interval during which there were no messengers, our messenger, Muhammad, has come to clarify your religion to you, lest you should say, no bearer of glad tidings or a warner has come to us. Indeed, there has come to you a bearer of glad tidings and a warner. Allah has power over all things, q. 5.19. Remember, when Moses said to his people, remember, my people, the favors which Allah has bestowed upon you. He has raised up prophets among you, made you kings, and given you that which he has not given to any one of the worlds, q. 5.20. However, still the Jews did not pay him any attention. The narcissist is again in action, and the following verses were revealed. We gave to the children of Israel the book, judgment, and prophethood. We provided them with good things and preferred them above the worlds of their time, q. 45.16. Children of Israel, remember my favor which I bestowed upon you, and that I referred your prophets among you, above the worlds, q. 2.122. We have sent down the Torah, in which there is guidance and light, by which the submissive prophets judged the Jews, as did the rabbis and those of their Lord, guarding what they were required to of the book of Allah, and for which they were witness, q. 5.44. Then to Moses we gave the book, complete for him who does good, and, to make plain all things, and guidance and mercy, so that they might believe in the ultimate meeting with their Lord, q. 6.154. Yet among the people of Moses there was a nation who preached the truth and acted justly, q. 7.159. We gave to the children of Israel the book, judgment, and prophethood. We provided them with good things and preferred them above the worlds of their time, q. 45.16. In the following ahadith Muhammad gave much superior status to Moses. On the day of resurrection Moses will hold one of the pillars of Allah's throne, Bukhari, 4.55.610. The Prophet said, don't give me superiority over Moses. On the day of resurrection Moses will be standing and holding a side of Allah's throne, Bukhari, 6.55.20. All the nations were displayed in front of me Muhammad, and I saw a large multitude of people covering the horizon. Somebody said, this is Moses and his followers, Bukhari, 4.55.622. Muhammad knew that if he could gain the influential Jews as his followers, he will be more powerful. Power for a narcissist is not only an affirmation of superiority but also a means of controlling others to ensure narcissistic supplies. Anything that can feed his fragile false ego. The more power they have, the more freely they can diminish others to keep their false self inflated. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 14. This was the actual cause of Muhammad's urge to get the Jews as his followers. Neither he was interested in Jews nor he ever loved them. He was only interested to establish himself as a prophet. He wanted to see that the image of a prophet is being hurled back at him by the Jews. He wanted the Jews to reflect him, to confirm him, to admire him and to applaud him. In a word, Muhammad wanted an assurance from the Jews that he exists as a prophet. He simply wanted to see his reflection in the eyes of the Jews. Still unsuccessful, Muhammad desperately took one step further in his pursuit of gaining the Jews in his creed. Now he claimed that he is the Messiah whose coming was foretold in the Torah. Allah declared, "And to those who shall follow the messenger, the unlettered prophet, Muhammad, whom they shall find written with them in the Torah and the Gospel." Q. 7.157. The worst part of lying is that the liar keeps on forgetting what he had told before. So to cover up one lie, the impostor needs to tell several lies. If Muhammad's coming was foretold in the Torah, then it also contradicted another revelation. According to Allah, Q. 45.16, the prophethood is bestowed upon the children of Israel only, and more specifically upon the family of Isaac and Jacob. Q. 29.27. But Muhammad was an Arab, not an Israelite, and his family line leading up to Ishmael is different from those of Isaac and Jacob. The Jewish rabbis caught the liar red-handed on this point. Jews also rejected Muhammad's claim that Quran was divine revelation, because it was not revealed in sacred language, Hebrew or Syriac. For Jews, Arabic is a language of poets and drunkards. They also pointed out many contradictions in Quran, like Allah wrongly accused Jews of saying that Ezra, Ozair, was the son of God. Q. 9.30. The Jews also pointed to multiple errors in Muhammad's versions of the events of the Torah and called him ignorant of Jewish scriptures, which his revelation claimed to affirm. In sum, they rejected Muhammad, Allah, Quran, and Islam altogether, calling the revelations as garbled, fallacious and at times unintelligible. Khan, 2009, p. 44. At this moment a narcissist argues this way: my feeling and needs are all that matter, and whatever I want I should get. If you cannot make yourself useful in meeting my need, you are of no value. If you defy my will, prepare to feel my wrath. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 20. For Muhammad, mutuality and reciprocity were entirely alien concepts. The very existence of the Jews is only meaningful if they are ready to agree, to obey, to flatter, and to submit to Muhammad, in short to anticipate and meet every narcissistic need of Muhammad. Vannon, 1999, p. 183, wrote, "The narcissist simply discards people when he becomes convinced that they can no longer provide him with narcissistic supply. This is an evaluation subjective and highly emotionally charged. It does not have to be grounded on reality. Hell hath no fury like Narcissus denied." Muhammad had praised, respected, admired, and applauded his target, i.e., the Jews, in an embarrassingly exaggerated and profuse manner, even had accepted the divine status of Moses, but now the time is up. It is time for narcissistic rage. It is the time to abuse and humiliate the Jews in every possible way and to show violent displays of abuse and rage attacks because the Jews failed to comply with his narcissistic requirements. A narcissist first overvalues the target in order to obtain narcissistic supply from them, and if his ambition is not fulfilled he starts devaluing them. Vannon, 1999, p. 73. When Muhammad could not do it by means of flattery, he would do it by means of cruelty. The goal was to get from the Jews to give him what he wanted. A narcissist doesn't especially care which method he uses, so long as he finds one that works. Muhammad felt an unbridled urge to destroy the Jews, and, with his strong narcissistic urge, Allah's tone and Muhammad's gesture towards the Jews started changing. In narcissistic frustration, Muhammad put the following words in the mouth of Allah. Allah was clearly dissatisfied because the Jews had rejected Islam, and now the Jews are subjected to the wrath from Allah. You will please neither the Jews nor the Nazarenes unless you follow their creed. Say, the guidance of Allah is the guidance. And if after all the knowledge you have been given you yield to their desires, you shall not have, other than Allah, either a guide or a helper. Q. 2.120. Allah has cursed them, the Jews, for their disbelief, so they do not believe. Q. 4.46. Jew hatred in Islam started with these verses. No God can so miserably express his frustration over the Jews. It was Muhammad himself, who felt helpless at the point of rejection. The narcissist was craving for attention, i.e., for narcissistic supply sources, and he was deprived of it. Muhammad started playing a monodrama. Allah took the center stage while Muhammad took a back seat behind the scene. Once the Jews rejected Islam, Muhammad condemned them. Genuine love and affection is never conditional. It was Muhammad who was frustrated, but Allah expressed the frustrations on behalf of Muhammad. In the following hadith from Bukhari, Muhammad could not hide his frustration. Narrated Abu Huraira, while we were in the mosque, the Prophet came out and said, "Let us go to the Jews." We went out till we reached Baytul Madras. He said to them, "If you embrace Islam, you will be safe. You should know that the earth belongs to Allah and His Apostle, and I want to expel you from this land. So, if anyone amongst you owns some property, he is permitted to sell it, otherwise you should know that the earth belongs to Allah and His Apostle." Bukhari, 4.53392. Gradually, Quran became a mine of anti-Jewish passages. The hadith did not lag behind. In recent years some Western scholars have tried to argue, cited Boston, 2008, p. 22, that Islamic anti-Semitism, i.e., hatred of the Jews, is only a recent phenomenon learned from the Nazis during and after the 1940s, and Jews lived peacefully under Muslim rules for centuries. Both assertions are gross ignorance of these scholars. Muhammad set the example for anti-Semitism. The oldest biography of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq and also Tabari's history are full with Muhammad's deep hatred for Jews. Allah continues with anti-Jews revelations. Humiliation and abasement were pitched upon them, the Jews, and they incurred the anger of Allah, because they disbelieved His signs and slew His prophets unjustly, because they disobeyed and were transgressors. Q. 2.61. You will find that the most people in enmity to the believers are the Jews and idolaters. Q. 5.82. Believers, take neither Jews nor Christians for your guides. They are guides of one another. Whosoever of you takes them for a guide shall become one of their numbers. Allah does not guide the wrongdoers. Q. 5.51. Believers, many are the rabbis and monks who in falsehood defraud people of their possessions and bar people from the path of Allah. Give glad tidings of a painful punishment to those who treasure gold and silver and do not spend it in the way of Allah. Q. 9.34. Believers, do not take as guides those who were given the book before you, who have made of your religion a jest and a pastime, nor the unbelievers. Have fear of Allah, if you are believers. Q. 5.57. Do those of the Lord and the rabbis not forbid them to speak sinfully and to devour what is unlawful? Evil indeed is what they were doing. The Jews say, the hand of Allah is chained. Their own hands are chained. And they are cursed for what they said. Q. 5.63, 64. In a fury against Jews, Allah again started contradicting Himself. Torah, which Allah had recognized as a divine book containing His guidance and light, Q. 5.44, and a blessing and guidance for the righteous, Q. 6.154, is now became perverted by the Jews, Q. 2.75. The Jews, earlier recognized by Allah as privileged above all people, Q. 45.15, now became those who show greatest hostility to the believers, Q. 5.82, envious people, q. 2.109, whose hearts are as hardened as rocks, q. 2.74, they confound truth, q. 2.42, liars, q. 2.78, ill-informed people of little faith, q. 2.89, and, they pursue vague and wishful fancies, q. 2.111. Allah now sent new revelations for changing the direction from Jerusalem to Mecca, q. 2.144. Muhammad started calling himself a Rasul instead of Nabi, the day of Sabbath was changed from Saturday to Friday, Jumu'ah, and many other Jews' customs and practices were modified, Khan, 2009, p. 45. Muhammad belittled Moses in the following ahadith. Jabir bin Abdullah narrated that when Umar came to Allah's Messenger, SAW, he said, "We hear the narration from the Jews, which sounds pleasing to us, so should we not write some of them?" Whereupon he, SAW, said, "Do you want to be baffled as the Jews and the Christians were baffled? I have brought to you, guidance, bright and pure, and if Moses were alive now there would have been no alternative left for him but to follow me." Tirmidhi, 177. If Moses were alive now, and he found my prophethood, he would have definitely followed me. Tirmidhi 194, Darimi and Mishkat 120. And, then Muhammad declared. Abu Hurairah reported Allah's Messenger, as saying, "The last hour would not come unless the Muslims will fight against the Jews and the Muslims would kill them until the Jews would hide themselves behind a stone or a tree and a stone or a tree would say, 'Muslim, or the servant of Allah, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him,' but the tree Garkad would not say, 'For it is the tree of the Jews.'" Muslim, 41 6985. Muhammad's this type of behavior is not abnormal. Narcissistic rage is very prominent in malignant narcissism. Muhammad felt that by not accepting him as a prophet, he was degraded by the Jews. This way his grandiose sense of self-worth is perceivably being attacked. In this situation a narcissist's natural reaction is to rage and pull down the self-worth of others to make him feel superior to others. In narcissistic injury the pain is devastating. It is an attempt by the narcissists to soothe their internal pain and hostility, while at the same time rebuilding their self-worth by degrading others. The narcissistic rage cannot be compared with the healthy anger of a normal person. A normal healthy person needs a provocation to become angry, but the narcissist does not. Muhammad felt deflated, and the only way he can re-inflate himself is by diminishing, debasing, or degrading the Jews. Allah, the puppet of Muhammad, now started saying that he had transformed Jews into apes and swine. "You have surely known of those amongst you who transgress the Sabbath. We said to them, be apes, despised." Q. 2.65. Say, shall I tell you who will receive a worse recompense from Allah than that? Those whom Allah has cursed and with whom he is angry, and made some of them apes and swine. Q. 5.60. And when they had scornfully persisted in what they had been forbidden, we said to them, be apes, despised. Q. 7.166. The superinflated false self of Muhammad is still not satisfied. Now he turned his sword against the Jews without any provocation. The fates of 3 Jewish tribes, who lived in and around Yathrib, Banu Kanaka, the Bani Nadir and the Banu Qurayza, are well recorded in various Islamic traditional sources. These 3 tribes were the original inhabitants. The narcissist prophet of Islam forced the Kanqa and Nadir tribe into exile and mass assassinated some 800 to 900 male members of the Qurayza tribe and reduced their children and women to slavery. With the elimination of Banu Qurayza, Medina was cleansed of the Jews. Muhammad's attention now turned to the Jewish community in Khaybar, another powerful Jewish stronghold in Arabian Peninsula. During 627 CE, Muhammad got the leader of the Jews of Khaybar, Abu Rafi, assassinated. Then in May 628 CE, Muhammad set upon an expedition against them with himself at the command of a strong army, some 1,600 fighting men. The young grandson of Abu Rafi, Kinana was the leader of the Jews. Kinana was tortured for the information of the whereabouts of his treasures. When the treasure was found, Kinana was put to death. All the fighting-aged men were put to sword and their children and women were taken as captives. In this regard, Tabari and Ibn Ishaq recorded. So Muhammad began seizing their herds and their property bit by bit. He conquered home by home. Tabari, 8.116/Ishaq, 511. After the messenger had finished with the Khaybar Jews, Allah cast terror into the hearts of the Jews in Fadak, Tabari, 8.129. Narcissists cannot feel the pain of others. Muhammad was a predator and just did not know what it meant to be human. A narcissist has no time or energy for anything except the next narcissistic fix, no matter what the price and who is trampled upon. Vanin, 1999, p. 98. Those helpless people of 3 Jewish tribes were like two-dimensional caricatures for Muhammad. They were given no right because they were of no use of Muhammad for his narcissistic fix. During the first 5 years of Muhammad's prophetic mission, about 20 out of 114 chapters of Quran were revealed. These revelations mention very little about Christ, Bible, and Christianity in general. Only after Muhammad had sent away some of his followers to Christian Abyssinia in 615, new revelations started coming down from Allah confirming biblical stories, as example, the Surah Maryam that talks about Virgin Mary, John the Baptist and miraculous birth of Jesus, affirming the Christian faith. Khan, 2009, p. 61. The narcissist was in action again to secure his needs. This trend continued until some early period of Muhammad's prophetic mission in Medina. By seeing the biblical stories in Quran, some Christians were confused and they mistook Islam as another prospering sect of Christianity. This way Muhammad was partially successful in deceiving the Christians, but the mainstream Christians paid him very little attention. By seeing the rejection, Muhammad felt that he had been treated unjustly. Shortly, the Christians also recognized him a false prophet and turned to be his major critics, adding insult to injury. The narcissist Muhammad, despite borrowing so intensely from Christian faith to formulate his religion, now would not hesitate to condemn the Christians. He denied the divinity of Jesus and his incarnation. Muhammad's Allah denied that Christ died on the cross. If the death of Jesus on the cross for the sin of mankind is denied, the Christian faith loses much of its claimed greatness. This is how the narcissist took his sick revenge. Since Christians did not accept Islam, the Quran invokes Allah's curse on them. We can have a look at the following Quranic verses. And for their saying, we killed the Messiah, Jesus the son of Mary, the messenger and prophet of Allah. They did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but to them, he, the crucified, had been given the look of Prophet Jesus. Those who differ concerning him, Prophet Jesus, are surely in doubt regarding him. They have no knowledge of him, except the following of supposition, and, it is, a certainty they did not kill him. Rather, Allah raised him up to him. Allah is Almighty, the Wise. Q. 4.157, 158. With those who said they were Christians, we made a covenant, but they have forgotten much of what they were reminded. Therefore, we stirred among them enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection. Q. 5.14. Indeed, those who say, Allah is the third of the Trinity became unbelievers. There is but one God. If they do not desist in what they say, a painful punishment will afflict those of them that disbelieve. Q. 5.73. From the above verses we can see how much Allah was ignorant about basis tenets of Christianity. Allah thought that the Christians believe in 3 gods, and on this ground he attacked them. To continue with Allah's hatred for the Christians. People of the book, do not exaggerate your religion. Do not say about Allah except the truth. Indeed, the Messiah, Jesus son of Mary, is only a messenger, and prophet, of Allah. Q. 4.171. Lord, she said, how can I bear a child when no human being has touched me? He replied, such is the will of Allah. He creates whom he will. When he decrees a thing, he only says, be, and it is. Q. 3.47. Say, people of the book. Do not exaggerate your religion, other than the truth, and do not follow the desires of a people who went astray before, and led many astray, and, once again, have gone astray from the straight path. Q. 5.77. With those who said they were Nazarenes, we made a covenant, but they have forgotten much of what they were reminded. Therefore, we stirred among them enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection, when Allah will inform them of all that they have done. Q. 5.14. Allah prescribed eternal hellfire for the Christians with Jews and idolaters for not joining Islam. The unbelievers among the people of the book and the idolaters shall be forever in the fire of Gehenna, hell. They are the worst of all creatures. Q. 98.6. The unbelievers are those who say, Allah is the Messiah, the son of Mary. But the Messiah said, Children of Israel, worship Allah, my Lord, and your Lord. He who associates anything with Allah, Allah has indeed forbidden paradise to him, and his abode shall be in the fire. The harmdoers shall have no helpers. Q. 5.72. After condemning the main doctrine of Christianity, Muhammad turned to the Christian priests as his main target. These priests, according to Muhammad, were greedy and devourer of people's wealth because they prevented the Christians from joining Islam. In the following two verses, Allah is clearly angry with them. Believers, many are the rabbis and monks, Christian priests, who in falsehood defraud people of their possessions and bar people from the path of Allah. Give glad tidings of a painful punishment to those who treasure gold and silver and do not spend it in the way of Allah. Q. 9.34. They take their rabbis and monks as lords besides Allah, and the Messiah, son of Mary, though they were ordered to worship but one God. There is no God except He. Exalted is He above that they associate with Him. Q. 9.31. Even after condemning the main doctrine of Christianity, attacking the priests and prescribing hellfire for the Christians, the narcissist was still not happy. His superinflated ego was not satisfied. In the following ahadith, Muhammad made some absurd and baseless claims, similar to what he made about the Jews. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, By him in whose hands my soul is, surely, Jesus, the son of Mary will soon descend amongst you and will judge mankind justly. As a just ruler, he will break the cross and kill the pigs, and there will be no jizya, i.e. taxation taken from non-Muslims. Money will be in abundance so that nobody will accept it, and a single prostration to Allah, in prayer, will be better than the whole world and whatever is in it. Bukhari, 4.55.657. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, How will you be when the son of Mary, i.e. Jesus, descends amongst you, and he will judge people by the law of the Quran and not by the law of gospel? Bukhari, 4.55.658. Now Muhammad wants to take arms against Christians and called it as Allah's divine punishment. With divine sanction from Allah, Muhammad launched military campaigns against all the kings who had rejected his call for submission to Islam. Amongst these non-believers there were Arab Christian kings of Yamama, Oman, and Bahrain, and powerful foreign Christian rulers like Governor of Egypt and Emperor Heraclius of Rome, Constantinople. The governor of Egypt offered Muhammad with 2 beautiful slave girls as friendly gifts. In September 629, Muhammad sent a strong force of 3,000 jihadi Muslim warriors to Muta, a Christian border district of Syria. The Christian king clashed with Muhammad with greater military force and Muslims suffered severe losses. In February, 630, Muhammad sent another Muslim army to fight the Christian tribes of Oman. Under sword, some tribes were subdued to embrace Islam while others were forced to surrender half of their land and property in order to keep their Christian faith. In October 630, again the narcissist Muhammad is raged against the Christians. A large army of 30,000 horses and foot soldiers was sent to fight Byzantine frontier in Syria. However, this massive army of Muslims retreated when spies arrived with the intelligence that a large Greek army had assembled at the border to confront the Muslim army. Khan, 2009, p. 64. Muhammad's hate for Christians and Jews continued well into his deathbed. Just a few days before his death, the revengeful Muhammad cried out, "O Lord, destroy the Jews and Christians. Let the Lord's anger be kindled against them. Let there remain throughout Arabia no other religion except Islam." The dying wish of the narcissist was carried out to conclusion by his immediate successors by expelling the Jews and Christians from Arabia. Khan, 2009, p. 64. With Jews and Christians, the idolaters are also condemned by Allah and Muhammad, because they had rejected Islam. A few quotes from the Quranic revelations as below. The believers should not take the unbelievers as guides in preference to the believers. He who does this does not belong to Allah in anything, unless you have a fear of them. Q. 3.28. The worst beasts in Allah's sight are the disbelievers. Q. 8.55. He who chooses a religion other than Islam, it will not be accepted from him. Q. 3.85. Believers, do not take intimates with other than your own. They spare nothing to ruin you, they yearn for you to suffer. Hatred has already shown itself from their mouths, and what their chests conceal is yet greater. Q. 3.118. Indeed, the basest creatures before Allah are the unbelievers, for they will not believe. Q. 8.55. Muhammad, the malignant narcissist, simply could not understand why he could not be obeyed by everyone. In a normal healthy person, we can see a substantially genuine interest in others in addition to their interest in themselves to hold up their hands. But for a narcissist, as Masterson, 1990, p. 98, wrote, he has absolutely no interest in others for themselves. Narcissists are completely foreign to most of us in this regard. They do not realize or accept the fact that the world contains other human beings who are emotionally involved with each other and with their own legitimate needs and interests, which are just as important as the narcissists. This is the reason of Muhammad's hate and fury to the disbelievers, and the above Quranic verses, which Muhammad put in the mouth of Allah, are typical examples of his narcissistic rage. From Muhammad's point of view, the very existence of the non-believers was painful for him to see. A narcissist feels that he is superior, omnipotent, omniscient, invincible, immune, above the law, and omnipresent, magical thinking. He rages when frustrated, contradicted, or confronted by people he considers inferior to him and unworthy. Initially, Muhammad tried to preach his religion peacefully. He had made several attempts to attract the Jews and Christians to his faith to make them stable sources of narcissistic supplies. He changed the Qibla to please the Jews, included biblical stories in his book to impress the Christians, but even after all these efforts, when he was rejected, his narcissistic super-inflated ego was hurt and his concocted personal myth, the false self, was directly and effectively challenged, and he was consequently discredited and humiliated in public and thus injured. The humiliation and the proven emptiness of his prophetic claim caused narcissistic frustration, which accumulated with repeated rejections from various tribes whom Muhammad called for submission to his faith. The accumulated frustration and hurt translated into devaluation and defiance of the Jews and Christian and idolaters' faith and gods. Muhammad, who shamelessly plagiarized the biblical stories to please Christians, is now eager to devalue the Christian faith by denying the death of Jesus on the cross for the sin of mankind. So, which was previously idealized is now discarded with contempt and hatred. Ultimately, the devastating pain caused by narcissistic injury and inevitable narcissistic rage due to this, turned to a terrifying display of unbridled aggression against the Jews and Christians. Once the narcissist is furious, he knows no bounds and no mercy. The devaluation is not only shocking and devastating, but also unexpected. Following hadith proves my point. Allah's wrath became severe on anyone the Prophet killed in Allah's cause, Bukhari, 5.59.401. But are all Jews and Christians bad in the eyes of Muhammad? The answer is yes. This is how the narcissist generalizes his enemies. A narcissist does not react to people, or interact with them, as individuals. Rather, he generalizes and tends to treat people as symbols or classes. The Prophet declared, "Kill any Jew who falls under your power." Tabari, 7.97. For Muhammad, anyone who is a Jew is an enemy of Islam. This is how he generalized people. He believed in all or nothing. Muhammad either idealized or devalued people to the extreme. To the narcissist, things and people are either entirely bad, evil, or entirely good. For this reason, a Muslim will go to paradise even if he the worst criminal, and the Jews, Christians, and idolaters will go to hell only because they do not submit to Islam, no matter even if they are saints and pious people. Being in a position of authority secures the uninterrupted flow of narcissistic supply. Fed by the awe, fear, subordination, admiration, adoration, and obedience of his victims, the narcissist thrives in such circumstances. The narcissist aspires to acquire authority by any means available to him. The more he gets, he starves for more. His thrust for interrupted narcissistic supplies is never satisfied. In a particular moment, even God cannot escape from him. The narcissist devalues God and shows to others that even God is powerless to him. On several occasions, Muhammad disobeyed Allah outrageously. He never followed the Quran, as I have shown in previous chapter. By neglecting Allah's divine instruction, Muhammad's narcissistic supply stock had gone up at the expense of God. Not to forget, there was another reason for Muhammad for not to follow Quran. A narcissist is a show-off man. He always wants to give an impression that he belongs to his group and believes in equality, but at the same time he is well aware of his superior position and consciously maintains his stance as an outsider. By neglecting Allah's divine instruction in Quran, he proved that those instructions are for common Muslims and not for a great man like Muhammad. Muhammad adopted Jerusalem as the Qibla for his prayers. It was an absolute conspiracy to belittle God. This single action of Muhammad is enough to prove that he had no respect or fear for Allah. By disobeying Allah, Muhammad proved that even God is miserably helpless to him. This is how Allah indirectly became his dominant source of narcissistic supply. Vanin, cited Sina, 2008, p. 66, wrote, "Narcissists use anything they can lay their hands on in the pursuit of narcissistic supply. If God, creed, church, faith, and institutionalized religion can provide them with narcissistic supply, they will become devout. They will abandon religion if it can't. Even God cannot escape from providing him narcissistic supply. Like everything else in the narcissist's life, he mutates God into a kind of inverted narcissist." From the following Quranic verse, we can clearly recognize Muhammad as a pathological narcissist and how much he craved for narcissistic supplies. Lo! Allah and his angels pray peace to Prophet Muhammad. O ye who believe, also shower praises on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. Q. 33.56. We will try to analyze the above Quranic verse with the help of the following quote from Vanin. While describing the strange interaction between the God and a malignant narcissist, Vanin, 1999, p. 148, wrote, "God is subsumed in a larger picture, that of the narcissist's destiny and mission. God is to serve his cosmic plan by making it possible. Indirectly, God is therefore perceived by the narcissist as his service." Aisha also had exactly the same experience. Bukhari recorded Aisha's words. Narrated Aisha, "I said, to the Prophet, I feel that your Lord hastens in fulfilling your wishes and desires." Bukhari, 6.60311. If Allah is at the service of Muhammad, what's wrong in him to pray peace to Muhammad along with the angels? We don't need to quote any other verse to prove that Muhammad was suffering from malignant narcissism. Value is never absolute, it is always relative. By devaluing Allah and the angels, Muhammad put himself in a very high position. This megalomaniac delusion of grandeur is one of the most important symptoms of malignant narcissism of Muhammad. From Muhammad's point of view, when Allah's stock goes down, his stock equally goes up. It is expected that Prophet must uphold God over his own self and devote his life for the service of God. But in Islam it is theoretical. In practice Muhammad put himself in a position superior to Allah. Muslims fail to see this point, but I can quote from authentic Islamic sources to prove my point. Narrated Abu Sa'id bin al-Mu'alla, while I was praying in the mosque, Allah's apostle called me but I did not respond to him. Later I said, "O Allah's apostle, I was praying." He said, "Didn't Allah say give your response to Allah, by obeying him, and to his apostle when he calls you?" Q. 8.24, he then said to me, "I will teach you a surah which is the greatest surah in the Quran, before you leave the mosque." Bukhari, 6.60.1. The same hadith is repeated again with a slight variation. Narrated Abu Sa'id bin al-Mu'alla, while I was praying, Allah's apostle passed me and called me, but I did not go to him until I had finished the prayer. Then I went to him, and he said, "What prevented you from coming to me? Didn't Allah say O you who believe? Answer the call of Allah, by obeying him, and his apostle when he calls you." He then said, "I will inform you of the greatest surah in the Quran before I leave the mosque." Bukhari 6.60.170. Now let me put my observations logically point by point to prove that Muhammad had placed himself in a position higher than Allah. 1. A Muslim was praying to Allah and hence he neglected Muhammad's call and continued praying, quickly, and once his prayer is finished he gets to Muhammad. 2. This behavior of a Muslim made Muhammad angry. He asked the Muslim for a reason for not responding sooner. The Muslim gave an honest reply that he was praying. 3. On hearing this, Muhammad quoted the following verse from Quran. "O you, who believe, answer Allah, by obeying him, and his messenger when he calls you to that which gives you life." Q. 8.24. 4. But the Muslim's business in prayer frustrated Muhammad, though Allah said, "Answer Allah, by obeying him." 5. It means what Muhammad was frustrated because the Muslim did not obey him, even if he was praying to Allah. So the logical conclusion is that, Muhammad put himself in a higher position than Allah. He was so desperate of attention that he can't bear even the simplest signs of him being neglected, even if it would mean placing him higher than his God. A narcissist does not even leave the God to live peacefully. Muhammad could not tolerate to see that his Allah was getting more attention than himself from a common Muslim. Once he realized that his false God Allah is revered more than himself, he came out with Quranic revelations demanding more respect. For a narcissist, even God is his victim for narcissistic supplies. The only difference between God and Muhammad is that God does not believe that he is Muhammad. The narcissist always tries to change his victims as a steady source of narcissistic supply. The victims obey his commands, pay attention to him, share his belief, admire his personality, applaud his personal traits and satisfy his needs and ultimately ready to die for him. He narcissist does not change but his victims changes. Muhammad wanted to be superior to God and he had achieved his goal. In his lifetime, Muhammad literally became a living God. The Muslims used to worship him. In the beginning, Muhammad neither envisioned that his newfound religion would be so successful to spread well outside Mecca or in greater sense, outside the confines of Arabia, nor ever thought that his religion could have been suitable for anyone other than Arabs. He was motivated by the success of the contemporary small-scale self-proclaimed prophets in Mecca. Initially he wanted to be one like them and live a parasitic life by fooling a number of people at and near Mecca. The early Quranic verses confirm that Quran was written to attract the Meccans. And this is a blessed scripture which we have revealed, confirming that which was revealed before it, that thou mayst warn the mother of villages and those around her. Those who believe in the hereafter believe herein, and they are careful of their worship. Q. 6.92. And thus we have inspired in thee a lecture in Arabic, that thou mayst warn the mother town and those around it, and mayst warn of a day of assembling whereof there is no doubt. A host will be in the garden, and a host of them in the flame. Q. 42.7. Lo. We have appointed it a lecture, in Arabic that haply ye may understand. Q. 43.3. Or say they, he hath invented it? Nay, but it is the truth from thy Lord, that thou mayst warn a folk to whom no warner came before thee, that haply they may walk aright. Q. 32.2. And thou was not beside the mount when we did call, but, the knowledge of it is, a mercy from thy Lord that thou mayst warn a folk unto whom no warner came before thee, that haply they may give heed. Q. 28.46. And we have made, this scripture, easy in thy language only that they may heed. Q. 44.58. It is not for the townsfolk of Al-Medina and for those around them of the wandering Arabs, so stay behind the messenger of Allah and prefer their lives to his life. Q. 9.120. From the above verses we can see that Allah speaks to the Muhammad in Arabic, which is used only in one particular geographic location and spoken by a certain group of people, and its significance is for people in and around Mecca. If Islam is a universal religion, then why could not Allah create one universal language for all of mankind so that all people could benefit from that equally? Arabic Quran is certainly beneficial for the Arabs only. It means Islam is not a universal religion. But as Muhammad grew in power, his need for narcissistic supplies continued to increase. Now he is determined to conquer not only Mecca but the Central Arabia also. Let us analyze the following hadith. I heard Allah's apostle saying, from my followers there will be a crowd of 70,000 in number who will enter paradise, whose faces will glitter as the moon. Bukhari, 8.76.550. Verily, 70,000 of my followers will enter paradise altogether, so that the first and the last amongst them will enter at the same time. Bukhari, 4.54.410. Allah's apostle said, 70,000 of my followers shall enter paradise like the full moon. Ishaq, 306. At this point of his divine mission, Muhammad's vision was no greater than the conquest of Mecca and Central Arabia. He needed to brainwash 70,000 people to fight for him, and if necessary die for him, which he thought to be sufficient to conquer the Central Arabia. That's why, he said, 70,000 of his people will enter paradise and their faces will glitter as the moon. This is nothing except narcissistic manipulation. But, little did he know that his religious deception would live on, infecting billions, and sending millions to their death. After conquering what he desired, Muhammad moves on. Now his Allah declares that Islam is a universal religion. It means the whole world to be conquered for Allah. More correctly, his narcissistic thrust for praise, respect, devotion, authorization, and attention could never be quenched. He was like a mental equivalent of an alcoholic. The more he got, the more he needed. Allah revealed the following verses. Lo, it is naught else than a reminder for all peoples. Q. 38.87. When it is naught else than a reminder to creation. Q. 68.52. Allah changes his color with time. Like other narcissists, Muhammad was self-deceptive. Narcissists lie at the drop of a hat. Most of their lies are needless. They have to lie in order to maintain their false self and to avoid the grandiosity gap, when the borderline between fact and narcissistic fiction becomes too thin to ignore. Another reason a narcissist tells lie to extract narcissistic supply from unsuspecting sources. In the absence of observers, the narcissist shrivels to non-existence and feels dead. They collect evidence defending his version of events, and in reinterpreting reality to fit his scenario. As a result, most narcissists are self-delusional, obstinate, opinionated, and argumentative. 3.6.5.1 Why Muhammad became an outlaw. For a narcissist, being notorious is second best to being famous, and of course it is far preferable to being ignored. For him, there is nothing called bad publicity. What matters is to be in the public eye. He has hardly any choice and equally enjoys all types of attention and likes as much to be feared as to be loved. The narcissist's only bad emotional stretches are during periods of lack of attention, publicity, or exposure. If necessary, the narcissist will gamble away all their savings, just to become heavily indebted, so that he can get some attention to remain in public eye. He does not mind being humiliated if this were to make him more unique. Some narcissists even cry, but they cry exclusively for themselves, and they do so noticeably and publicly, to attract attention. Without narcissistic supply, the narcissist crumbles, like the zombies or the vampires one sees in horror movies. It is terrifying, and the narcissist is ready to do anything to avoid it. The greatest fear of Muhammad was that he could be ignored by his followers. When he found that Allah was getting more attention than him, he did not hesitate to slight Allah and to show that his Allah was inferior to him. A narcissist wants to gain authority on his followers at any cost for narcissistic supplies. He is always in pursuit of an ever-increasing supply, of an ever larger dose of adoration, and an ever bigger fix of attention, gradually loses his moral constraints. If a narcissist cannot secure sufficient narcissistic supplies by peaceful means, he desires to be notorious and feared. This is the only choice left to him to secure his supply sources. If he can secure attention by being the big bad wolf, the narcissist swiftly transforms himself into one. He shows no hesitation in eliminating men whom he had ceased to trust, either with or without the pretense of a fair trial. Muhammad ordered Muslims to fear Allah and obey him. Allah was the superego of Muhammad. As I will discuss in later chapters, Muhammad's only intention was to gain authority over his followers. A bandit leader does not preach crime to his followers in a peaceful manner, rather he wants to be feared and obeyed by his followers to carry out his unlawful orders. He demands authority so that law of the jungle can be established in the civilized society. Being in a position of authority, a narcissist wants to secure the uninterrupted flow of narcissistic supply. The more authority he gets, the more he thrives. A narcissist aspires to acquire authority by any means available to him. When Muhammad could not get the Jews as convert to Islam, Muhammad said, "O Jews, fear Allah and submit." Ishaq, 257. On several occasions Muhammad repeatedly instructed Muslims to fear Allah. Few quotations are as below. Allah helped you at Badr when you were contemptible, so fear Allah. Fear me, Ishaq, 392. Pronounce the name of Allah, and fear Allah. Q. 5.4. What is the matter with you that you do not fear Allah? Muslim, 71013. Fear Allah, Allah is severe in punishment. Muslim, 59.6. Fear Allah as much as you can, listen and obey. Q. 64.16. Obey Allah and His Messenger. Muslim, 8.1, 8.20. This particular divine instruction, obey Allah and His Messenger, is repeated again and again in the Islamic scriptures, as if Allah is in a constant panicky state that He might not be taken seriously by the Muslims. But why Allah needs to be feared? And who will be most benefited if Allah is feared? As I have shown before, both Quran 33.56, and a hadith confirms that Muhammad was in a more significant position than Allah. Then logically, if Muslims are instructed to fear Allah, it means they have to fear Muhammad also. With fear comes the obedience. This is how Muhammad had secured obedience from his followers. He who fears will obey. Muslim, 87:10. Narcissists demand blind obedience from his victims because they want to transform the victims into loyal and stable sources of narcissistic supply. The victims must obey his commands, pay attention to him, follow his statement of belief, admire his personality, applaud his personal traits, and satisfy his needs. Muhammad recorded in his Quran that even the mountains fear Allah. Had we sent down this Quran on a mountain, verily, you would have seen it humble itself, turn desolate and cleave asunder, splitting in two for fear of Allah. Such are these parables which we propound to men, that they may reflect. Q. 59.21. In fact, the whole doctrine of Islam is greatly dependent of this fear factor. Muslims are slaves of Allah. Slaves must fear their masters. Since Allah was inferior to Muhammad, hence Muslims are practically the slaves of Muhammad. This dominance urge of Muhammad had only one goal: to confirm superiority on both friends and foes. On this point, Sheikh, 1999, p. 13, lamented. In person, in known history, has ever possessed the magnitude of dominance urge that Muhammad did. If we turn the entire humankind into a pyramid, right at the apex shall be found the Arabian prophet. Allah instructed in the Quran: pay the zakat. Those saved from covetousness prosper. If you loan to Allah a beautiful loan, He will double it. He will grant forgiveness, for Allah is most ready to appreciate. Q. 64.16. God does not need a loan. It is a blasphemy to God to say that He needs a loan. Muhammad needed it to propagate Islam and to become rich. Muhammad was so greedy that he even wanted the inheritance of the dead Muslims who had no inheritor. Sunan Abu Dawud, 18.2895. With the prosperity of Islam, more narcissistic supply sources were secured for Muhammad. The above verse is a complete mockery to God. There are hundreds of jihadi verses in the Quran. If Allah was so hateful to the non-believers, then why He did not eliminate the infidels with some so-called divine punishment, like massive earthquake, plague, flood, bad harvest, etc.? Actually, all these hatred came from the sick mind of a narcissist. If Muhammad could establish himself as a prophet in Mecca, he would not have become a bandit. All he wanted was steady sources of narcissistic supply. When he could not achieve it by peaceful means, he became violent. 3.6.5.2 Muhammad's excessive cruelty and hatred for non-Muslims. Much had been talked about the cruelty of Muhammad in the traditional Islamic sources. There is no crime known to the society that he had not committed in the name of God. He was in fact a terrorist, criminal, and murderer whose entire life was based on victimizing innocents and indulging in mindless violence, carnage and massacre. He was a man who destroyed peace wherever he went, and in its place brought terror, carnage, and death. During the last 10 years of his prophetic mission, he organized no less than 86 expeditions, 27 of which he led himself. Guillaume, 1955, p. 659. He did not possess a shred of pity or kindness, or the slightest sense of justice. He was obviously motivated by nothing but hatred and greed. The three main motivations of Muhammad's heinous actions are as follows. 1. His fanatic greed for all the wealth that had been created by the blood, sweat, and toil of the Jews, Christians and idolaters. 2. His maniacal craving for power at any cost. The Jews were the biggest obstacle in his plan to subjugate all of Medina, so they had to be removed, by any means possible. When the opponent Jews are gone, naturally Christians became Muhammad's next target. 3. His fear of all other religions. This malignant narcissist believed that he was the supreme ruler of the world. Anything that threatened this sick fantasy of his, had to be exterminated. Since the religion of the Jews rejected his claims to divine rule, they were the targeted victims in Medina, just as the polytheistic Arabs had been his victims in Mecca. The bloody stories of Muhammad's trail of violence, hatred, and bloodshed that soon destroyed the once flourishing culture of Arabia had been well documented in detail by his biographers: surprise raids on trade caravans and tribal settlements, the use of plunder thus obtained for recruiting an ever-growing army of greedy desperados, assassinations of opponents, blackmail, expulsion and massacre of the Jews of Medina, attack and enslavement of the Jews of Khaybar, rape of women and children. Sale of these victims after rape, trickery, treachery, and bribery employed to their fullest extent to grow the numbers of his religion Islam, which ironically was supposed to mean peace. Moreover, whenever the Apostle of Peace committed one of his criminal onslaughts, he always justified the crimes by quickly claiming a divine revelation which conveniently removed the blame from his bloodied hands. Allah had a very high opinion on Muhammad. We have not sent you, Prophet Muhammad, except as a mercy to all the worlds. Q. 21.107. Muhammad was very sincere and alert to give an impression that Allah had given him authority to be cruel to others. A narcissist does not persecute, ransack, terrorize, and abuse others in a cold, calculating manner. He does it as if he has an authority to do such horrible things. He does it so rudely that it becomes a sign of his true character. Muhammad wanted to terrorize his enemies, and Allah gave him the authority. A narcissist does not own his actions. He deliberately confuses guilt with responsibility. A sane person should feel guilty by terrorizing others, but for Muhammad it was his divine responsibility to terrorize. The Prophet said, Allah made me victorious with terror, Bukhari, 1.7.331. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle sent us in a mission, i.e. an army unit, and said, if you find so and so and so and so, burn both of them with fire. When we intended to depart, Allah's apostle said, I have ordered you to burn so and so and so and so, and it is none but Allah who punishes with fire, so, if you find them, kill them. Bukhari, 4.52.259. Narrated Aisha, Allah's apostle never took revenge, over anybody, for his own sake but, he did, only when Allah's legal bindings were outraged, in which case he would take revenge for Allah's sake. Bukhari, 4.56.760. Warfare is ordained for you, though it is hateful unto you, but it may happen that you hate a thing which is good for you, and it may happen that you love a thing which is bad for you. Allah know it, you knew not. Q. 2.216. How skillfully Muhammad put the authority on Allah and completely removed all blame from him, for having started the fighting and in terrorizing others. He did not say that he successfully terrorized others, but it was Allah who made him successful in terrorizing others. This way Muhammad did not own his actions. Muhammad gave an impression that he should not be held responsible for his actions because he had Allah's authority. The most insidious and devilish implication of the above Quranic verse is that Allah is completely justifying Muhammad's murder of the innocent people in warfare. Over and above, Muhammad is conveniently implying that warfare is hateful to him, but he participated in it because it was ordained by Allah. He was just carrying out Allah's instruction. Anyone who wants to achieve victory by terrorizing others is simply called a terrorist. But Muhammad was not a terrorist by choice, but by compulsion. It was Allah who wanted him to be a terrorist. Nobody could blame him for whatever misery he had caused to others. Do not rise up against Allah. I come to you with clear authority. Q. 44.19. Clear authority also includes killing of innocent children and women of the infidels. Allah's dictatorial nature does not spare even the children. With the authority of Allah, Muhammad approved killing of women and children of the pagans because they, the children, are from the infidels. Narrated as Sab bin Jathama, the Prophet passed by me at a place called Al-Abwa or Wadin, and was asked whether it was permissible to attack the pagan warriors at night with the probability of exposing their women and children to danger. The Prophet replied, they, i.e. women and children, are from them, i.e. pagans. I also heard the Prophet saying, the institution of Hima is invalid except for Allah and His Apostle. Bukhari, 4.52.256. Again in the following verse, Allah is clearly saying that to kill or create warfare in the sacred month of Rajab is a very grave offense, but to justify his own violation of Allah's rules, Muhammad comes up with the idea that since the people killed were unbelievers, it was perfectly justified. They question you, O Muhammad, with regard to warfare in the sacred month. Say, warfare therein is a great transgression, but to turn men from the way of Allah and to disbelieve in Him and the inviolable place of worship and to expel its people thence is a greater transgression, for persecution is worse than killing. Q. 2:217. During March, Ramadan, 623 AD, Muhammad ganged up all the criminals of Medina and set out to raid the caravan with 300 men. The Meccans got word of the raid and sent out an army to protect the caravan. The Muslims killed some 70 Meccans and took 70 prisoners, Bukhari, 4.52.276. In history, this is known as Battle of Badr. All 70 of the prisoners were ransomed, and any prisoner who did not fetch a ransom had his head chopped off. Muhammad was delighted at the sight of his murdered victims. This time Muhammad needed a revelation that would not only forgive him of all the guilt for murdering so many innocent people, but also give him the divine right to get a huge share of the plundered booty. Quite a few revelations magically appeared after the Battle of Badr. It is not for any prophet to have captives until he hath made slaughter in the land. You desire the lure of this world, and Allah desires for you the hereafter, and Allah is mighty, wise. Now enjoy what you have won as lawful and good, and keep your duty to Allah. Lo! Allah is forgiving, merciful. Q. 8.67-68. The above revelations are in reference to the prisoners that Muhammad held for ransom after the battle. Allah the Merciful is saying that they should all have been killed. In addition, Allah is conveniently commenting that whatever loot Muhammad has plundered is lawful and good because it was done in the service to Allah. So murder, rape, plunder, and destruction are all perfectly fine with Allah as long as they are done in the name of Islam. Muhammad is also insidiously making himself seem very kind for having spared the lives of the prisoners, when in fact he only let them live so he could get more money from the ransom for them. In today's world this is called terrorism of the worst kind. Muhammad's most dreadful act of cruelty came in April 627, when he killed the entire adult male members, some 800 to 900 of them, of Qurayza tribe. Their adulthood was determined by the growth of pubic hair. The women and children were captured as slaves, their homes and properties were confiscated and distributed amongst Muslims. This beheading ceremony with heavy swords started in the morning and continued whole day long and continued by torchlight into the following night. Khan, 2009, p. 48. Muhammad kept 1/5 of the captured property of the Qurayza and the rest was distributed amongst other Muslims. Amongst the female captives, the young and pretty ones became his sex slaves. Muhammad himself took a beautiful woman, Rayhana, as his own concubine and took her to bed on the same night he had killed her male relatives. As usual, Muhammad did not own his actions. Allah revealed the following verses to clear Muhammad from taking any blame for his actions. He brought down from their fortresses those who had supported them from among the people of the Jewish book and cast terror into their hearts, so that some you killed and others you took captive. He made you inheritors of their land, their houses, and their possessions, and another land on which you had never set foot before. Truly, Allah is powerful over everything. Q. 33.26, 27. Narcissists have defense mechanisms, by which they can disown their own actions. This way they are immune to take any blame. They are apparently unable to predict the inevitable outcomes of their actions. Conscience is predicate D on empathy. One puts oneself in other people's shoes and feels the way they do. Without empathy, there can be conscience. A narcissist can only recognize his reality and no one else's. Vanin, 1999, p. 67, wrote. A narcissist's behavior is directed by forces that he cannot master. Most of the time he is not even conscious of why he is doing what he is doing. When he is, he can't tell the outcomes. Even when he can, he feels powerless to behave otherwise. The narcissist is a pawn in the chase game played between the structures of his fragmented fluid personality. So, in a classical juridical sense, the narcissist is not to blame, he is not fully responsible or aware of what he is doing to others. The narcissist feels that no evil can be inflicted on human beings because they are like objects. With this mindset, it is very easy for a malignant narcissist to become an antisocial or a psychopath killer, because he is not prevented by his consciousness. He simply does not understand the pain of others. Some researchers say that even if he is able to recognize emotions in others, he is also able to disconnect that recognition from their own emotions. Hence they do not share the pain he inflicts on his victims. Abbott, 2007, p. 942. There is high incidence of NPD among prison inmates, i.e. among the criminal population. What prevents a sane person from immoral, cynical, callous behavior is that they have ethical imperatives embedded in them through socialization and empathy. Rational people can differentiate between right and wrong, and this particular ability is internalized in them. They can choose right from wrong without mistake when they face a moral dilemma. They empathize with other human beings, putting themselves in their shoes, and refrain from doing unto others what they do not wish to be done to them. When a malignant narcissist's lack of empathy and compassion, his deficient social skills, his disregard for social laws and morals erupts and blossoms, he becomes a full-fledged antisocial, sociopath or psychopath, as we have seen in Muhammad. When the malignant narcissist is in leadership, he continues his cruel acts unabated. Muhammad ignored the wishes and needs of others, broke the law as he liked, and violated all rights, natural and legal. He held people in contempt and disdain, he derided society and its codes and punished the innocent peaceful citizen, who had not done any harm to him, by acting criminally and by jeopardizing their safety, lives, or property. The most pathetic part of this story is whatever Muhammad had done, he had done in the name of God. Vannon, 1999, p. 191, wrote that a narcissist provoke violence, often not knowing why he is violent. Like a vampire, they innocently claim that they do not know that violence is wrong. When Allah instructed that a prophet should not take captives until he hath made slaughter in the land, it is not a god but a malignant narcissist is talking in this verse. Because of his defense mechanism, he was powerless to himself and did not know what would be the outcome of his cruel acts. It is hard to distinguish narcissists from psychopaths. Few more quotes as below. Killing disbelievers is a small matter to us, Tabari, 9.69. Allah said, a prophet must slaughter before collecting captives. A slaughtered enemy is driven from the land. Muhammad, you craved the desires of this world, its goods, and the ransom captives would bring. But Allah desires killing them to manifest the religion. Ishaq, 327. Allah and Muhammad humiliated every coward and made our religion victorious. We were glorified and destroyed them all. By what our apostle recites from the book and by our swift horses, I liked the punishment the infidels received. Killing them was sweeter than drink. Ishaq, 576. Muhammad was cruel to animals also. The notion that people who are intentionally and repeatedly cruel to the animals are at risk of violence against people has been part of our popular culture for centuries. Merzperez and Heidi, 2004, px. Kindness for animals is intimately connected with goodness of character of a man, and it may be boldly asserted that he who is cruel to animals cannot be a good man. Cruelty to innocent animals is one of the distinguishing vices of low minds. Muhammad prescribed slaughter not only to humans but also to the animals. On the authority of Abu Ya'la Shaddad ibn Aus, may Allah be pleased with him, that the Messenger of Allah, may the blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, said, verily Allah has prescribed proficiency in all things. Thus, if you kill, kill well, and if you slaughter, slaughter well. Al-Nawawi, Hadith number 17. If you kill, kill well, and if you slaughter, slaughter well was Muhammad's way of pleasing Allah. The final humiliation for any animal undergoing the Islamic halal process is the slitting of the throat, preferably hanging upside down, held aloft by the rear legs while the animal is still breathing. A cut to the major blood vessels in the neck allows continuous drainage of blood out of the animal while still alive with a beating heart. Big animals like camels take few minutes to die in this condition. And yes, this practice is ordained by the all-merciful God of Islam through his holy prophet Muhammad. This is the humanness of Allah and his messenger. Where are animal right activists who emphasize the idea that the most basic interests of non-human animals should be afforded the same consideration as the similar interests of human beings? Muhammad had slaughtered animals in large numbers during his various pilgrimages. As Muhammad's wealth and power increased, the scale of his sacrifices also increased. On his pilgrimage in the 6th year, he sacrificed 70 camels at Hudaybiyah, and next year, he sacrificed 60 camels, Svarup, 1984, 5.12. On the farewell pilgrimage in the 10th year, total 100 camels were gathered. Out of this, 63 camels Muhammad slaughtered by his own hand, one for each year of his life, and rest were slaughtered by Ali. A hadith from Shahi Muslim as follows. Jafar b. Muhammad reported on the authority of his father, he Muhammad said, I have with me sacrificial animals, so do not put off the ihram. He, Jabir, said, the total number of those sacrificial animals brought by Ali from the Yemen and of those brought by the apostle was 100. He Muhammad then went to the place of sacrifice, and sacrificed 63 camels, with his own hand. Then he gave the remaining number to all who sacrificed them, and he shared him in his sacrifice. He then commanded that a piece of flesh from each animal sacrificed should be put in a pot, and when it was cooked, both of them, the Holy Prophet and Hadrat took some meat out of it and drank its soup. Muslim, 7.2803. Muhammad also encouraged others to slaughter animals to satisfy Allah. He Muhammad said, offer it as a sacrifice. He who slaughtered after prayer, his ritual of sacrifice became complete, and he in fact observed the religious practice of the Muslims. Muslim, 22.4823. Allah's Messenger said, Allah cursed him who sacrificed for anyone besides Allah. Muslim, 22.4876. Practically everything associated with Muhammad was only hating, killing, raping, and looting. He never made a positive contribution to the mankind during 23 years of his prophetic career. His mind was full of hate, which caused depression and anxiety. Depression and rage ride in tandem. For a narcissist, as depression intensifies and comes to the surface of awareness, so does anger. Masterson, 1990, p. 64. At first, many narcissists cannot pinpoint the reasons why they are angry and project their rage to the world as if the whole world is their enemy. He cannot justify himself. This is the internal hell of a narcissist, and he continuously pays for it. When Muhammad ordered slaughtering innocents, he was venting out his internal depression for not obtaining enough narcissistic supplies. Did Muhammad have a conscience? No, not at all. He had no feelings of guilt or remorse no matter whatever he had done. He had absolutely no struggle with shame. The very concept of responsibility was unknown to him. A psychopath liar defends his lies by using violence. Was Kernberg far away from truth when he proposed malignant narcissism as a psychiatric diagnosis and used the terms malignant narcissism and psychopathic behavior interchangeably? Narcissist psychopaths can't stop because they are addicted to the excitement of being notorious. Psychopaths don't have a conscience. They lie profusely, and they are capable of killing millions of people without any compunction to protect their lies. A narcissist simply does not know what it is like to be a human being. Vannon, 1999, p. 75. Our very humanness depends largely on our self-knowledge, our very realization of self-worth. It largely depends on our experience of ourselves. An individual, after experiencing thoroughly with his own self, can understand and fully appreciate the humanness of others. In this respect, the narcissist has very little or no experiences of his own self. Muhammad's own true self was overly subdued and impaired by his false self. He lived in an invented world of his own design. He was like a fictitious figure in a grandiose script, where he was the leading actor with his Allah as a supporting actor. Therefore he possessed no skills which may enable him to cope with other human beings. He was emotionally invalid. To react emotionally to a narcissist is like preaching nonviolence to an Afghan Taliban fundamentalist. Since a narcissist cannot share others' emotions, he cannot put himself in their shoes. One cannot truly love others if he is unable to truly love himself. Loving the true self is healthy, but loving the reflection of the true self has severe drawbacks. To a narcissist, other humans are merely instruments. In personality studies, often a term is used. Emotional Involvement Prevention Mechanisms, EIPMs. The EIPMs are intended to prevent the narcissist from getting emotionally involved. Vannon, 1999, p. 127. For a narcissist, people are either functional and useful to his pursuit of narcissistic supply or not a living creature at all. By inflicting pain to others, Muhammad felt superior. In Quran, Allah said that Prophet should make great slaughter before taking captives, and it is the duty of the Prophet not to forget his obligation to Allah. Q. 8:67-68. This proves my point. Because of his lack of empathy and rigid personality, Muhammad could not estimate the pain of his victims. Though Muhammad enjoyed their sufferings, but he was not a sadist. There is a small difference between a narcissist's victimization and sadism. Muhammad's cruelty had a purpose. All he wanted was to secure narcissistic supply sources so that his fragile false self could survive. The narcissist tortures and abuses as a means to punish and to reassert superiority and grandiosity, but the sadist does so purely for enjoyment, like animal torture, child rape, forced sex, etc. Vannon, 1999, p. 184. But in both cases, the abusers are ruthless, self-centered, strictly rigid, and unable to empathize with their victims. If the Jews and Christians had taken him as a prophet at first call, certainly they would not have been tortured and mass murdered. According to Muhammad, if anyone does not accept him as a prophet, then it is a worst offense and he should be punished. When Muhammad attacked Khaybar, Kinana was the young leader of the Jews. He was protecting his treasure, hiding in a secret location. For extracting information about the whereabouts of his treasures, Muhammad instructed the Muslims to put him under severe torture, saying, "Torture him until you extract it from him." Al-Zubayr struck a fire with flint on his chest until he was nearly dead. Then, by Muhammad's order, another Muslim cut of his head. Muhammad not only took possession of all their property and fortresses, but killed all the able-bodied men, and women were distributed amongst Muslims. Bukhari, February 14, 68. The war cry of Muhammad's companions at the Battle of Khaybar was, "Oh, you have been given victory, kill! Kill!" Boston, 2008, p. 278. Amongst the captured women, there was Safiyyah, Kinana's 17 years old beautiful wife, and two cousins of hers. Muhammad took possession of Safiyyah and took her to a tent for sexual pleasure on the same day he had killed her husband and many other male relatives. 2 years before, Safiyyah's father was killed along with many male relatives of her when Muhammad butchered another important Jews tribe, the Qurayza. He was so devoid of humanity, and Muslims accept him as a superior being and the mercy of God among mankind. How could Muhammad show this type of monstrous brutality against Safiyyah? In a single day, Safiyyah was the wife of a Jewish tribal chief, a widow, a captive, and wife of Muhammad. Muhammad did not know how to feel like to be a human. No one should think that Muhammad fell in love with Safiyyah's beauty and took her to tent for sex. It was something else. Muhammad wanted to show his superiority over the Jews. The narcissist thinks this way: I inflict pain, therefore I am superior. Vannon, 1999, p. 183. It was his strong urge to punish the Jews for not accepting him as a prophet. He compensated his defeat by inflicting pain on them. The narcissist himself is helpless to his narcissistic rage. After it explodes, the narcissist does not know where to stop and how much punishment is enough for his victims. For a narcissist, there is no moral dimension. The brutal murder of Kerfa is worth mentioning. She was a very old woman. Tabari, 8:96, recorded, one of Muhammad's commanders tied her legs with rope and then tied her between two camels until they split her into two. Muhammad was a creature of hate. He thrived in hate, torture, murder and plunder. The godly words like love, brotherhood, and forgiveness were like poison to him. This Prince of Darkness was an intraspecies predator with an abnormal lack of empathy combined with strongly amoral conduct, masked by an ability to appear outwardly normal. For a malignant narcissist, the world, the closest relationship and even his own body can become the enemy in the eyes of his false self. Masterson, 1990, p. 61. Narcissists smell blood where others smell beautiful emotions. Sometimes the hate is so intense that he immensely hates himself but cannot show this to others. The malignant narcissists avoid emotional handles, photographs, music identified with a certain period in his life, places, people, mementos, and emotional situations. They are scared that at any unguarded moment their true self may get accidentally discovered. This is one of the reasons Muhammad prohibited drawing his portrait. He was so abnormal that he even feared to look at his own picture. But from deep inside, a narcissist is fully capable of differentiating between right and wrong. He is in his sense and perfectly capable of anticipating the results of his actions and their influence on human environment. But he does not care because his false self simply cannot react in a healthy manner to a changing situation. He feels compelled to continue to pursue precisely the same path. Vannon, 1999, p. 44, 89. The narcissist often notices that something is wrong and people around him are not happy. Vannon, 1999, p. 96. But emotionally he is so empty that he cannot find an answer of his query. Sometimes an internal struggle starts. This time often the superego emerges for rescuing the false self of the narcissist. With the confirmation from his superego, the narcissist tries to convince himself repeatedly that everyone else is wrong, defiant, incapable, and lacking in judgment, and he is not on the wrong side and the other party is in fact the abuser, and the future will correct the misconception and misjudgment about him. In sum, he projects that he is victimized, not a victimizer. Under narcissistic delusion, Muhammad deceived himself and thought that he was doing Allah's work. Allah was Muhammad's superego. Superego, which I will discuss in details in later chapters, is the inner voice of a narcissist. Superego gives authorization to the narcissist. Beyond that, superego is just a paper tiger, a filthy scarecrow, impotent and powerless. Ever after committing so much crime in the name of Allah, the God of Islam is not capable of accusing Muhammad. On the contrary, this God said, "Were it not for you, O Muhammad, I would not have created the universe." Tabaqat, Volume 1. Surely, you, Prophet Muhammad, are of a great morality. Q. 68.4. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men. He is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. Q. 33.40. Superego is not same as false self, but it is the master of the false self. Both of them has well distinguished imaginary existence, only in the sick mind of a narcissist. Though they often work in favor of each other, on rare occasion they can function against each other also. Hence superego is not strictly same as alter ego, but often it works as alter ego. Sometimes the narcissistic hate is so strong that a narcissistic leader even justify the butchering of his own people by claiming that they intended to assassinate him, undo the revolution, devastate the economy, harm the nation or the country, etc. Vannon, 2004. We have seen this tendency in notorious narcissistic leaders like Saddam Hussein and Hitler. The narcissist tends to be vile, cruel, and malicious. He is also full of self-doubts. Lachkar, 2008, p. 30. The narcissist sees enemies and conspiracies everywhere. He often casts himself as the heroic victim, martyr, of dark and stupendous forces. The thinking is that a great man should have great enemies, or, every great prophet must have an equally strong ungodly opponent, otherwise the narcissist is devalued, and with this devaluation his stock of narcissistic supplies are exhausted. On several occasions, Muhammad's hate turned to his own people. The prophet said, "Burn all those who had not left their houses for the prayer, burning them alive inside their homes." Bukhari, 1.11.626. A person in authority, who wants to maintain his position by frightening others, cannot rest peacefully. Muhammad used to see enemies everywhere. This way, Muhammad developed paranoia. Vanin, 1999, p. 116, wrote, "He attacks those he thinks take him for granted, those who fail to recognize his superiority, those who render him average and normal. And they, alas, include just about everyone he knows." In the following verse, Muhammad was unable to hide his panic. "Remember how the unbelievers' Meccan merchants plotted against you, O Muhammad, to keep you in bonds, or slay you, or get you out of your home. They plotted, and Allah too had arranged a plot, but Allah is the best schemer." Q. 8.30. While revealing this verse, Allah forgot that he was supposed to be the all-powerful and all-knowing. Why Allah needs to arrange a plot, if he is all-knowing? It is just an insult to God to say that he is the best plotter or a world-class schemer. Actually, these were Muhammad's own words but put in Allah's mouth. Muhammad was preoccupied with unjustified doubts about the trustworthiness of the Meccans. Here Muhammad is again playing a monodrama. Allah took the center stage and Muhammad remained behind the screen. Muhammad ordered the destruction of an opposition mosque at Dhu Awan during April 631 CE after accusing its builders of being unjust. He sent a band of Muslims destroy the freshly constructed mosque by burning it down. Tabari, 9.61. Muhammad concocted the story that he suspected that the builders of the Mosque of Descent were planning to assassinate him. Allah promptly sent down verses 9:107-110, justifying the destruction of opposition mosques. And as for those who chose a place of worship out of opposition and disbelief, and in order to cause dissent among the believers, Q. 9.107. Never stand, to pray, there, Q. 9.108. Is he who founded his building upon duty to Allah and his good pleasure better, or he who founded his building on the brink of a crumbling, overhanging precipice so that it toppled with him into the fire of hell? Allah guideth not wrongdoing folk. Q. 9.109. The building which they built will never cease to be a misgiving in their hearts unless their hearts be torn to pieces. Q. 9.110. The above behavior of Muhammad was a classic case of paranoia. Paranoia is an unhealthy thought process which is heavily influenced by anxiety or fear, often to the point of irrationality and delusion. Muhammad had a pervasive distrust and suspiciousness of others such that their motives were interpreted as malevolent, and hence he called for the destruction of rival mosques. He suspected, without sufficient basis, that others were trying to exploit, harm, or deceive him. Since Muhammad suffered from paranoia, so his God also suffered from paranoia. A real God cannot suffer from paranoia. Allah is not an all-knowing God. There is at least one thing which he does not know, i.e., what is real. The fact is that those verses were not revealed by any god or supernatural, rather they originated from the delusional mind of the fake prophet of Islam, Muhammad the malignant narcissist. 3.6.5.3 The Paradise and the Hell. In Islam, the very concept of both paradise and hell are immoral and disgusting, more satanic than divine. This view of paradise is so vulgar, demeaning, sexist, and immoral, and hell's torments are so hateful that any logical-minded person will find it repulsive. A god shall never resort to sex, violence and torture to gain followers. To criticize Islam and Muhammad, this particular topic is often taken up by both non-Muslim and ex-Muslim scholars. According to Quran, in paradise, there are gardens and vineyards, and high-bosomed virgins with a truly overflowing cup. Q. 78.31-33, the virgins are bashful, dark-eyed, and as chaste as the sheltered eggs of ostriches. Q. 37.40-48, Allah created them to serve the Muslims as loving companions. Q. 56.7-40, Muslims will wed these houris, beautiful virgins. Q. 44.51-55, the virgins shall recline on couches ranged in rows. Q. 52.17-20, and the virgins are untouched by man or jinns, and they as are fair as corals and rubies, sheltered in their tents, and within reach will hang fruits. Q. 55.53 to 58, 70 to 77. Allah's promise of 72 virgins is recorded in Tirmidhi. Narrated Al-Mikdam ibn Madikarab, Allah's Messenger, peace be upon him, said, the martyr receives 6 good things from Allah. One of this is he is married to 72 wives of the maidens with large dark eyes, and is made intercessor for 70 of his relatives. Tirmidhi, 1067. After promising paradise, Muhammad realized that a man cannot have so much sexual power to have sex with 72 virgins. So he gave a vivid description of the heavenly vaginas and promised the Muslims prolonged erection of their sexual organs. Anas Umama reported that Allah's Messenger said, Allah, the Mighty and Glorious, will marry him with 72 wives, 2 will be from virgins, Horin, with big eyes, and 70 will be his inheritance from the people of the hellfire. Every one of them will have a pleasant vagina, and he, the man, will have sexual organ that does not bend down during sexual intercourse. Sunan ibn Majah, 5.4337. Not only this, the believers can father a son also. Abu Sa'id al-Khudri reported that Allah's Messenger said, when a believer will wish a son in the paradise, its conception and its birth will happen in one single hour as he wishes. Sunan ibn Majah, 5.4338. As if it is not enough, Muhammad went one step further to excite his followers. He informed the Muslims that there is a free sex market where there is no limit of the number of sexual partners. Women and young boys are on display as if in a fruit market where believers can choose the desired ripeness. Cited Mirza, 2007. If we have to believe the Quran, then Allah's paradise is a celestial brothel. Muhammad knew very well that he is leading a group of lecherous Muslim warriors who are not much motivated by religion. Their only motivation was sex slaves and booty. To make these Muslims happy, Muhammad concocted the above verses and put them in the mouth of Allah. However, after promising virgins, Muhammad suddenly realized that some of his followers were homosexuals, and hence virgins were of no use for them. Homosexuality was and is widely practiced in Arabia and also in many Islamic countries. Many famous poets in Arabia have glorified homosexuality in their literature. To please the homosexual Muslims, Allah promised them young boys. Quran says, the handsome boys are like scattered pearls, Q. 76.19, and well guarded, Q. 52.24, and of perpetual freshness, Q. 56.17. Whenever the Muslim clerics are asked to explain the purpose of boys in paradise, they say that they are servants of the faithful. But why a servant has to be ever young, beautiful like pearls, dressed in brocades and bracelets? He can surely be old, ugly, and poorly dressed. It should not matter as long as he serves his master sincerely. These pearl-like boys are supplied by Allah to provide special service to the homosexual Muslims. For vulgar people, sex is not enjoyable without alcohol. Readers, no offense please. So Allah promised Muslims wine in his paradise. Wine was an extremely precious commodity in the dry deserts of Arabia, where it was rare to find vineyards. According to Quran, the gardens of paradise have river of wine, Q. 47.15, pure wine will be served, securely sealed, whose very dregs are musk. Q. 83.25, 26, Muslims will recline on jeweled couches and will be served by those pearl-like boys with bowls and ewers and a cup of purest wine. Q. 56.7 to 40, Muslims will be served with goblet filled at a gushing fountain, white and delicious. But the wine will neither dull their senses nor befuddle them. Q. 37.40 to 48, and by drinking Allah's wine, the faces of the Muslims will have the mark of glow of joy. Q. 83.24. Sex is not enjoyable in empty stomach. Besides that, one needs lots of nutrition in order to have the energy to perform with so many virgins and young boys. Hardly any vegetation is seen in the deserts. Most of Muhammad's companions have never tested any fruit in their life except dates and dry pomegranates, so Allah included inexhaustible supply of every variety of fruits in his paradise package. Quran confirms that Muslims will feast on fruits and honored in the gardens of delight, Q. 37.40 to 48, these are everlasting fruits, Q. 13.35, Q. 43.68 to 73, two kinds of every fruit, Q. 55.52, the fruits will be near and easy to reach, Q. 55.54, all kinds of trees and delights, Q. 55.47 to 49, the young boys will serve choicest fruits, Q. 56.17, 20, 21, while feasting with silver vessels and crystal goblets, Muslims will feel neither the scorching heat nor the biting cold, and trees will spread their shade around them, and fruits will hang in clusters over them, Q. 76, 13 to 21. Now, everyone may not be happy with fruits and wine. For them Allah had promised, as recorded in Quran, there are rivers of milk whose taste never changes and rivers of honey pure and clear, Q. 47.15. The problem with a narcissist is that when he lies, he does not know where to stop, and he lies so often that it becomes a second nature to them. Vannon, 1999, p. 260. So the best of Allah is more amazing. It is recorded in Hadith, Muslim, 39.6798, that in Allah's paradise, one doesn't have to go to the toilet. All-Merciful Allah had provided a much better system for getting rid of body waste. Muslims will simply sweat it out. Not only this, their sweat will be that of musk, and they will glorify and praise Allah as easily as breathing. After promising fruits, wine, milk, and honey and plentiful sex, Allah's next luxury for Muslims is pure drinking water. One of the major problems in the desert of Arabia was shortage of pure water. Muhammad knew very well that to the Arabians, fresh water was an item of luxury. Allah assures in Quran, paradise is watered by incorruptible running streams in which they will abide forever, Q. 1335, 3.136, 198, 22.23, 47.15, fountains of clear flowing water in the gardens, Q. 15.45, every garden has two running fountains in continuous abundance, Q. 55.50 to 51, 55.66 to 67. In paradise, Allah will make the Muslims wealthy. They will have plenty of worldly things to pursue in heaven. Few Quranic verses confirm this. In paradise, Muslims will be decked with pearls and bracelets of gold, and arrayed in garments of silk, Q. 22.23, dressed in garments of fine green silk and rich brocade and adorned with bracelets of silver, Q. 76.21, wives will be given goblets of gold, Q. 43.70 to 71, they will recline on green cushions and fine carpets, Q. 55.76, inner linings will be of rich brocade, Q. 55.54, dressed in rich silks and fine brocade, Q. 44.53. Muhammad's promise of an erotic paradise that glitters with the fulfillment of all sorts of worldly desires and sexual enjoyment was nothing but a sinister ploy to gain converts in his religion. Narcissists are master manipulators. They are thoroughly dishonest with the people around them. Their constant dishonesty and lies are both disturbing and unbelievable. They lie at the drop of a hat. They lie so profusely that the abyss between fact and narcissistic fiction becomes too gaping to ignore. Muhammad misguided the Muslims by portraying an erotic picture of paradise in front of them. He convinced his followers that a Muslim is God's soldier, whose life has been bought by Allah in return for paradise. Jihad in Islam is killing and robbing the non-Muslims if they do not accept Islam when invited to do so. Allah made jihad obligatory for the Muslims. Allah's apostle said, "Know that paradise is under the shade of swords." Bukhari, 4.52.73. God has bought from the believers theirselves and their possessions against the gift of paradise. They fight in the way of God, they kill, and are killed, that is a promise binding on God. Q. 9.110. The Prophet said, Paradise has 100 grades which Allah has reserved for the Mujahideen, Muslim fighters, who fight in His cause. Bukhari, 4.52.48. Our Prophet has informed us that our Lord says, whoever amongst us is killed as a martyr shall go to paradise to lead such a luxurious life as he has never seen, and whoever survives shall become your master. Bukhari, 4.53.386. Allah's erotic paradise is the largest and the sweetest carrot that was ever dangled before the Muslims to motivate them to fight in the cause of Allah. But when Muslims fight, kill or get killed, who benefits from their sacrifice? I have shown previously that though Muhammad claimed to be Allah's most humble servant, but he had risen as the dominant force in God-Prophet relationship. Therefore, a Muslim must believe in Muhammad to qualify for paradise. He, who believes in Allah alone, cannot rank as a believer, he is an infidel and must go to hell, no matter how righteous he may be. Thus, it is Muhammad who holds the key of paradise. All that we must do to go to paradise is to have a little faith in Muhammad's prophethood. Our conduct is not that important. Following hadith from Bukhari confirms it. Allah's apostle said, whoever obeys me will enter paradise, and whoever disobeys me will not enter it. Bukhari, 9.92.384. The lure of paradise turned early Muslims into moth eager to cremate themselves in the flame of the Allah's cause, i.e., holy jihad. Muhammad knew the side of human weakness very well. Let us compare the vivid description of paradise what Muhammad had fabricated with the burning sands of Arabia, without water, trees, pastures, rivers and gardens. And regarding sex, though Arabia did have plentiful women for the Arabs to practice polygamy, but the marriage facilities are not certainly comparable with the virgins of Allah's paradise. Muhammad promised his followers paradise in God's name, and his stupid followers gave him the world in exchange. Muhammad made the attraction of paradise more impelling when wine and pearl-like boys are made a part of paradisiacal living where, according to Tirmizi, Volume 2, a man is given virility equal to 100 men. His paradise has arrangements for fun for everyone. If Muhammad wanted to lure a person who was addicted to animal sex, then he would have added animal sex in his paradise package too. A narcissist always looks for new victims for an abundant narcissistic supply sources. He does everything with one goal in mind, no secure more narcissistic supply. He is a charlatan. He is a pathological liar, either implicitly or explicitly. His whole existence is a derivative of false self, a deceitful invention and its reflection. Vanin, 1999, p. 59, 98, 111. Allah is so desperate for believers that he bribes man with the paradisiacal luxuries, and if man does not fall for it, he frightens him with the most sadistic torture of hell. Yet, Allah calls himself independent, absolute, and disinterested. Little thoughts are required to understand that Muhammad was playing the role of God in fabricating things. It was not God who was desperate for believers, but it was a malignant narcissist who was desperate for seeking attention. If a God is really so desperate for gaining devotees by such sadistic ploys, then certainly he lacks the dignity. Such a God does not exist. Muhammad's dishonestly in describing paradise is easy to catch. He lied so profusely that he often contradicted himself. Muhammad had included wine in his paradise package, but how could he include it in the list when Allah had declared intoxicants as sinful? Muhammad had noticed this contradiction and came out with a new idea that the wine in the promised paradise was not intoxicating and therefore not sinful. But the fact is that wine by nature contains alcohol which is intoxicating. Muhammad condemned those who listened to music, and yet the angels sing. How can I trust a God whose reward in paradise, drinking, listening music, and fornication, is what he forbids on earth? Muhammad got tangled up in his webs of deception and eventually the truth came out. The God of Islam is too silly and comical. If anyone can remember Allah's 99 names he will be allowed to enter paradise. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, Allah has 99 names, i.e. 100-1, and whoever knows them will go to paradise. Bukhari, 3.50.894. By the way, Allah's paradise is not very high. A ladder would have been sufficient to reach there. Jihad is not necessary to enter paradise. All they have to do is to gather some wood and find a carpenter to build a ladder. Allah says in Quran. Or have they a ladder, by which they can climb up to heaven and listen to its secrets? Q. 52.38. This is the height of Allah's stupidity or Muhammad's sick imagination, whatever we may call it. Right from the birth of Islam, there has been a clear and undeniable pattern of conscious manipulation, deception, and delusion. There is no end of it, and it is continuing even today. Muhammad was willing to say and do anything in the name of his Allah so long as it advanced his personal agenda, i.e., the sick and selfish ambition of a malignant narcissist. It is such a conspiracy where even God is victimized. Why Allah wants his paradise to be full of assassins, murderers, rapists, and terrorists? Why Allah has placed so much emphasis on fighting and killing and rewards those who kill for him more than those who don't? The answer is simple. Allah was Muhammad's puppet, his talking doll, his domestic pet. Allah was Muhammad's instrument to fulfill his self-serving narcissistic desires. Muhammad knew that the advance of political Islam was possible only under the guise of a religious conviction, and its success depends upon this simple concept: serve me now, bring booty and women for me, and if necessary die for my cause without expecting anything in return in this worldly life, and I assure you that Allah will reward you later, much later, after your death. A hadith from Bukhari's collection is as below. The Prophet said, good will remain, as a permanent quality, in the foreheads of horses, for jihad, till the day of resurrection, for they bring about either a reward, in the hereafter, or booty, in this world. Bukhari, 4.52.104. It is such a win-win situation. If they survive the battles, they secure booty and women, and if they fall they are sure to enter paradise. Having painted the lustiest picture of paradise, the Muhammad proceeds to describe the sketch of hell. Allah created Islamic hell or Jahannam for serving two purposes: to have a torture chamber for all the infidels and to terrorize people into accepting Islam. Muhammad was very specific in Quran, who are the people destined to hell and the cause why they should go to hell. But those who disbelieve and belie our verses shall be the companions of the fire, and there they shall live forever. Q. 2.39. As for those who disbelieve and belie our verses, they shall become the companions of hell. Q. 5.10. Do you not see how those who dispute the revelation of God turn away from the right path? Those who have denied the book and the message we sent through our apostles shall realize the truth hereafter, when, with chains and shackles round their necks, they shall be dragged through scalding water and then burnt in the fire of hell. Q. 40.69-72. Here the wrongdoers are none other than the people who do not follow Islam. They are harmdoers because they rejected Islam. In Quran, Allah had given horrible description of hell. In hell, all non-Muslims will burn forever in hellfire because they are vilest of creatures. Q. 98.1-8, a woeful punishment. Q. 33.8, unbelievers will wear garments of fire, scalding water will be poured upon their heads, melting their skins, and that which is in their bellies, will be tortured with hooked rods of iron. Whenever, in their anguish, they try to escape from hell, they will be dragged, and will be told, taste the torment of the conflagration. Q. 22.19-22, when they cry out for help they shall be showered with water as hot as molten brass, which will scald their faces, evil shall be their drink, dismal their resting place. Q. 18.29, their punishment will never be lightened, and they shall be speechless with despair. Q. 43.74-75, unbelievers shall be seized by their forelocks and their feet. Q. 55.41, for the unbelievers we have prepared chains, fetters, and a blazing fire. Q. 76.4, Q. 73.12, choking food and a painful punishment, Q. 73.13, roast the unbeliever in hell, Q. 69.31, neither shade nor shelter from the flames, Q. 77.31, you and your idols shall be the fuel of hell, Q. 21.98. Food for unbelievers is zakum tree and foul pus, Q. 44.43, Q. 69.36. The hell is not for punishing the Muslim wrongdoers. They will go directly to paradise. Muhammad's recommendation is final and Allah cannot deny. So, all Muslim terrorists, murderers, rapists, cheats, thugs, pickpockets and pimps will go to paradise because they follow Islam. The people of the book, idolaters, and atheists are destined to hell for eternal suffering no matter how pious and God-fearing they may have been. Their good thoughts, good actions, or piety are of no value. The idolaters will be burnt in hell along with their idols. What a sick and disgusting imagination, and a distortion of reality. No doubt, Muhammad was under severe delusion. As if this is not enough, Muhammad said that the punishment is never-ending. Muhammad thought that people of other religions will convert to Islam out of sheer terror of hell. The Muslims do not need to be better human being in terms of character or consciousness. All they have to do is to recite the kalima, incantation, there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. And Allah will give them free gate pass to enter paradise. Muhammad's early companions did not believe him so easily. Many rational thinking people noted the above ethical contradiction and distortion of reality. Quran confirms it. The hypocrites and those in whose hearts there is a disease said, Allah and his messenger promised nothing but delusion, Q. 33.12. The non-believers got it right when they said promised nothing but delusion. This is narcissistic delusion. Muhammad reinterpreted reality to fit his narcissistic fantasies. The tempting description of paradise and painful description of hell has only one reason behind it, to secure more converts to his faith. The narcissist is in evil ploy again to secure his narcissistic supply sources. Muhammad used the device of contradistinction to sharpen the appeal of his message for arousing human instincts of pain and pleasure to secure submission of ordinary man. A narcissist blames the external world for their mishap, Vanin, 1999, p. 49. Allah's punishment falls heavily upon non-believers because they are harm-doers. They are harm-doers because they do not accept Muhammad as their prophet. In Quran Allah blames the infidels for their suffering. We did not wrong them, but they infidels were harm-doers, Q. 43.76. Islam offers nothing to men but distort reality by giving the false hope of a twisted paradise and false warning of a twisted hell, so much so that the ethical and logical faculty of a person is subdued. It uses fear to suppress and stupefy the common Muslim masses. It worked wonder for Muhammad by enriching and empowering him during his lifetime. Today it works wonder for the imams, mullahs, and tyrants alike. Islam was created for one malignant narcissist's quest for narcissistic supply sources. It is utter foolishness to search for spirituality in Islam. It is tool for domination. Muhammad was powerless, poor, and unloved. Therefore, his Islam was focused on power, money, and sex. It's really sad that today more than 1 billion people sold their soul to this 7th century malignant narcissist like a guinea pig in a laboratory. 3.6.5.4 The critics of Muhammad. Muhammad was constantly on the lookout for slights. He was hypervigilant. He perceived every disagreement as criticism and every critical remark as complete and humiliating rejection and a direct threat to his prophetic claim. Gradually, his mind turned into a chaotic battlefield of paranoia. His thinking was dogmatic, rigid, and doctrinaire. He did not tolerate free thought or free speech and did not allow criticism and disagreement. He demanded and, often got, complete trust and frequently dismissed his fellow Muslims from all decision-making. He was so afraid of being exposed that he ordered his followers to assassinate anyone who criticized him. In Quran Allah said, "For he who insults you, Muhammad, will be cut off. Q. 108.3. Narcissists cannot tolerate criticism. When a narcissist feels that he is degraded by another person, typically in the form of criticism, he suffers from narcissistic injury, which ultimately results in narcissistic rage. When the narcissist's inflated but unstable false self is combined with their hypersensitivity to interpersonal feedback, the result may often be a tendency to hostile, aggressive, and even violent responding. Book, 2007, p. 29. Insecure men are enraged by criticism. They will stop at nothing to silence anyone who irritates them. The narcissist perceives every disagreement, let alone criticism, as a threat to his authority. He reacts defensively and becomes aggressive. He detaches emotionally for fear of yet another narcissistic injury. He devalues the person who made the disparaging remark. Sometimes the narcissist attempts to astonish the surroundings with apparent brilliance, bombastic announcements, and the unnecessary and wrong uses of professional language. But beneath of his showmanship, he is shallow and devoid of real knowledge. Vannon, 1999, p. 110. He is always fearful of being discovered and deceitful. Like a trapped animal, the narcissist is forever on the lookout. Was this comment meant to humiliate him? Was this utterance a deliberate attack? There are two reasons a narcissist cannot accept criticism. Firstly, he is simply the greatest, equal to God, the perfect creature. He is omnipotent, omniscient, immune, and above the law and universal. The more the narcissist convinces himself, the better he feels. Such a person is above any criticism. He never admits to ignorance in any field. Vannon, 1999, p. 190. Secondly, the narcissist is very scared that by criticism, his true self may be accidentally discovered. In case the true self is discovered, it may get activated, resulting in immediate collapse of the false self. This scares the narcissist to death. In this respect, the narcissists are like children. Their true self is isolated. It is only the false self which gets in touch with the outside world. Deep down, he can be compared like a muddy shallow pond which is pretending to be a deep ocean. At any cost this fantasy needs to be upheld. The airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment must not collapse at any cost. He doesn't dare confront the truth and admit it even to himself. In extreme cases, the narcissist may entertain suicidal thought also. For the same reason, narcissists do not like humors. He cannot share a joke, which is directed to him, because he cannot admit his vulnerability. Masterson, 1990, p. 96. After all, his omnipotence and grandiosity are not joking matters. He only likes to talk about himself and only about himself. Sometimes he may pretend to be interested to others, but it is only with a potential source of narcissistic supply and nothing beyond than that. He is dead serious about himself. Vannon, 1999, p. 191. In sum, the superiority complex of a narcissist is an extension of his inferiority complex. Muhammad's first victim was a poet named Ashraf. He was a young, handsome, and talented poet and a chief of the Banu Nadir, one of the Jewish tribes of Medina. In an illiterate society, poets were the journalists of their day. Their words swayed public opinion. After Muhammad banished the Banu Qaynuqa, a Jewish tribe of Medina, Ashraf became concerned about his own people's security and visited Mecca to seek protection. He recognized that Muhammad was not a prophet but an impostor. He composed poems and praised the Meccans for their bravery and honor. He had the courage to express his opinion. When Muhammad heard about this, he assigned the job of killing Ashraf to one of his henchmen. Bukhari recorded. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, the Prophet said, "Who is ready to kill Ka'bi bin al-Ashraf, who has really hurt Allah and his apostle?" Muhammad bin Maslama said, "O Allah's apostle, do you like me to kill him?" He replied in the affirmative. So, Muhammad bin Maslama went to him, i.e. Ka'bi, and said, "This person, i.e. the Prophet, has put us to task and asked us for charity. Ka'bi replied, "By Allah, you will get tired of him." Muhammad said to him, "We have followed him, so we dislike leaving him till we see the end of his affair." Muhammad bin Maslama went on talking to him in this way till he got the chance to kill him. Bukhari, 4.52.270. Muhammad murdered another Jew, Abu Rafi, one more of his critic. This time Muhammad have sent Abd Allah bin Atik, another of his henchmen, to kill Rafi. Few quotes from Islamic sources are as follows. In this year, it is said, the killing of Abu Rafi the Jew took place. The reason for his being killed was, it is said, that he used to take the side of Ka'bi bin Ashraf against Muhammad. Tabari, 799. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib, Allah's apostle sent a group of persons to Abu Rafi. Abdullah bin Atik entered his house at night, while he was sleeping, and killed him. Bukhari, 5.59.370. I, the murderer of Abu Rafi, came to my companions and said, "By Allah, I will not leave till I hear the wailing of their women." So, I did not move till I heard them crying for the Jewish merchant. I said, "Deliverance. Allah has killed Abu Rafi." Tabari 7, 100. The above quote from Tabari needs particular attention. The murderer of Abu Rafi did not say that he killed him, instead he said Allah killed him. Each time Muslims kill, they absolve themselves of the crime and blame their God. While calling Allah an assassin seems odd, but Muslim mindset is different. For them, calling their God as a murderer is not a blasphemy. When Muhammad gained power in Medina, a man and his wife were murdered because they had written insulting poetries against Muhammad. Freeling, 1978, p. 33. On another occasion, Abu Isa, another critic of Muhammad, was beheaded. His fault was that he used to write poetry urging the desert tribes not to join Muhammad's gang. Walker, 2002, p. 318. Muhammad had now become a psychopath serial killer. Criticizing Muhammad became a deadly game, and one after another of Muhammad's critics started falling in pools of their own blood. There were no words more pleasing to a Muslim than "a critic of Muhammad is dead." The followers of Muhammad were so brainwashed by him that they believed they were doing Allah a service by eliminating Muhammad's critics. He permitted murdering another man. Tabari and Ibn Ishaq recorded. They, the Hazraj tribe, asked the Prophet for permission to kill him, Salam Huqaq of Kabar, another critic of Muhammad, and it was granted. Tabari, 7.101/Ishaq 482. Muhammad's another victim was a 120-year-old poet, named Abu Afaq. He realized that Muhammad was a false prophet. In some of his poetry, he lamented that people had become followers of Muhammad. He wrote that Muhammad was a madman who randomly told people what was prohibited and what was allowed. This had caused them to surrender their intelligence and become hostile to one another. By hearing this, one of Muhammad's henchmen, Salim ibn Umayr, killed the old man when he was sleeping in an open place in a hot night. Sina, 2008, p. 42. Muhammad's narcissistic rage and fury knew no bounds and no mercy, and this 120-year-old poet had to pay by his life. When Asma bint Marwan, a Jewish mother of 5 small children, heard about this, she was so outraged that she composed a poem cursing the men of Medina for letting a stranger divide them and for allowing him to assassinate a venerable old man. She spoke critically of Muhammad, telling her tribe to be wary of him. Ibn Ishaq wrote, "You obey a stranger who encourages you to murder for booty. You are greedy men. Is there no honor among you?" Upon hearing this, Muhammad said, "Will no one rid me of this woman?" Umayr decided to execute the Prophet's wishes. That very night he crept into her home while she lay sleeping surrounded by her young children. There was one at her breast. Umayr removed the suckling baby and then plunged his sword into the poet. The next morning in the mosque, Muhammad, who was aware of the assassination, said, "You have helped Allah and His Apostle." Umayr said, "She had 5 sons, should I feel guilty?" "No," the Prophet answered. "Killing her was as meaningless as 2 goats butting heads." Ishaq, 676. Soon after receiving praise from Muhammad for the assassination of Asma, the killer went to her children, bragged about committing the murder, and taunted those little kids and the clan of the victim. Sina, 2008, p. 43. Muhammad created such an atmosphere of terror that no one could disagree with him. He was a man of the extremes and only of the extremes. It is recorded, Sunan Abu Dawud, 38-4348, that once a blind Muslim murdered his slave woman by pressing a dagger in her belly that killed her on the spot. In the morning, Muhammad called the man to explain why he committed such horrendous murder. The man stood up while trembling and said that the woman used to abuse and ridicule Muhammad and hence she was killed. Hearing this, Muhammad said, "O be witness, no retaliation is payable for her blood." The message that Muhammad wanted to send was clear: if anyone insults me, he should be put to death and the killer will not be charged. This is the defense mechanism of a narcissist. By showing that the man was not guilty of murder, Muhammad minimized the impact of the disagreement or criticism on himself. In psychopathology, this defense mechanism is known as cognitive dissonance, which is a process of self-justification. Cult leaders often use this mechanism to persuade their members. Humans are sensitive to inconsistencies between actions and beliefs. When he recognizes this inconsistency, it causes dissonance, which motivates an individual to resolve the dissonance. The easiest way to resolve dissonance between actions and beliefs is simply to change the belief. This is what Muhammad achieved. Through his words, Muhammad implanted a new way of thinking in the minds of his followers. This is also a type of distortion of reality. All those critics recognized Muhammad as a fake and hence they had every right to oppose him to save their clan from harming themselves. Muhammad's Quran recitals were conflicting, the stories could not be kept straight and new verses often abrogated old verses. They understood that internal contradiction was the surest sign that something was bogus. But neither Muhammad nor his Allah was able to refute his critics' claims in an intelligent manner. The only option left to Muhammad was to kill them. Even today, when Muslims cannot defend Islam logically, they insult, threaten and even kill the critics. In the following verse, Allah confirms that Quran cannot survive mockery and criticism. When you hear his verses being disbelieved or mocked, do not sit with them until they engage in other talk, or else you will surely be like them. Allah will surely gather the hypocrites and unbelievers all together in hell. Q. 4.140. Why Allah forbade Muslims to ask questions? The reason is that there is no well-argued explanation for Islam. It relies upon ignorance and thrives in it. The deeper one digs, the more obvious the deception becomes. This is precisely why Muhammad protected his doctrine by attacking those who criticized him and his religion. Muhammad was scared that his deception might get exposed in any unguarded moment. A narcissist is ever possessed with the inner sensation that he is really a pretty crook who is vulnerable of being exposed and condemned by society. Vannon, 1999, p. 110. In this situation, assassination is the easiest way out. It provides a quick way to end disputes, silence troublesome rivals and above all, it instills fear into the hearts of those who are still alive. 3.6.5.5 Narcissist Muhammad and his collection of women. Sex is a very important factor in a narcissist's life. But, there is only one condition. The sex should be without emotion. The narcissist uses sex as an instrument designed to increase the number of narcissistic supply sources. When a narcissist cannot obtain adoration, admiration, approval, applause, or any other kind of attention by other means, i.e., intellectually, he indulges in sex. He indiscriminately engages in sex with multiple partners and becomes a lecherous man. He will consider his sex partners as objects not of desire but of narcissistic supply. Through this, the narcissist derives his badly needed narcissistic fix. Narcissists' inflated sense of entitlement may make them think that women owe them sexual favors. Hook, 2007, p. 32. Often he prefers complicated situation, like sex with virgin, married women, and adolescents, Vanin, 1999, pages 88, 89. The aim is, the more difficult the target, the more rewarding the narcissistic outcome. The sexual philosophy of a narcissist is same as an animal. Muhammad was guilty of every sex crime known to man: pedophilia, incest, rape, polygamy, adultery, womanizing, fornication, sexism, and abetting prostitution. Quran limits, Q. 4.3. Muslims to 4 wives, but Muhammad did not restrict himself by the Quranic rules. Allah revealed verses, Q. 33.49-50, telling Muhammad that he was exempt and could have any number of women he pleases, as wives, concubines or slaves, so that there might be no difficulty for him. But this revelation of Allah is illogical. During the lifetime of Khadijah, Muhammad did not dare to bring another woman in the house. As a young man, he did not face any difficulty to sleep with an older woman, but his difficulties appeared only during the last 10 years of his life, when he was old and suffering from all types of ailments. By following Allah's divine instruction, Muhammad took a total 21 wives and 2 concubines and many slave girls in his lifetime. It does not represent Muhammad a very loving and romantic person. On the contrary, it proves Muhammad's vulgarity, ugliness, and instability of mind. This shows how he treated the institution of marriage. Even after having so many sexual outlets, Muhammad was a pedophiliac. When he was above 50, he married a 6-year-old child. He also stole his son's wife. After forcing young girls to watch his men execute their fathers and husbands, Muhammad raped them. Worst of all, he rewarded his mercenaries by dividing captured young girls among his followers. It's little wonder his Quranic paradise is so perverted. Narcissists often prefer pedophilia, i.e., sex with innocent children, Vanin, 1999, p.264. There are several reasons behind it. Firstly, they want emotionless sexual relations. A narcissist is scared to look deep inside of him. He does not want to discover the true self. If he is attached emotionally with a woman, then there is likelihood that at any unguarded moment, his partner may discover his true self. This is what scares the narcissist to death. He is the denier of reality. If a child is taken as a sexual partner, the narcissist is safe. Second, sex with a minor gives freedom of action with impunity. It enhances the narcissist's magical sense of omnipotence and immunity. It thrills the narcissist that he can defy the authority of the state and the edicts of his culture and society. The third and the most important advantage, from a narcissist's point of view, of course, of having a minor as a sexual partner is that, the narcissist can demand and obtain complete obedience from his partner. Narcissists do not hesitate to exploit the purity of a child to extract narcissistic supplies from their heavenly innocence. Subteen children are, as a narcissist defines, inferior. They are physically weaker, dependent on others for the fulfillment of many of their needs, cognitively and emotionally immature, and easily manipulated. Their fund of knowledge is limited and their skills restricted. These are the best victims of a narcissist because they are defenseless. The narcissist can punish his partner the way he wants to enforce discipline and feels entitled to adulation and special treatment from his child mate. This way his narcissistic stock goes up at the cost of the poor and defenseless child. The aims and acts of a sadist pedophile and a narcissist pedophile are different. The sadist does it only for abnormal sexual acts, always forceful, and to inflict damage on the child's body and mind, and this way derives pleasure out of it. But for a narcissist, pedophilia is, in essence, autoerotic. This may be forceful or deceitful. The narcissist pedophile uses children's bodies for autoerotic sexual monogames, sexual excitement by manual stimulation of his own genitals, Vanin, 2006 p. 144. For the malignant narcissist, this is also a definition of self-love. Unlike sadists, the narcissist pedophiles are not enticed by the children themselves but by their bodies, or by their budding and immature sexuality. At the age of 51, Muhammad suddenly received a revelation from Allah that Aisha would be his wife. The revealed bride was only 6 years old. A pedophile is aware of society's view of his actions as vile, corrupt, forbidden, evil, and decadent. But it was not a problem for Muhammad because he had Allah's recommendation for this. This is how reality is reinterpreted to fit Muhammad's fantasies. To please Muhammad with pedophilic sex, Allah did not hesitate to take the role of a marriage broker. Aisha reported Allah's messenger having said, "I saw you in a dream for 3 nights when an angel brought you to me in a silk cloth and he said, 'Here is your wife,' and when I removed the cloth from your face, lo, it was yourself, so I said, 'If this is from Allah, let him carry it out.'" Muslim, 31 5977. However, Abu Bakr had to agree to an immediate marriage. Abu Bakr was Muhammad's best friend and confidant. Much is written in Islamic sources about Abu Bakr, but we know very little about his relationship with his daughter. Law can forbid the father from killing their young daughters, but this does not mean fathers truly loved and protected their daughters. The union was consummated when Aisha was 9. Sexual acts with a 9-year-old child gave Muhammad freedom of action with impunity. It also enhanced the pedophilic Muhammad's magical sense of all-powerfulness and immunity. So, at the age of 54, the narcissist Muhammad started using the tender body of his 9-year-old sexual partner, Aisha, for autoerotic sexual mono games, sexual arousal by manual stimulation of genitals. Few quotes from the Islamic sources. Narrated Aisha, "The Prophet and I used to take a bath from a single pot. During the menses, he used to order me to put on an izar, dress worn below the waist, and used to fondle me." Bukhari, 1.6.298. Muhammad put his cheek and chest in between the naked thighs of a menstruating Aisha. Sunan Abu Dawud, 1.0270. Sucking and testing the saliva of a child was the favorite sexual activity of Muhammad. Following a hadith confirm this. Muhammad used to kiss and suck Aisha's tongue while they were fasting, Sunan Abu Dawud, 13.2380. Aisha said, "During menstruation, I used to bite off meat from bone, the Prophet would take the bone from me and place his mouth at the same spot to eat of it where I had been biting. When I drank water, he would take the vessel from me and place his lips at the same spot where I had put mine." Ibn Majah, Vol. 2. How disgusting it is to note that a man of above 50 was in an abnormal sexual habit of sucking the tongue of a 9-year-old child and eating/drinking the leftover of a child, who was of his granddaughter's age. How ridiculous it is to believe that Allah calls this sexual pervert as excellent example, Q. 33.21. However, after the monogame Muhammad used to spoil his own garment and his child's sexual partner took the job of cleaning it. How disgusting. Alawat and Hammam reported Aisha as saying, "I used to scrape off the drop of semen from the garment of the Messenger of Allah." Muslim, 2.567. In case Aisha, found that semen on the garment of the Messenger of Allah dried up, I scraped it off with my nails. Muslim, 2.572. Narrated Sulayman bin Yasar, "I asked Aisha about the clothes soiled with semen. She replied, I used to wash it off the clothes of Allah's apostle and he would go for the prayer while water spots were still visible." Bukhari, 1.4.231. Narrated Aisha, "I used to wash the semen off the clothes of the Prophet and even then I used to notice one or more spots on them." Bukhari, 1.4.233. Muhammad raised his violent hand on his child bride Aisha for not listening to him. According to Sahih Muslim, once while sleeping with Aisha, Muhammad secretly left his bed and went to the graveyard at Baqi. Aisha spied and followed Muhammad. When Muhammad learned Aisha's misdeed, he hit her, beat her, on her chest that caused much pain to her. Muslim, 4.2127. However, Muhammad's pedophilic lust was not satisfied with Aisha. He was so sexually perverted that once he was attracted to a baby and wanted to marry her later. It shows how perverted this man was. Ibn Ishaq noted. The apostle saw when she was a baby crawling before his feet and said, "If she grows up, I will marry her." But he died before he was able to do so. Ishaq, 311. In the following quote, we can see Muhammad's ugliness while dealing children. It is recorded by Ash-Shafa, Tr. Aisha Abdur Rahman Bewley, 2004, p. 184, cited Qasim, 2007, that Muhammad had a disgusting habit of spitting in the mouths of suckling children. No doubt, Muhammad was at top of his ugliness with this type of act. How a sane person can ever think of forcing the babies to drink his spittle? It is simply disgusting. There is a possibility that Muhammad used to get sexual pleasure by spitting in the mouth of the babies. The early Muslims had allowed this. How many narcissists can attain this type of devotion from his followers? A narcissist has no regards for women except fulfilling his own purpose and securing narcissistic supplies. He cannot love himself, his true self, and he is not capable to love others. He may act lovingly and even pretends to be madly in love with a woman, but actually he displays love to achieve goals. It may be money, power, political strength, or a narcissistic supply. Masterson, 1990, p. 97. Once substitutes are available, the former ones are abandoned mercilessly. Vannon, 1999, p. 51. He does not feel guilty for it. After all, a narcissist is above normal humans. A quote from the Quran confirms it. If Muhammad willed, he could divorce all his wives and Allah could marry him with better consorts either previously married or virgins. Q. 66.5. The narcissist knows that he can rely only on one stable, unconditional source of love, i.e., himself. Where normal people love others and empathize with them, the narcissist loves his false self and identifies with it to the exclusion of all else, his true self included. Hence the definition of love according to a narcissist is completely different than that of a normal healthy person. Masterson, 1990, p. 210-211, wrote, "Love is the capacity to acknowledge the other's real self in a warm and affectionate way, with no strings attached. True love is a union of two people each for the good for the other where the other's best interest become at least equals to one's own." But the narcissist defines love as the ability of someone else to admire and adore him, and to provide perfect mirroring. In most cases, the narcissist prefers to be feared or admired, rather than loved. Vannon, 1999, p. 358, wrote, "When the narcissist says I love you he really means, I depend on you for the stabilization of my narcissistic supply and for the accumulation of the supply for the road ahead." Narcissists always want something from others. They are not capable to give anything to anyone, no matter how small, without asking something in exchange. When a narcissist asks a person how you are doing, in his mind he actually does not intend to know about the well-being of the person. Rather he is taking the emotional temperature of the person to see if he is reacting because he is looking for that reaction from the person. Even if the person is finally giving him a piece of his mind, the narcissist is not listening. The statement simply goes in one ear and comes out from the other. Nothing makes a difference. The listening part is an illusion. Muhammad needed wives not for loving but to fulfill his desires. He lived in a fantasy world, the airtight cocoon of narcissistic enjoyment which had no connection with the real world. Our very humanness depends largely on our self-knowledge and on our experience of ourselves. We can fully appreciate the humanness of others because we are human. We know that sexual feeling for a child is wrong and a man should not seek sexual pleasure from his daughter-in-law, but the mindset of a narcissist is different. A narcissist has no genuine sentiment. Muhammad did not know how to form a stable marital relationship. He simply could not postpone satisfaction. Narcissists are creatures of here and now because they judge themselves to be all deserving. They regard and treat people around them as objects. He is immature in every walk of marriage and sex. Vannon, 1999, p. 139, 272, 273. I can make a comparison. A person who has been in a wheelchair since childhood cannot have any idea of what it feels like to walk, run, jump, do gymnastics, ride a bike, etc. Similarly, the person with NPD is an emotional cripple, whose experience of life bears no resemblance to the ordinary person's. For Muhammad, sex was an expression of power, both emotional and physical, and two victims, as we have discussed before, Rayhana and Safiya. But Muhammad did not feel anything wrong in this, because as far as he was concerned, women were objects, instant narcissistic solutions. Vannon, 1999, p. 357, 195, wrote, "The narcissist never invests in anything, and never perseveres, so he never gets emotionally attached to anything. If he does not get attached, he cannot get hurt." Conquest of the body of a helpless woman is a status symbol for a narcissist. This is the proof of his virility. This type of cruel activities allow the narcissist to engage in vicarious narcissistic behaviors, to express his narcissism through the conquered women, transforming them into instruments at the service of his narcissism, into his extensions. Muhammad had no shortage of women. He could easily spare those two women who were in extreme grief. But he did not do so. He used sexual attack to conquer and secure new sources of narcissistic supply. The narcissist likes to believe that he is the maker of the decision of which type of relationship he should establish and with whom. For Muhammad, she must value his companionship sufficiently to sacrifice any independent expression of her personality. They often found depictions of rape on video as enjoyable and sexually arousing. Book, 2007, p. 33. As Masterson, 1990, p. 124, wrote, "The exhibitionist showing expression of power narcissist would see the woman's sexual response as part of his entitlements and would say openly that he expects her to devote herself to his needs. He would manipulate her in such a way that she would have to accept his entitlement. A woman has no mind, only the meat of her body is halal for Muhammad to enjoy. The halal meat of a woman's body has no individuality, no identity of its own, it is a toy for enjoyment. Following a hadith prove my point." Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, "When I got married, Allah's apostle said to me, 'What type of lady have you married?' I replied, 'I have married a matron.' He said, 'Why, don't you have a liking for the virgins and for fondling them?' Jabir also said, 'Allah's apostle said, why didn't you marry a young girl so that you might play with her and she with you?' Bukhari, 7.62.17. When I returned to Medina, the Prophet met me in the market and said, 'Give me the woman.' I said, 'Holy Prophet of Allah, I like her, and I have not uncovered her garment.' Muhammad said nothing to me until the next day. He again met me in the market and said, 'Salamah, give me the woman.' I said, 'Prophet, I have not uncovered her garment, but she is yours.' Tabari, 8.97. The lascivious prophet had a secret desire for his daughter-in-law Zainab bint Yashir. It was not socially accepted for Arabs to marry their daughter-in-law. But a narcissist is not bound by any rule. It is the narcissist who determines which laws to obey and which to break. He expects society, his partners, his colleagues, his spouse, his children, his parents, his students, his teachers, in short, absolutely everyone in this world to abide by his rule book. So Muhammad broke all the social taboos by expressing his desire for his adopted son's wife, the petite and elegantly attractive Zainab. It is the narcissist who retains the power to decide which contracts are to be scrupulously observed and which offhandedly ignored. By family obligation, Muhammad was supposed to be as her father. To fulfill his desire for Zainab, the narcissist was in action again. What commences as an elaborate daydream ends up in the narcissist's mind as a plausible scenario. To achieve his goal, he started playing his sick game to substitute fiction for truth. He was a con artist. Muhammad silenced his critics with a simple solution. He claimed that Allah had instructed him to get married to Zainab and that Allah himself would solemnize the marriage of Muhammad with his daughter-in-law. To fulfill Muhammad's desire, Allah revealed the following verses. And when you said to he whom Allah had favored and yourself have favored, keep your wife and fear Allah, and you sought to hide in yourself what Allah was to reveal, fearing people, although Allah has a better right for you to fear him. And when Zayd had accomplished what he would of her, divorce, we gave her to you, Prophet Muhammad, in marriage, so that there is no fault in believers concerning marriage to the former spouse of their foster children if they divorce them. The decree of Allah must be done. Q. 33.37. No fault shall be attached to the Prophet for doing what Allah has obligated for him. Such was the way of Allah with those who passed away before the decree of Allah is a decree determined. Q. 33.38. By marrying his daughter-in-law, Muhammad again proved that he is uniquely special. The society must attend to his needs, whereas Muhammad is under no obligation to listen to or understand anyone. He felt entitled to respect without giving it in return. Was Muhammad ashamed when he desired Aisha and Zainab? No, he did not show any shame at all. Shamelessness, i.e., bypassed shame, is one of the deadly sin of a narcissist. Hotchkiss, 2003, pages 5, 6, wrote. The shame is so intolerable that the means have been developed not to experience it at all. What psychologists call bypasses shame looks like shamelessness or the absence of a consciousness. Since there is no healthy internal mechanism available to process this painful feeling, the shame is directed outward away from the self. It can never be my fault. Whenever Muhammad had taken undue sexual advantage, he directed the shame to Allah, as if whatever he had done, he was actually following Allah's instruction. So it was never my fault. This way he had bypassed shame. The Quranic revelations, where Allah granted Muhammad special sexual privileges, served only one purpose: it transformed Muhammad's fault to Allah's fault. A narcissist cannot have a meaningful family life. He hates women virulently, passionately, and uncompromisingly. His hate is original and inherent, irrational, the progeny of mortal fear and sustained abuse. It is true that most narcissists learn how to disguise, even repress these untoward feelings. But their hatred does swing out of control and erupt from time to time. The narcissist does not react to people, or interact with them, as individuals. Rather, he generalizes and tends to treat people as symbols or classes. Due to this reason, Muhammad was a misogynist, strong hatred for women. He generalized and treated women a class rather than individual. In his farewell sermon, Muhammad equated women to cattle. Tabari recorded, "Treat women well, for they are like domestic animals and they possess nothing themselves. Allah has made the enjoyment of their bodies lawful in his Quran." Tabari, 9.113. Since women are domestic animals, logically the old stock can be replaced by new one, as Tabari and Ibn Ishaq recorded. Ali, Muhammad's adopted son, son-in-law, and future caliph, said, "Prophet, women are plentiful. You can get a replacement, easily changing one for another." Tabari, 862/Ishaq, 496. Elsewhere, cited Dagger, 1995, p. 18-9, Muhammad is reported to have said, "The woman has two things to cover her, the grave and the marriage." When he was asked which one was better, Muhammad replied, "The grave." Lastly, following quotation from Imam Ghazali's work shows how much hatred Muhammad had for women. Prophet said, "If husband would be covered with pus from head to toe, and wife would lick it, even then wife's gratitude to husband wouldn't be fulfilled." Imam Ghazali, from Ihya Ulum al-Din, Volume 2. There is a reason, from narcissistic point of view, of course, why Muhammad equated women with domestic animals. The ideal life partner of a male narcissist is someone who is willing to become an extension of the narcissist's fragile ego, to serve as an object of admiration, contempt, or often enough both, as if a narcissist had put a sign over this door ought to read "Abandon self, all ye who enter here." Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 121. It means the life partner must obliterate her autonomy in the service of her husband's narcissism. In sum, the husband cannot regard the separate existence of his wife as she does for her own. Such a woman is no way better than a domestic animal. Lastly, a quote from Russell, 2009, p. 76, which is self-explanatory. Those who have never known the deep intimacy and the intense companionship of happy mutual love have missed the best thing that life has to give. Unconsciously, if not consciously, they feel this, and the resulting disappointment inclines them towards envy, oppression, and cruelty. 3.6.6 Why Muhammad was sinless. Muslims believe that Muhammad possessed special spiritual qualities, was Masum, which means immaculate from sin, Nasr, 2007 p. 39. According to Quran, Allah was so much impressed by Muhammad that he forgave all past, present and future sins of his beloved prophet. It means, whatever evils Muhammad wants to do, he can do without any remorse. He can loot, murder, plunder, rape, practically commit any crime known to society with Allah's license. God himself is guarantor of his forgiveness. Allah wrote in the Quran, "Indeed, we have opened for you, Muhammad, a clear opening, that Allah forgives your past and future sins, and completes his favor to you, and guides you on a straight path." Q. 48.12. This is a narcissistic delusion. Under this delusion, Muhammad never felt guilty for his cruel acts. He put Allah directly responsible for all his wrongdoings and gave an impression to his followers that he was merely following Allah's instructions. Muhammad was convinced that he was on a divine mission. A person who is carrying out God's order is not responsible for his actions, both directly and indirectly, and hence he is immaculate from sin. If Allah's decrees are delivered by Muhammad's tongue, then of course Muhammad is sinless. Following a hadith confirm this. Abu Musa reported the Apostle of Allah as saying, "Make intercession to me, you will be rewarded, for Allah decrees what he wishes by the tongue of his Prophet." Sunan Abu Dawud, 3.5112. Messenger of Allah, Allah pardon thee all thy sins, the previous and the later ones. Upon this the Messenger of Allah said, "By Allah, I am the most God-conscious among you and I fear him most among you." Muslim, 6.2450. Narcissists are prone to magical thinking. In this respect they are like children. The fact that nobody is perfect gives very little comfort to a narcissist. He thinks that he is an exception to this natural law. So it is his challenge to find a way to stay pumped up inside in order to hold these harsh realities at bay. The methods they typically employ involve a considerable amount of distortion of realities and illusion. Hotchkiss, 2003, p. 7. Narcissists maintain their grandiosity and omnipotence through a connection to someone, who can pump up. This someone helps the narcissist to sustain the illusion of his chosen specialness. For Muhammad, this someone was none other than Allah, and the chosen specialness was of course, sinlessness. Throughout his prophetic career, Allah had continuously pumped up Muhammad's narcissistic fragile ego, his false self, and his chosen specialness, i.e., his sinlessness. A narcissist's false self is rigid. His sense of true self cannot develop because it is deprived of contact with the world, and the narcissist always prefers his invented false self to the true one. This false self cannot fathom the reciprocity in human relations, and slowly the narcissist becomes antisocial, lacking in morale and in consequences. Instead of taking responsibility for his actions which cause untold pain to others, he blames others for his behavior. Muhammad ordered killing of the infidels because he believed that he had an authority to do so. The very thought that non-believers do not consider him a prophet of Allah was enough reason to attack them, terrorize them, kill them, loot them, and rape their women. Muhammad needed people to bolster his self-image. It is the sole function of the Muslims, to reflect, to admire, to applaud, to assure Muhammad that he exists as a prophet. Those who could not do it, have no reason to be alive. The narcissists have no guilty feeling for this. He does not feel that in any way he is related to his former selves, hence he does not understand why he should be punished for someone else's actions. He is surprised by society's insistence that he should be punished for his deeds and be held responsible for them. Vanin, 1999, p. 186. Even he may develop a feeling that he is being persecuted by powers greater than him. Malignant narcissism is such a deadly, evil, and painful disease. It not only destroys the narcissist, but infects and forever changes those people who are in touch with him by paralyzing their thinking capability. Muslims reason out this way, since Muhammad never felt guilty for his inhuman acts and thought himself sinless, hence Muhammad is sinless and all his acts are divine. With this distortion of reality, slowly Muhammad himself became the object of worship. But deep down, sometimes the narcissist realizes that something is wrong. He understands that people around him are sad and disappointed, and it has certainly something to do with his attitude towards them. But his grandiosity has a defense mechanism which covers up his disagreeable state of things by convincing him, poor things, they can never fully understand him, they are so inferior, it is no wonder they are so depressed. Vanin, 1999, p. 46. He cannot see through the defensive structures of his life, his thinking, his ways of perceiving reality. He senses but cannot understand the hollow core at the center of his life. He lived too long on deception and fantasy and now he is the master deceiver. Masterson, 1990, p. 81. This is how Muhammad immunes himself from sin. He had a divine authority to do any kind of wrong to others, so why should he feel guilty? For a person to be truly guilty, he needs to intend, to deliberate, to contemplate his choices and then to choose his acts. He had done none of these. A narcissist, because he is deeply immersed in his delusion and grandeur, believes that his heinous acts have or will have a great positive influence on mankind. Vanin, 1999, p. 140. This is what we are going to see in the following verse, which is also the most hateful verse in Quran. When the sacred months are over, slay the idolaters wherever you find them. Take them and confine them, then lie in ambush everywhere for them. If they repent and establish the prayer and pay the obligatory charity, let them go their way. Allah is forgiving and the most merciful. Q. 9.5. The above verse appears to be self-contradictory, but no. From a narcissist's point of view, this verse is perfectly meaningful. While fabricating this verse, Muhammad knew very well that his instructions are immoral and will cause great pain to others, but his magical thinking worked out for him. He thought that though his actions are against society and humanity, he can get away with this, because whatever he is doing today is for a long-term benefit to the civilization. In long term, people will accept him as a precious gift to humanity and his Allah as the forgiving and the most merciful. A narcissist's magical thinking is so strong that if this someone cannot sustain his chosen specialness, then the narcissist will look for support from another object. But the very concept of his chosen specialness does not change. For Muhammad, Allah was merely an object whose only purpose was to certify Muhammad that he was a prophet. Beyond this, Allah has no other purpose. If Allah had failed to pump up Muhammad's ego, Muhammad would have dumped Allah in a dustbin and picked up another god to uphold his prophetic position. This is narcissistic immunity. Muhammad had the immunity but God did not. Hence God changes, but Muhammad's sinlessness would not change at any cost. Muhammad would never take the responsibility of the harm inflicted on others by the results of his own decisions, opinions, beliefs, deeds and misdeeds, actions and inactions. He is above reproach and punishment. In this situation Allah is helpless. In the hands of a malignant narcissist his condition is miserable. If Allah fails to prove Muhammad sinless and take away his moral responsibility to any of his misconduct, his usefulness will cease immediately. This is the reason, whenever Muhammad commits any crime, Allah is in a hurry to send a timely revelation and exempt Muhammad from taking responsibility. Muhammad commands Allah. If Allah does not do that, Muhammad will dismiss him immediately from his divine position and find another suitable God. Muhammad demanded sinlessness from Allah and Allah granted it to protect himself from the fury of his narcissist messenger. Narcissists exude a powerful force field that is difficult to stay clear of it. They distort reality so skillfully that the people around him are just sucked in and absorbed in his way of thinking, voluntarily or reluctantly. The followers of Muhammad thought that Muhammad was sinless because they came within the grip of Muhammad's narcissism and absorbed by his way of thinking. 3.7 A Quest for the Impaired True Self of Muhammad. I have often thought that the best way to define a man's character would be to seek out the particular mental or moral attitude in which, when it came upon him, he felt himself most deeply and intensely active and alive. At such moments, there is a voice inside which speaks and says, "This is the real me." William James in a letter to his wife, 1878, cited Masterson, 1990, p. 12. From his childhood, Muhammad was ill-fated and faced much psychological adversities. He lost his father before his death and lost his mother's love and affection during the time he needed these most. After his mother's death, he spent 2 years in the house of his grandfather, Abdul Muttalib, who also died shortly. It means whenever the child was emotionally attached to someone, he faced abandonment. Because of all these adversities, his personality was not fully developed. It is a medically proven fact that adverse family and social environment often not only retard mental growth but the child grows up with adjustment problems with others. During his early adult days he did not get any meaningful employment and remained unmarried till 25, which was quite a late marriageable age for Arabs during those days. The Arabs who were wealthy and those who had shown bravery in the battlefield obviously used to get better preferences in marriage. In this respect Muhammad was very unlucky. Neither he had money nor courage. Most probably he was also physically weak. During those days Arabs were good fighters and they really craved for the excitement of the battlefield. But Muhammad did not have the courage to confront the enemy face to face at the battlefield. He never fought any battle personally. In one of the battles, a war known as the Sacrilegious War, fought in Mecca, Muhammad assisted his clan by gathering up the arrows discharged by the enemy during the ceasefires and handing them to his uncles. Muir, cited Sina, 2008, p. 33, explains. Physical courage, indeed, and martial daring are virtues which did not distinguish the Prophet at any period of his career. But once he confirmed his rank as a prophet of Allah and became powerful at Medina, he was completely changed. Now it would be disgusting if he behaves like a coward. He has gathered enough strength by becoming the leader of a band of criminals. So, the megalomaniac false self of Muhammad declared openly, "I will bring you slaughter." Ishaq, 130, Tabari, 6.101. Allah made me victorious with terror, Bukhari, 1.7.331. But deep inside in his heart, Muhammad still remained a coward in spite of having Allah, angels, jinns on his side. Muhammad never took part in a single battle, where he had to put his life in danger. He often stood behind the fighting Muslims at a safe distance surrounded by bodyguards wearing 2 coats of chain-link mail, one on top of another and a helmet with a visor that covered his face. This double armoring would make him so heavy that his movements used to be very burdensome. He could not even stand in this condition without assistance from others, let alone walking. All he could do in this situation was to shout towards the front and loudly encourage his men to show bravery and not to fear death, sitting at a same place like a divine statue. During the Battle of Uhud, he was beaten up by the brave Meccans and knocked down into a ditch. He owed his life only to the devotion of his helpers, who shielded him with their bodies, and then he got up again all covered with mud and blood. Warwick, 2000, p. 141. And this shameless coward claims that God is on his side and talks about bringing slaughter to the infidels. The fact is that neither a god nor any supernatural power was with Muhammad. Allah, Angels, jinns were all Muhammad's narcissistic delusions, either conscious or subconscious fabrication of his diseased mind. When he said, "I will bring you slaughter," it was an act to hide the reality that he was weak, and a spineless coward. He himself did not believe that Allah could save him. So he used to take extra precautions. Deep down, he knew that he was a fake. He knew that his prophetic claim was nothing but a concoction, a figment of his distorted thinking, that he could live only like a parasite in the guise of a prophet. With falsehood, a number of people can be brainwashed, but in the harshness of battles, survival depends on courage and skill. Sadly, Muhammad lacked both of these qualities, and he knew it very well. All the mechanisms of malignant narcissism were at work since the very childhood days of Muhammad, and his sick and overpowering false self was growing unnoticed by others. A child's self-image emerges from the symbiotic image of his mother because the mother is the primary caretaker. Amina, being the mother of Muhammad, should have nurtured the psychological growth of her child. But because of her negligence, the unique, personality qualities of Muhammad's real self could not emerge. Masterson, 1990, p. 54, wrote, "How fully, smoothly, or quickly the child's innate psychological potential develops depends in part of the mother's, and to a lesser degree the father's, psychological ability to provide the environment in which the seeds of the real self can grow." On the very same day Muhammad started his mission, he lost several key capacities of his real self. When Muhammad got a strong foothold in Medina and started plundering the rich Meccan caravans, his real self was fully paralyzed by his false self. With this he lost his capacity to experience a wide range of feelings deeply with liveliness, joy, vigor, spontaneity, and the excitement of creativity. From an orphan to parasitic husband of a wealthy woman to a small-scale prophet to a bandit king to the conqueror of Mecca to the ruler of the whole Arabia, Muhammad's journey in the path of his life is really amazing. Muhammad was never a religious person. The ahadith do not mention much about Muhammad's religious indulgence before his prophetic days. Though, in Mecca there were Jews, Christians, and as some historian says, many Hindus settled and lived with harmony, but Muhammad never showed any interest in the religious beliefs of other people. He did not even know that Jews and Christians have theological differences. Armstrong, 2006, p. 15. When he came to know, he was surprised. Let alone Jews and Christians, he knew nothing about any religion. He never studied any religious scriptures because of his illiteracy. In fact, in the early surahs, Allah's religious vocabulary was restricted to that which can be illustrated from the compositions of the early poets. But when Muhammad picked up bits and pieces about the religious doctrines of Jews and Christians, Allah's language in the Quran started changing accordingly. From the Quran itself we can see Muhammad gradually acquiring more and more information about other religions. In spite of this, when Muhammad established himself as a prophet, Allah declared that Muhammad was a prophet when the body and soul of Adam were still in the making. The false self of Muhammad may think anything about himself, but the fact is that this charlatan was neither a mystic, nor a messenger of any god, but a narcissist political leader who used God for his selfish use. Though the seed of narcissism was deep-rooted in Muhammad's mind much before he claimed the title of prophet, no one had seen his narcissistic outburst till the time he had a vivid hallucination because he did not have any followers, or precisely, he could not victimize anyone. He was a lone narcissist. Most of the narcissist cult leaders start their cult with peaceful intention and activities. When they have hardly any following, they are shy and humble. But the narcissistic monsters lurk inside them waiting for a suitable chance to come out. From the very young days Muhammad had a strong desire for recognition. According to Bukhari, 4.56.762, 8.73 140, Muhammad was shyer than a veiled virgin girl. Sometimes Muhammad used to attend sheep with a miserly small payment. For the Arabs, this is an unmanly profession mostly reserved for girls. There are two reasons Muhammad took this unmanly job. First, he was unsuitable for any meaningful job because his illiteracy and laziness. Secondly, it allowed him to avoid interaction with others, with whom he, more correctly, his grandiose false self, was incapable of dealing as equal. But we should not think it as his superiority complex. His superiority complex was actually a mask of his inferiority complex. Haeckel, 1976, Chapter 3, wrote, Muhammad's occupation as herdsman during the years of his youth provided him with plenty of leisure to ponder and to contemplate. He took care of his family and neighbors' herds. Later, he used to recall these early days with joy. Though Haeckel said that Muhammad loved the occupation as herdsman, but it is not true. Muhammad had adjustment problems. A study conducted by Lengua et al., 2000, pages 232 to 244, with a sample of 231 children between the ages of 9 and 12 provided data for the parental rejection and depressive symptoms. The study suggests that children who experience parental rejection and low levels of positive emotionality are more likely to exhibit higher levels of adjustment problems as they grow up. Muhammad suffered from inferiority complex because of his poor and insignificant position in the society. He was a social misfit. He devalued himself, deflation of the false self, and became unduly sensitive. He was constantly envious of people. To witness the success and joy of others was too painful for Muhammad to see and too high a price to pay. So he had a favorite solution: avoidance. The very thought of being inferior often drives an individual to overcompensate, which results either in spectacular achievement or extreme schizotypal behavior, is a personality disorder that is characterized by a need for social isolation, odd behavior and thinking, and often unconventional beliefs, or both. Haeckel continued. Muhammad used to say proudly that God sent no prophet who was not a herdsman. Moses was a herdsman, David was also a herdsman. I, too, was commissioned to prophethood while I grazed my family's cattle at a jihad. Muhammad's thinking all prophets are herdsmen and since I am also a herdsman I am also a prophet was an odd thinking. This type of thinking is not only baseless but delusional also. It's a personality disorder. Muhammad's behavior was schizotypal behavior. Muhammad liked social isolation. Social isolation is the willful abandonment or avoidance of social contact or communication with others. The real self has the ability to pacify painful feeling. It will never allow us to stumble in misery. When things go wrong and we are hurt, the real self devises means to minimize and soothe painful feelings. Masterson, 1990, p. 42. Often one of the means is to interact with others or go to a therapist. But for a narcissist, the situation is different. His false self in action and he simply does not know how a true self functions. Muhammad was never interested in human. He was not fond of work also. He preferred to withdraw from the world and live in his dream-like sweet imaginary world. He used to retreat into his own thoughts. Even when he was a child, he avoided the company of other children. He hardly laughed because he thought it is silly. Sina, 2008, p. 15. In his fantasy world, Muhammad was no longer the cast-off or unwanted child, rather loved, respected, praised, and even feared. He was the one and the only one. He was so absorbed in his fantasy world that it became as real to him as the real world, only more pleasurable. Sina, 2008. p. 15. This is called rescue fantasy. Neglected children often indulge in such fantasies. It is harmless, but it is a matter of grave concern when a grown-up person cannot come out from these fantasies. Masterson, 1990, p. 83, wrote, such rescue fantasies have great appeal to the young child who has not yet learned how to cope effectively with reality, and same type of fantasies appeals to patients whose ability to deal with life as it is severely impaired by the false self. This attitude is normal for people who have developed an utter negative attitude towards society. Masterson, 1990, p. 42, wrote, the real self does not block feelings or deaden the impact of emotions. It provides a sense of what is appropriate. A narcissist cannot be happy, because his feelings and expression of emotions are all distorted. He is chronically depressed and anhedonic, finds no pleasure in life. Vanin, 1999, p. 193. Muhammad also suffered from anxiety, which was also deep-rooted in his parental rejection. Children with a diagnosable anxiety disorder reported lower levels of maternal acceptance than other children. Hazen, 2005, p.8. Sina continued. He would often spend his time in pensive mood. He did not know how to be happy or have fun. When reality became hard to bear and his loneliness overwhelmed him, he would escape into fantasy, where he could be anyone or anything he wanted to be. Vanin, 1999, p. 74, wrote. The narcissist feels miserable, inferior and dependent. He rebels against this degrading state of things by partly escaping into a world of make-believe, daydreaming, pretensions and delusions of grandeur. The narcissist knows very little about himself and finds what he knows to be abhorrent. All these attitudes of Muhammad were caused by his psychological distress at the very initial stage of his life. During later years, when he established himself as a prophet, his false self showed the same derogatory attitude toward others. Islam is a religion which was created from Muhammad's frustration and hate for the society. This way the very foundation of hate is within Muhammad himself, which made his religion so hateful and destructive. When Muhammad secured a job to work as a trustee for a wealthy merchant woman, Khadija, he had at least some protections. Khadija fell in love with young Muhammad and proposed marriage to him. She was a 40-year-old widow and twice married before. For Muhammad, the marriage with Khadija was a blessing. He was a needy man both emotionally and financially. In his wife, Muhammad found a financial security. This also allowed him to never work again. But still he was not happy. He left his wife at home to take care of several children and retreated to the caves around Mecca. This way he secluded himself from the world and wrapped himself in his own megalomaniac thoughts. This is the beginning of the outburst of Muhammad's narcissistic personality disorder. He was in distress because he could not secure his narcissistic supply sources, and due to this deficiency a narcissistic deficiency dysphoria set in. In this situation, a narcissist will behave very much in the same way of a drug addict behaves in the absence of his particular drug. Vanin, 1999, p. 85-6, wrote. The narcissist will turn more and more mechanical, detached, and unreal. His thoughts will constantly wander, become obsessive and repetitive. He will be far away, in a world of his narcissistic fantasies where narcissistic supply is aplenty. He will withdraw from the painful world which knows not how to appreciate his greatness, special skills, and talents, potential, or achievements. Muhammad liked loneliness even after his marriage and having several children. The real self allows us to be alone without feeling abandoned. It enables us to manage ourselves when there is no special person in our lives. Masterson, 1990, p. 46. With a loving and caring wife and several children, there was no way Muhammad could feel alone. Actually, his marriage was a financial security only. There was absolutely no emotional attachment. During his frequent visits and long stay in the cave, a struggle was going on in his mind. His false self was continuously destroying whatever little humanity was still left in him. The monster which was lurking inside Muhammad was getting prepared to emerge with clear authority from Allah to take revenge by punishing the same cruel society which had neglected him. At last, a timely hallucination, which Muhammad interpreted as a divine message from Gabriel, caused the final narcissistic explosion. Now he hates to look back to his true self. When the true self was in action, it had accepted and modulated various self-images, and resolved much apparent and temporary confusion. It also integrated various diverse aspects of his life, related them to each other to form a whole life and a whole self. But his true self failed to improve his status, by which he can command respect from others. Now it is time for the false self to be in action. 3.8, Conclusion. What the world needs is not dogma, but an attitude of scientific inquiry combined with a belief that the torture of millions is not desirable, whether inflicted by Stalin or by a deity imagined in the likeness of believer. Bertrand Russell, 1996, p. 165. Muhammad did not establish Islam to teach the pagans humanity. Spirituality is basically a non-existent matter in Islam. The only purpose of Islam was to enslave people in the name of God, i.e., to extract narcissistic supply for Muhammad. Simply speaking, Muhammad was a vulgar impostor in a divine robe. In religion, a prophet is a person who has been contacted by, or has encountered, the supernatural or the divine, and serves as an intermediary with humanity by delivering this newfound knowledge from the supernatural entity to other humans. In Judaism, a prophet is seen as a person who is selected by, and speaks as a formal representative of God, and the intention of the message is always to effect a social change to conform to God's desired standards. The charlatan prophet of Islam adopted the same style of Judaism to shape his religion but in a twisted form. He elevated himself in the expense of God. To achieve this he had discouraged free will. Allah's will is the only freedom, which is the origin of free thinking, inquiry and social progress, and set a great barrier for the unity of mankind. It imposed complete hegemony of fate on man. It is obvious that Muhammad's prophethood has nothing to do with a god or a divine guidance. Muhammad was less a spiritual leader and more of an ambitious narcissist political leader. He achieved his narcissistic ambitions under the pretense of spirituality. In the beginning, Muhammad started as a humble servant of Allah and continuously stated the purity of his intentions and his unselfishness, but his prestige and authority were truly unassailable when he got a strong foothold at Medina. He transformed himself into an absolute ruler. This sudden change of his personality did not escape the notice of his contemporaries. That man aspires to dominate the Arabs, said the Tayyite chief Zar ibn Sadis. Abu Sufyan was to make the same observation: prophetism is finished, the empire is beginning. Trifkovic, 2002, p. 45. This is what real Muhammad was. Many of the early Meccans clearly understood Muhammad's real intention of starting a new sect. They knew that Muhammad conceived his religion solely to satiate his lust for power, sex, and money. He was a criminal. There is no way he could qualify as a true prophet of God. It is worth quoting from Robert L. Snow from his book Deadly Cults, The Crimes of True Believers. Practically everyone has seen the cartoon with a character wearing the sandwich sign that proclaims, "The end is near." While this meant as a joke, throughout history a large number of people have proclaimed with all seriousness that they have unique knowledge that the end of the world is coming. Through this proclamation, many prophets of doom have attracted large group of followers who believe that these doom forecasters have some type of special insight, special vision, or special relationship with God that gives them inside knowledge about the impending end of the world. Once this belief system is established, the doomsday forecasters then have tremendous control over the lives of the people who believe in them. Snow, 2003, p.109. Muhammad did not perform any better. He was a fake prophet, and as described in the above quotation, he demanded that he had unique knowledge but unseen and unknown. He spied everywhere in search of enemies, as Tabari recorded. Muhammad sent out spies to obtain intelligence. But they came back with their joints dislocated. When he asked what had happened, they said, "We saw white men on black horses. Before we could resist, we were struck as you see us now." Tabari, 9.6. The messenger sent Amr to the Quraysh as a spy. Tabari, 7.146. The prophet asked, "Who will go and spy on the enemy?" The messenger stipulated that should he come back, Allah would cause him to enter paradise. Tabari, 8.26. Muhammad's spy brought him word that Ikrimah was coming out with 500 men. Tabari, 8.71. Abdullah married a woman but couldn't afford the nuptial gift. He came to the Prophet and asked for his assistance. He said, "Go out and spy on the Jusham tribe." Tabari, 8.149. But after being tipped off by his spies, he used to say, Allah informed me, the Gabriel informed me, two angels of Allah informed me, a tree told me, and the deception went on. This is the source of Muhammad's secret knowledge. He fooled the fools with all this Quranic rubbish, and surprisingly, he never ran shortage of fools who wanted to be fooled by him, and his tribe of fools multiplied. Muslims fraudulently claim that the Quranic surahs stunned the early Arab intellectuals. But the fact is exactly opposite. Though early Meccans were mainly illiterate and superstitious people ready to believe any sort of rubbish in the name of religion, but there were few wise and practical people who had recognized that Muhammad was suffering from mental illness, and his alleged proclamation of prophethood was purely based on hallucination and delusion. Those Meccan Arabs had seen many impostors like Muhammad. During the time of Muhammad, prophetic business was a thriving, profitable industry in Arabia. After discovering Muhammad's true color, the Meccans ignored Muhammad as they ignored any other madman. The following verses confirm it. The hypocrites and those in whose hearts is a disease said, Allah and his messenger promised us nothing but delusion, they have promised only to deceive us. Q. 33.11. Then they had turned away from him and said, one taught by others, a madman. Q. 44.14. They said, are we going to abandon our gods for the sake of a mad poet? Q. 37:36. When his lies were exposed and Islam was destined to vanish in its infancy. To console Muhammad, Allah assured him by the following Quranic revelation. By the favor of Allah, you are neither a soothsayer, nor mad. Q. 52.29. The Meccan Arabs turned away from Muhammad knowing that he was fraud. They were sympathetic to him by seeing his mental condition. They left him alone in his imaginary fantasy world and allowed him to believe in whatever rubbish he wanted. They were even ready to pay for medical advice to cure his mental disease. Utbah ibn Rabi'ah, one of the distinguished leaders of Arabia, convinced the Quraysh at one of their community meetings to delegate him to approach Muhammad. So on behalf of the Quraysh, he came to Muhammad to assist him with different alternatives. Hakel recorded, 1976, Chapter 5, Utbah's words. If you are unable to cure yourself of the visions that you have been seeing, we shall be happy to seek for you at our expense all the medical service possible until your health is perfectly restored. During the pilgrimage season, Muhammad used to irritate the chiefs of tribes visiting the Kaaba and invited them to embrace Islam. This way, Muhammad became a menace to the pilgrims. The keepers of Kaaba knew that if Muhammad started babbling his nonsense to the pilgrims, it would detrimentally impact the revenue streams. So at a meeting Muhammad had called to present his claims, Abu Lahab, the Prophet's uncle, used to warn the visitors, as recorded by Ishaq. Abu Lahab, the Prophet's uncle, said, Muhammad is trying to bewitch you. With that the Quraysh got up and left before the messenger could speak. Ishaq, 118. In sum, Muhammad suffered a complete intellectual defeat and the most embarrassing social humiliation. He was mocked mercilessly by his people and faced extreme skepticism. Smith and Haddad, 2002, p.147. Those critics were asking the same questions about his divine mission that we still ask in our time without getting any answers from the Muslim scholars. These questions are as old as Islam. On this occasion Allah again revealed the following verses. They take you not except for mockery. Q. 21.36. And when they see you, they treat you only as a mockery. Q. 25.41. However, Muhammad's fortunes changed dramatically when he met people from some brainless tribal people of Medina. When those dimwit people allowed Muhammad and his followers in their city, within a few months Muhammad took over the city in which he was supposed to be a guest. Though Muhammad lost in this battle of minds, he won in the battle of swords. Narcissism evolves through power. Narcissism manifests itself after the narcissist finds a following and creates his mini-cult. Narcissists who are not successful in creating a cult live a reclusive life. Once Muhammad converted some brainless people to his cult, who were ready to fight and die for him. there was nothing to look back. Slowly his tribe prospered with hostility and bloodshed, as Ayatollah Khomeini, cited Tripkovic, 2006, p. 25, commented. Islam grew with blood. Chapter 4, The Creation of Quran. Source, Jihad Proselytizing, Cox and Forcum, Editorial Cartoons. In previous chapters I have shown that it is not a difficult task to disqualify Muhammad of his prophetic claim. He was a master manipulator. Once we critically analyze Islam under the circlight of truth and logic, Muhammad's emptiness and vulgarity is very easily exposed, and the Prophet of Islam and his Allah stand naked in front of us. We can give a scientific explanation of his mysterious divine confrontation, event by event and correlated with his hallucinatory experience. We also know how his narcissistic personality disorder gave him strength to push forward against all odds to establish himself as a prophet. Muhammad claimed that Quran was his only miracle. It is supposed to be the direct word of God passed to him by Angel Gabriel. For Muslims, the Quran is so sacred that no devout Muslim would touch it with his left hand. Quran is supposed to be, as Guillaume, 1978, p. 74, wrote. Quran is the Holy of Holies. It must never rest beneath other books, but always on top of them. One must never drink or smoke when it is being read aloud. And it must be listened to in silence. It is a talisman against disease and disaster. The claims are no doubt fascinating, but once we attempt to make an objective study of this book, we can find several holes in this supposed to be holy book. 4.1, The Authenticity of Quran, and the Authority and Responsibility of Allah. Once Ripon, 1991, p. 9, lamented. I have often encountered individuals who come to the study of Islam with a background in the historical study of the Hebrew Bible or early Christianity, and who express surprise at the lack of critical thought that appears in introductory textbooks of Islam. Another earlier Islamic scholar, Arthur Jeffrey, had the same view. Jeffrey, 1937, p. 1, wrote, Critical investigation of the text of the Quran is a study which is still in its infancy. Muslims will never allow a critical investigation of their book. In fact, they cannot tolerate any criticism of Quran, no matter how small. Quran is from Allah because Muhammad said so, and Muhammad was the messenger of Allah because Quran says so. But this is a circular reasoning, not a proof. What we need is at least one concrete evidence, not logical fallacy. Quran was revealed to Muhammad by Angel Gabriel gradually over a period of years until his death in 632 CE, but by the time of Muhammad, there was not a single manuscript in which Muhammad himself or any of his followers had collected all the revelations. Why Muhammad was so careless? After all, if these were God's words, they need to be preserved. Secondly, Muhammad claimed that Quran was the only miracle, but still why he did not bother to preserve it before he died? The idea of revelation is the idea of something which is being shown, more strictly unveiled or unfolded. In Quranic revelations, Allah gave some divine instructions to the Muslims. He had also shown the mankind what he likes and what he expects from us. But unfortunately, Allah did not do that by showing us what it is like to be God. He only made himself known through a chosen messenger, Muhammad, even though the media Allah adopted was unusual one. But where is the divine verification for divine revelations? On this particular point the God of Islam failed miserably. Why Allah wants us to accept a claim at random? Blind faith can be accepted up to certain extent, but somewhere we should draw the line and must seek justification after that. It is for Allah to choose Muhammad as his last prophet, and there could be no question about it, only if we had sufficient evidence to believe in Muhammad's claim. Now we know that he was suffering from malignant narcissism and hallucinatory experiences. Narcissists are pathological liars. This is the only reason we need some external evidence that it was God who wrote the Quran. Needless to say, his Quran is proven to be false. Neither Islam nor Muhammad have any stand after this. In Allah's revelation, the mystery is more at the origin than at the substance of the communication. It is because, these revelations are not revelations of Allah, but revelations from Allah. These revelations had revealed nothing about Allah. Did Allah ever mention anywhere in Quran, who gave him authority to send his divine instructions to the Muslims? Only for this cause, the skeptics find Allah's revelations very difficult to accept, and these revelations drastically upset our logical way of thinking. We have to suppress our rational faculty to believe the genuineness of these revelations, which are beyond any external proof. Lewis, 1961, p. 228, has the same view. How do we know that the words which purport to tell us this are genuinely the words of God? What is the warrant for divine disclosure? What assurance do we have that it is God and not the man who is speaking, or if it the first place the word of a man, what enables us to say that God speaks to us through him? To silence the skeptic's acid tongue, is there any divine guarantee that these revelations were from an infinite being? Can any divine disclosure be beyond any question and criticism as stated in verses 5:101, 5:102? This would be like asking, why should I believe the truth? If something is true, then we obviously believe it after confirming the fact by physical verifications or by reasons. There are likewise questions to ask about Quranic revelations. Why should I believe the Quranic revelations, unless I am sure that they are true? As Lewis, 1961 p. 231, argued. There are two sides to revelation. It involves man as well as God. And I do not see what a revelation could be like that does not involve the use of the faculties with which we are endowed as human beings. Right reason is the rule of true faith, and we have no problem to believe in a religion so far as we see them agreeable to reason, and no further. As Abelard, 1836 p. 15, wrote, "The first key to wisdom is assiduous and frequent questioning. For by doubting we come to inquiry, and by inquiry, we arrive at the truth. The faith should be founded in human reason and the contrary." Clifford, 1897, p. 186, was very right when he said, "In religious belief it is wrong always, everywhere, and for everyone to believe anything upon insufficient evidence. Where is the evidence that the Quranic revelations were not Muhammad's hallucinations or his conscious fabrications? On the contrary, we have enough evidence that Muhammad was mentally ill and also had a political ambition for power and dominance. Where is the proof that Muhammad's disturbed mind did not work futilely and Quran was created? Where is the assurance that Muhammad did not create the Quran to fulfill his personal desires and political aspiration? Revelation is not above reason, as Caird, 1956 p. 356, observed. Revelation, which is a necessary presupposition of religion, is often understood to fall outside science or philosophy. Truth cannot be contrary to truth and reason. And since the study of philosophy does not merely to find out what others have thought, but what the truth of the matter is, truth cannot be contrary to philosophy also. Hence logically, there should be no disagreement between true revelation and philosophy. It is wrong to say that a proposition is false in philosophy and true in faith. Did the Quranic teachings match with the teachings of any single one great philosopher throughout the recorded history of mankind? Muhammad's teaching cannot conform to any other school of philosophical thought. Philosophy recognizes two ways in which human beings may come to know whatever there is to be known. One way through experience, stressed by empiricism, and the other is through reasoning. Hick, 1993, p. 68. Our experience says, Allah's guidance and instructions through the Quranic revelations had failed miserably to improve Muslims' lives. Also, Allah demands blind obedience. Q. 5.101, 5.102, hence reasoning out the revelations is impossible. Therefore either those revelations are actually fabrications without any divine touch, or the whole theme of philosophy is wrong. Are Allah's revelations complete? Not at all. As per Sunan ibn Majah, 3, 1944, during preparation of Muhammad's funeral some verses were lost when a domestic goat entered the house and ate them. Since several Muslim scholars had recorded this hadith, it must be true. How divine words can be eaten by a goat and thus lost forever, when the Quran claims to have been revealed word by word and letter by letter? Some very early Muslim scholars also openly acknowledged that arrangements and the syntax of the Quran are not miraculous and work of equal or greater value could be produced by other God-fearing persons. Warwick, 1995 p. 5. Dasti, cited Warwick, 1995 p. 5, concluded that Quran was not the word of God, since it contains many instances, which confuse the identities of two speakers, Allah and Muhammad. Dasti also noted more than 100 Quranic aberrations from the normal rules. A belief must be shown to be sound in itself as well as in some consequences of holding it, as Sina, 2008, p. 3, wrote. After reading the Quran, I was in shock. I was shocked to see the violence, hate, inaccuracies, scientific errors, mathematical mistakes, logical absurdities, grammatical solecisms and dubious ethical pronouncements in the Book of God. Under the guidance of Quranic revelations and Sunnah, Muslims live in a supernatural world of fearful piety, surrounded by devils, jinns crossing themselves 100 times a day, imploring the intercession of Muhammad for afterlife, prostrating 5 compulsory prayers, awed by miracles performed by Muhammad, dividing the moon, multiplying the food etc., trembling over Allah's fury and selling everything to perform Hajj. A non-Arab Muslim family is a poor imitation of an Arab family within the principled confines of Islam. Is there any Muslim scholar who can sincerely clarify the doubts raised on the Quranic revelations in this literature? Let this literature be an open challenge to all the Muslim scholars. I am sure that the challenge will remain unanswered. If unanswered, then let this be an eye-opener to common Muslim folks. One point is very clear. Since the authenticity of Quranic revelations is still remained unproven even after 1400 years of its reception, Quran has no authority to control Muslims' lives, not even for a single moment from cradle to grave and life thereafter, if any. An authority must produce its credentials and Quran has none. And since there is no assurance regarding authenticity and authority of the Quran, it is safe to conclude that Allah has no responsibility for the welfare of the Muslims, or simply He does not exist. 4.2 Is the Quran preserved? Muslims believe that the original copy of Quran, the mother of the book Q, 43.3, a concealed book Q, 55.77, a well-guarded tablet Q, 85.22, is kept in the heaven. By a process of sending down, one piece after another was communicated to Muhammad by Angel Gabriel. To prove that Quran is superior to Bible, Muslims say that both Old Testament and New Testament are corrupted and seriously changed. They say, for a holy scripture to be authoritative, it has to be preserved without any changes at all, and point to their Quran, which claims to have been revealed word by word and letter by letter to Muhammad by Allah. Quran claims no change there can be in the words of God, Q, 10.64. There is none that can alter the words, and decrees, of God, Q, 6.34. But at the same time, Quran itself confirms that God's words can be changed. This is what we call the doctrine of abrogation, by which later revelations can cancel previous ones, as Quran confirms. Revelations. We abrogate or cause to be forgotten, Q, 2.106. Not only two different Sunni and Shia Qur'ans, today we can present many other authentic Quranic manuscripts, dating from 1st century of Hijra, which are different from existing standard forms. These Qur'ans were discovered in the Great Mosque of Sana'a, Yemen. Carbon dating system confirmed that these Qur'ans were not forged by religious rivalries. Moreover, these were discovered by Muslims, not infidels. The Great Mosque of Sana'a is one of the oldest mosques in Islamic history. The date of building goes back to 6th year of Hijra. In 1972, during the restoration of this great mosque, laborers working in a crown space between the structure's inner and outer roofs, stumbled across an amazing grave site containing an unappealing mountain of old parchment and paper documents, damaged books, and individual pages of Arabic text, fused together by rain and dampness for over 1,000 years. By realizing the potential importance of the find, the president of Yemeni Antiquities Authority sought international assistance in examining and preserving the fragments, because no scholar in his country was capable of working on this rich find. In 1979, he managed to interest a visiting non-Muslim German scholar, who in turn persuaded the German government to organize and fund a restoration project. Soon after the project began, it became clear that the paper grave was a resting place for, among other things, tens of thousands of fragments from close to 1,000 different codices of the Quran. Muslim authorities during early days cherished the belief that worn-out and damaged copies of the Quran must be removed from circulation, leaving only the unblemished editions of the scripture for use. Also, such a safe place was required to protect the books from looting or destruction if invaders come, and hence the idea of a grave in the Great Mosque in Sana'a, which was a place of learning and dissemination of the Quran and was in existence from the 1st century of the Hijra. Restoration of the manuscript has been organized and supervised by Gerd R. Puin and H. C. Graf. V. Bothmer. Carbon-14 tests date some of the parchments to 645 to 690 AD. Calligraphic dating has pointed to 710 to 715 AD. Some of the parchment pages seem to date back to the 7th and 8th centuries, or Islam's first 2 centuries, perhaps the oldest Quran in existence. Between 1983 and 1996, approximately 15,000 out of 40,000 pages were restored, specifically 12,000 fragments on parchment and manuscripts dating back to the 7th and 8th centuries. The rare style of fine and artistic handwriting had fascinated both Puin and Bothmer, but more surprise was waiting for them. When these ancient Qur'ans were compared with the present standard one, both of them were stunned. The ancient texts were found to be devastatingly and disturbingly at odds with the existing form. There are unconventional verse ordering, small but significant textual variations, different orthography, spelling, and different artistic embellishment, decoration. It scattered the orthodox Muslim belief that the Quran as it has reached us today is quite simply the perfect, timeless, and unchanging words of God. It means Quran has been distorted, perverted, revised, modified and corrected, and textual alterations had taken place over the years purely by human hands. The sacred aura surrounding this holy scripture of Islam, which remained intact for over 14 centuries, is gone with this astonishing discovery, and the core belief of billion-plus Muslims that the Quran is the eternal, unaltered word of God is now clearly visible as a great hoax, a totally downright falsehood. Not only this, the Quranic claim that nobody can alter the words of God is also a fake. Muslims call the Quran mother of books and believe no other book or revelation can compare. Kaner and Kaner, 2002 p.84. However, it's all gone now. The end result of whole Islamic struggle for 14 centuries is a big zero. As if it is not enough, many manuscripts showed the sign of palimpsests, i.e., versions very clearly written over even earlier washed-off versions. The underwriting of palimpsest is, of course, often difficult to read visually, but modern tools such as ultraviolet photography can highlight them. It suggests that the Sana'a manuscripts are not the only variants, but, even before that, Quranic text had been modified and rewritten on the same paper. It means, Allah's claim. Q. 5677-78, 8521-22, that original text is preserved in heaven on golden tablets, which none can touch except angels, is also a fairy tale. Puin, after extensively studying these manuscripts, came to the conclusion that the text is actually an evolving text rather than simply the Word of God as revealed in its entirety to Muhammad. Warwick, 2002, p. 109. He is thrilled. So many Muslims have this belief that everything between the two covers of the Quran is just God's unaltered word. They like to quote the textual work that shows that the Bible has a history and did not fall straight out of the sky, but until now the Quran has been out of discussion. The only way to break through this wall is to prove that the Quran has a history too. The Sanaz fragments will help us to do this. Puin even concluded, cited Tahir, 2000. It is not one single work that has survived unchanged through the centuries. It may include stories that were written before the Prophet Muhammad began his ministry and which have subsequently been rewritten. Elsewhere Puin, Leicester, 1999, recalls. The Yemeni authorities wanted to keep this thing low profile, as we do too, although for different reasons. They don't want attention drawn to the fact that there are Germans and others working on the Qur'ans. They don't want it made public that there is work being done at all, since the Muslim position is that everything that needs to be said about the Quran's history was said 1,000 years ago. In fact, Puin and his colleague Bothmer knew for some time during their study that Quran is an evolving text, but they wisely understood the possible implications of their findings and kept quiet. If Yemeni authorities come to know about this discovery, they may even refuse them further access. This is actually what Puin called different reasons. So both sides kept quiet, and those two scholars carried on their research unabated. Puin's findings also confirm Wansbrough's assumption on Quranic text. During the 70s Wansbrough concluded that Quran evolved only gradually in the 7th and 8th centuries after a long period of oral transmissions, and different sects used to argue furiously with each other on the genuineness of the revelations. The reason that no Islamic source material from the very beginning of Islam never survived is because it never existed. In fact, Puin admitted that he was rereading Wansbrough during the course of analyzing the Yemeni fragments, Warwick, 2002 p. 122. Puin's other radical theory is that pre-Islamic sources have entered the Quran. He argues that two tribes it mentions, as-Sahab ar-Ras, companions of the well, and the as-Sahab al-Aika, companions of the thorny bushes, are not part of the Arab tradition, and the people of Muhammad's time certainly did not know about them. He also disagrees that Quran was written in the purest Arabic. The very word Quran itself is of foreign origin. Contrary to popular Muslim belief, the meaning of Quran is not recitation. It is actually derived from an Aramaic word, karayun, meaning a lectionary of scripture portions appointed to be read at divine service. Quran contains most of the biblical stories but in a shorter form and is a summary of the Bible to be read in service. Bothmer has painstakingly finished taking more than 35,000 microfilm pictures of the fragments by 1997 and brought the pictures back to Germany, Warwick, 2002 p. 109. It means now Bothmer, Puin and other scholars will finally have a chance to scrutinize the texts and to publish their findings freely. Puin already wrote several short essays on their findings in various science magazines, where he pointed out several aberrations between the ancient Quran and the present standard one. The extraordinary discovery of Puin had fascinated Andrew Rippon, a professor of religious studies and a leading expert on Quranic studies. Rippon, cited Warwick, 2002 p. 110, concluded. The impact of the Yemeni manuscripts is still to be felt. Their variant readings and verse orders are all very significant. Everybody agrees on that. These manuscripts say that the early history of Quranic text is much more of an open question than many have suspected. The text was less stable and therefore had less authority than has always been claimed. Warwick, 1998, p. 14, has the same view as Rippon. Muslim scholars of the early years of Islam were far more flexible in their position, realizing that parts of the Quran was lost, perverted, and that there were many thousand variants which made it impossible to talk of the Quran. There is another proof that Quranic messages were distorted in the early days of Islam, and nothing like the Quran does exist anymore. Inscriptions of several Quranic verses are decorated on the Dome of Rock of Jerusalem, which is most probably the first Islamic monument meant to be a major artistic achievement, built in 691 CE, Whelan, 1998, pp. 1-14. These inscriptions significantly differ from the present standard text. Coins from 685 AD have inscriptions that don't match today's verses, Warwick, 2000, p. 34. Mingana, cited Warwick, 1998 p.80, lamented, "The most important question in the study of the Quran is its unchallengeable authority. This is the only reason, critical investigation of the text of the Quran is a study which is still in its immaturity. Muslim criticism of Quran is very rare and almost non-existent. Recently some websites critical to Islam are doing some remarkable work on this. Otherwise whatever criticism is done on Quran are all by the Christian scholars. But Muslims should not take the Christian criticism as a mark of religious opposition. Christian scholars have done much more criticism of their own religion than Islam." Sproul and Saleub, 2003 p. 17, Spencer, 2007, p. 1. But once the Sunnah findings are published in details, Islam will not be the same as it was for 14 centuries. Islam is definitely going to take a strange position. Many Muslims will cast doubt on Quranic sacredness and the very romantic concept of the Quran will gradually disappear, and then a very interesting development can be observed. The first question which will appear in their mind is, which version is superior? But then, it is not possible to choose a Quran and discard the other by preference. Because the Muslim belief also confirms that who denies a single verse of the Quran denies the entire revelation. Sunnah episode had put the Muslims in such an awkward position, that even circular reasoning or absurd logic will not help. Instead of trying hard to reason out the above doubts, is not it more sensible to agree that 1 billion plus Muslims had been fooled by a vulgar impostor named Prophet Muhammad? Is not it time for Muslims to care for what is true? As Sina, Gamadi et al., 2007, p. 211, concluded, no matter how you look at Islam it turns out to be a foolish religion. To protect the Quran from more humiliation, Yemeni authorities had debarred Puan and Bothmer from further examination of those manuscripts. In fact, now they do not allow anyone to see those manuscripts anymore except some very carefully selected non-Quranic parchments, which are at display at the ground floor of Dar al-Maktutat library. But this is not going to help. The bird is already out of the cage and it is useless closing the door now. More than 35,000 microfilms are out of Yemen before the authorities even came to know, and already several duplicates are made. These microfilms, once published, will hammer the last nail in the coffin of Islam. Islam is in real danger now. Ursula Drabehals, a preservation expert who worked on the Sunnah project for 8 years as the chief conservator, is much frustrated by seeing the lack of concern of Yemeni authorities to protect those manuscripts by using modern technology. 1983, pages 30-8. Neither the security devices are correct, nor is adequate attention being given to the manuscripts to avoid further deterioration. 1996, pp 131-45. In fact, Drabehals, 1999, pp 21-5, said that it was her greatest concern to create a safe and reliable permanent storage system for the restored fragments. Also, there is poor storage, hardly any protection from insects and water. Most importantly, the real problem is the lack of a fire prevention or detection system, keeping in mind the truly catastrophic fires that have destroyed important libraries and artworks around the world throughout history. The Yemeni authorities said neither they have money nor means to install such fire protection systems. Obviously, by realizing the divine downfall within sight, many Muslims are disturbed and offended. The fundamentalists will not accept Puan's and Bothmer's work as having been done with academic objectivity, but see it as a deliberate attack on the integrity of the Quranic text. Tahir, 2000. Naturally, those two German scholars will be at forefront of their rage. Puan fears a violent backlash from Orthodox Muslims because of his blasphemous theory, which he says, he cannot take lightly. By remembering the Salman Rushdie affair he wrote, "My conclusions have sparked angry reactions from Orthodox Muslims. They've said I'm not really the scholar to make any remarks on these manuscripts. If Puan's views are taken up and trumpeted in the media, and if there are not many Muslims being rational about it, then all hell may break loose. There will be some hostile response and riots causing much death and destruction, maybe another fatwa from Khomeini, and surely some hollow threats from our camera-loving bin Laden, and his ideological brothers. But can they stop the truth from spreading? 4.3 The trustworthiness of Allah and His Quran. Quran has no authenticity as God's words. If it were authentic, Allah would have preserved His book. If the authenticity cannot be proven, authority cannot be established. Without authenticity and authority, the trustworthiness of Allah and His Messenger is seriously under doubt. The value and importance of truth is proclaimed in every religion. The Bible does not condone or allow for deceit of any kind, Revelation 22:15. Believers are commanded to keep their oaths even to their own detriment, Joshua 9, Psalm 15:4. The Bible describes Jesus as truth, John 14:6, and instructs that the believers should to be holy as God is holy, Leviticus 19:2, 1 Peter 1:16, etc. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. In Hinduism, the absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, which continues through many incarnations. As example, those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, Lord Krishna, Bhagavad Gita, 9.23, and, I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me, Bhagavad Gita, 10.8. In Sikhism we find similar truth claims, as example, all truth, all austere discipline, all goodness, all the great miraculous spiritual powers of the Siddhas. Without you, no one has attained such powers. O siblings of destiny, follow the Guru's teachings and dwell in truth. Practice truth, and only truth, and merge in the true word of the Shabad, Sri Guru Granth Sahib. Since Islam also claims to be a divine religion, Muslim scholars tell us repeatedly that in Islam telling lies is a serious crime and unpardonable sin. A Muslim must always be sincere and truthful in whatever he says and does. Like Bible, the Quran in numerous places condemns falsehood. As example, lying is considered to one of the great sins. When you speak, be just, even if it affects your own kinsman. Fulfill the covenant of Allah, Q. 6.152. Confound not truth with falsehood, nor knowingly conceal the truth. Q. 2.42. Now, based on this divine instruction, no one should ever expect that Muhammad as the chosen prophet of Allah to shamelessly tell lies or to fervently incite other Muslims to gleefully resort to lies and deception. But the reality is different, and the Islamic claim that lying is the greatest sin is highly doubtful. Both Muhammad and his Allah were habitual liars. Muhammad even taught his followers how to lie and deceive because deception was an authorized Islamic strategy. In Islam, lying is not only permitted, but actually fostered and sometimes even commanded. No doubt, lying is a core part of the religion of Islam. Allah claims 30 times in the Quran that He misleads/sends astray people and that He is the greatest deceiver, Allahu Makarayan, Q. 3.54, 8.30. Allah says that He leads people astray, Q. 4.88, 143, 6.39, 126, 7.178, 186, 9.51, 13.27, 31, 14.4, 16.93, 17.13, 97, 30.29, 35.8, 36.8 to 10, 39.23, 40.33, 34, 74, 42.44, 46, 74.31. Even the first rightly guided Caliph, Al-Khulafa Rashidun, Abu Bakr, 632 to 634 AD, said, I swear to Allah that I do not feel safe from Allah's cunning even if one of my feet is already inside paradise. Cited Khalid, 2005 p. 99. God playing with men's souls is an embarrassing thing in a religion. How are Muslims to differentiate between Allah and Satan? In this situation, How do I know that either Satan or Muhammad did not write the Quran to deceive the Muslims? How a Quran Makarayan can be trusted? Islamic belief is that Muhammad is the perfect example to be followed by all Muslims. This perfect example, Muhammad believed that lying was acceptable and even taught his followers how to lie and how to expiate, make amends for an oath. Muhammad's disgraceful words were recorded by Bukhari. Allah willing, if ever I take an oath to do something, and later on I find that it is more beneficial to do something different, I will do the thing which is better, and give expiation for my oath. Bukhari, 453.361. If we translate the above hadith in common English, it means, by the will of Allah, I am a liar, you should not trust me. You are forewarned. Now let's read the above hadith once more in conjunction with following hadith. All these two ahadith, if analyzed together, speak volumes. Abu Musa reported the Apostle of Allah as saying, make intercession to me, you will be rewarded, for Allah decrees what He wishes by the tongue of His Prophet. Sunan Abu Dawud, 3.5112. So, the conclusion is, Allah speaks through a liar's mouth. Nobody had seen or heard Allah. Allah revealed Quran through Muhammad, who was a habitual liar. So where is the trustworthiness of Quran? These above two ahadith are enough to destroy the entire religious credential of Quran. How can a real God speak through an immoral person, who is not trustworthy? If Prophet is immoral, his God has to be immoral also. Lying and deception had found a place in the Sharia law, divine law of Allah. It permits a Muslim to tell lies if and when necessary for the benefit of Islam. When it is possible to achieve such an aim, the victory of Islam, by lying but not by telling the truth, it is permissible to lie if attaining the goal is permissible. Keller, 1994, p. 745. Imam Jafar Sadiq, cited Richardson, 2006, p. 170, said, 1. Who exposes something from our religion, is like one who intentionally kills us. You belong to a religion that whosoever conceals it, Allah will honor him, and whosoever reveals it, Allah will disgrace and humiliate him. This is called al-taqiyya, legal deception. One scholar defined al-taqiyya as, Richardson, 2006, p. 172. Taqiyya is merely uttering of the tongue, while the heart is comfortable with faith. The ultimate purpose of taqiyya is to confuse and split the enemy, so that they can be conquered for Allah. Deception for the cause of Islam is one of the main reasons Islam spread in Malaysia and Indonesia, and now some Westerners are converting to Islam. Muhammad saw nothing wrong in practicing duplicity. According to Allah, treaties are not binding. Q. 47.35, 2.224-225, 66.122, 16.91, 1694, and used to provide time to regroup and rearm. It was his common practice to say one thing and do exactly the opposite if something appealed to him otherwise. He sent men to kill people unaware in their homes and also gave them permission to tell lies in order to deceive the people being killed. No Muslim could ever believe that Muhammad would have ever denied that he was sent by Allah as a messenger. But Muhammad did exactly that. When Allah's apostle concluded a peace treaty with the people of Hudaybiyah, Ali bin Abu Talib wrote the document and he mentioned in it, Muhammad, Allah's apostle. The pagans said, don't write, Muhammad, Allah's apostle, for if you were an apostle we would not fight with you. Allah's apostle asked Ali to rub it out, but Ali said, I will not be the person to rub it out. Allah's apostle rubbed it out and made peace with them on the condition that the Prophet and his companions would enter Mecca and stay there for 3 days, and that they would enter with their weapons in cases. Bukhari, 349-862. An immoral God cannot be trusted. When God has to lie, to propagate his religion, there is a problem. The dishonest God of Islam is not worthy of a religion, devotion, sacrifice, or martyrdom. With such an ungodly God, the trustworthiness of Quran is also gone. Islam is nothing more than a prophetic plan of the narcissist Muhammad for making profit. The deception is at the very core of Islam. I cannot find any difference between Muhammad and a con man on the street. Did Muhammad believe in the sacredness of those revelations? He did not, because he knew that those were his fabrications. Though narcissists are pathological liars, they can clearly distinguish between a lie and a truth. A narcissist knows to tell right from wrong. Vannon, 1999. p. 44. Muhammad did not follow the Quran because he knew that it was not from God, because he himself had fabricated it. The narcissists lie in a very convincing way. The biggest lie of Islam is that the author of Quran was Allah. When a narcissist lies, he lies as if he has no choice. Even if he has a choice, he just does not think anyone is worth making it. Vannon, 1999. p. 44. Why should Muhammad follow the Quranic instructions which limit his sources of narcissistic supply? Muhammad was the most evil man who ever lived on the earth, and Islam was the most hateful and violent fraud ever perpetrated on humankind. Both Allah and Quran were created from the sick mind of a malignant narcissist. Every established religion has produced several spiritual books, which they claim to be holy. The trustworthiness of these books is often doubted by rivalries. But Quran is a book which is proven to be the most untrustworthy amongst all. The author of the Quran is an ungodly god, and his spokesman is a confirmed liar by his own conviction. Though Quran claims to be a divine guidance, but in reality it revealed the path to damnation. Can Islam stand, if Quran is proven to be wrong? I agree that to accuse someone of being a liar is quite an insult. But lying is practiced so much by common Muslims and the scholars alike that it became an integral part of their religion. So if I do not call them liars and put them on the same line with non-Muslims, it would be an insult to the rest of the humanity. Muhammad started it, and it is continued throughout the history of Islam, and now the most respected scholars allow lying as a means to propagate Islam. According to Ibn Kathir's Tafsir, Surah 328, cited Richardson, 2006, p. 173. Abu ad-Darda said, "We smile in the face of some people although our hearts curse them." Sunnis often say that al-taqiyya is a Shia practice. But according to Ibn Kathir's Tafsir, al-taqiyya is indeed a doctrine for all Muslims, that allows them to literally deny any aspect of their faith, and it is allowed until the day of resurrection. Since the God is not trustworthy, the Holy Book is not trustworthy, and the Prophet was not trustworthy, how the followers can be trustworthy? A poisonous tree produces only poisonous fruits. 4.4. Who wrote the Quran? The untrustworthy God of Islam made a big claim in the Quran. Do they not consider the Quran, with care? Had it been from other than Allah, they would surely have found therein much discrepancy. Q. 4.82. It means, Allah boasts that since this book is written by him, there cannot be any error. This should hold true for all times, because God is supposed to be eternal. However, in spite of Allah's claim, such is not the case. Here I will show many holes in this holy book. The opening Surah Fatiha of Quran is as below. In the name of the merciful and compassionate God, praise belongs to God, the Lord of the worlds, the merciful, the compassionate, the ruler of the day of judgment. Thee we serve and thee we ask for aid. Guide us in the right path, the path of those thou art gracious to, not to those thou art wroth with, nor of those who err. Q. 1.127. The above words are addressed to God in the form of a prayer. Is it Allah, who is praying himself? Or, it is Muhammad's words of prayer to God? Some Muslim compilers conveniently add the imperative say in the English translation of the Quran at the beginning of the surah to remove this difficulty. This imperative form of the word say occurs at least 350 times in the Quran, which is lacking in the original Arabic version of the Quran. It's obvious that this word has, in fact, been inserted by later compilers of the Quran to remove countless similarly embarrassing difficulties. So now we have direct evidence that the Quran starts out with the words of Muhammad. But even if the word say is inserted, the difficulty is not removed. Quran, the perfect words of Allah, is supposed to be in existence even before the creation of mankind. This means that the above surah has always existed as part of this eternal speech, and yet this is clearly a prayer that is being offered in worship to God. What sense does it make that God in eternity instructs people how to pray to Him, when those people do not even exist? Who was offering this specific prayer before creation? Who are the objects of the plural pronouns that appear in the above surah? It can't be angels or jinn since they didn't exist before creation, and it definitely wasn't humans. The only logical answer is that it is Allah who is praying here, that He is glorifying and praising Himself. Otherwise these are Muhammad's words put in the name of Allah to fool people. There are many verses in the Quran where the speaker is clearly Muhammad, not Allah. I take refuge with the Lord of the Dawn, Q. 113.1. If Allah is the only God, then who is the Lord of the Dawn? If this verse is taken as true, then the Lord of the Dawn must be more powerful than Allah. Proofs have come unto you from your Lord, so whoso seeth, it is for his own good, and whoso is blind to his own hurt. And I am not a keeper over you. Q. 6.104. Who is the speaker of the line, I am not to watch over your doings? Is it Allah or Muhammad? In fact Dawood in his translation adds a footnote that the I refers to Muhammad here. But what Muhammad's words are doing in the Quran? For me, I have been commanded to serve the Lord of the city, Him who has sanctified it and to whom belong all things, and I am commanded to be of those who bow in Islam to Allah's will. Q. 27.91. Again, if the speaker is Allah, then who commanded him to serve the Lord of the city? Obviously, the speaker is Muhammad, and here he is trying hard to justify killing of innocent Meccans who were not willing to follow his version of God. So verily I call to witness the planets that recede, Q. 81.15. I swear by the afterglow of sunset, and by the night and all that it enshroudeth, and by the moon when she is at the full, Q. 84.16-18. If the whole universe is created by Allah, why he needs to call the witness the planets and why he needs to swears again in the name of the moon? Or was it Muhammad's own words attributed to his God? Muhammad was unable to disguise his pagan heritage. Pre-Islamic Arabs considered moon as holy deity. Shall I seek other than Allah for judge, when he it is who hath revealed unto you, this, scripture, fully explained? Those unto whom we gave the scripture, aforetime, know that it is revealed from thy Lord in truth. So be not thou, O Muhammad, of the waverers. Q. 6.114. Is Allah himself is asking a question, if he should seek other judge than himself. Does this verse make any sense, if it is spoken by anyone else other than Allah? Another verse proves that the real author of Quran was Muhammad. Blessed is he in whose hand is the sovereignty, and he is able to do all things. Q. 67.1. In the above verse, if it is Allah speaking, then why is Allah blessing himself? Is it really Allah speaking or it was Muhammad who expressed his narcissistic ambitions? Is the malignant narcissist seeing himself as a mighty king under the narcissistic delusion? Our Lord, cause not our hearts to stray after thou hast guided us, and bestow upon us mercy from thy presence. Lo! Thou, only thou, art the bestower. Q. 3.8. Our Lord, lo! It is thou who gatherest mankind together to a day of which there is no doubt. Lo! Allah faileth not to keep the tryst. Q. 3.9. In the above verses, Allah is addressing himself, our Lord. How Allah can use the pronoun thou to himself? How Allah can grant mercy to himself? It seems that every now and then, Allah is forgetting that he himself is Allah and Muhammad was forgetting that Quran is supposed to be Allah's words not his. Allah has said, take not, for worship, two gods, for he is just one Allah, then fear me, and me alone, Q. 16.51. Is there any doubt that the speaker of the words Allah has said was the words that came from Muhammad's mouth? There is no way that Allah could have expressed himself in those words, and even if he does so, it proves that Allah is crazy. The later part of the sentence "then fear me" indicates whom. It is definitely not Allah, because he already said before he is just one Allah. So this me should be someone else, and he is also the speaker of the verse. A logical study of the Quran will show sufficient verses where the speaker is someone else other than Allah, or there are multiple authors of one single verse. As example, the following verse: "Nothing of our revelation, even a single verse, do we abrogate or cause be forgotten, but we bring, in place, one better or the like thereof. Knowest thou not that Allah is able to do all things?" Q. 2.106. If Allah is the only God, then we includes who else? Is it Muhammad? Does it mean Muhammad had the power of abrogating verses and bringing new verses? If it is true, that in which respect Allah is superior than Muhammad? Same problem arises in the following verses. "And we have not taught him, Muhammad, poetry, nor is it meet for him." This is naught else than a reminder and a lecture making plain. Q. 36.69. Lo! We inspire thee as we inspired Noah and the prophets after him, as we inspired Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac and Jacob and the tribes, and Jesus and Job and Jonah and Aaron and Solomon, and as we imparted unto David the Psalms. Q. 4.163. The question is, who used to teach and inspire Muhammad besides Allah? Again, in the following verse, the use of words like "he said," "thy Lord saith," "easy for me" in one sentence are not only confusing but also self-contradictory. The author cannot be Allah. He said, so it will be. "Thy Lord saith, it is easy for me, even as I created thee before, when thou wast not." Q. 19.9. There are hundreds of evidences to show that Quran contains Muhammad's word. This leads to one conclusion: Muhammad was the actual author of this book. If Muslims say that Muhammad was illiterate, therefore he could not be the author of Quran, in this case the next best logical conclusion is, Muhammad must have engaged several scribes to compose the verses conveying whatever he had in his own mind, more correctly, the master plan of a malignant narcissist. Neither Muhammad had shortage of money, nor were all his gang members illiterate. Then Quran was the handiwork of a few wicked people who were working for their narcissist leader. Finally, a timely ecstatic seizure, perspiration, foaming in the mouth, etc., or some other kind of overacting used to give his fabrications divine approval. Those who tell lies cannot get away so easily. Befooling others by telling lies in the name of God is a serious crime, and criminals always leave a clue behind. In all the above verses, the fake prophet of Islam is caught red-handed. Allah is the rock god of pagan Arabia. A rock cannot reveal anything to anyone. Muhammad, the living God of the Muslims, revealed the Quran. And if we borrow words from J. von Hammer, cited Warwick, 1998, p. 97. We hold the Quran to be as truly Muhammad's word as the Muhammadans hold it to be the word of God. Cook and Crone, 1977, p. 18, concluded. The Quran, strikingly lacking in overall structure, frequently obscure and inconsequential in both language and content, perfunctory in its liking of disparate materials, and given to the repetition of whole passages in variant versions. On this basis, it can be argued that the book is the product of a belated and imperfect editing of materials from a plurality of traditions. In refuting the sacredness of Quran, Puan, cited Warwick, 2002 p. 739-44, wrote, "My idea is that the Quran is a kind of cocktail of texts that were not all understood even at the time of Muhammad. Many of them may even be 100 years older than Islam itself. The Quran claims for itself that it is mubin, or clear. But contrary to popular belief, if you look at it, you will notice that every fifth sentence or so simply does not make sense. The fact is that a fifth of the Quranic text is just incomprehensible. If the Quran is not comprehensible, if it can't even be understood in Arabic, then it's not translatable into any language. That is why Muslims are afraid. Since the Quran claims repeatedly to be clear but is not, there is an obvious and serious contradiction. Something else must be going on. Allah loves Muhammad so much that he even allowed Muhammad to change his name in the Quran. The Prophet said, I was asked to recite the Quran. I was asked, in one mode or two modes. The angel that accompanied me said, say in two modes. I said, in two modes. I was again asked, in two modes or three. The angel that was in my company said, say, in three modes. So I said, in three modes. The matter reached up to 7 modes. He then said, each mode is sufficiently health-giving, whether you utter all-hearing and all-knowing or instead all-powerful and all-wise. This is valid until you finish the verse indicating punishment on mercy and finish the verse indicating mercy on punishment. Sunan Abu Dawud, 1.1472. The truth is so prominent that even Islamic scholars accepted this. As example, Professor Ahmed Hassan, the translator of Sunan Abu Dawud, wrote, the Prophet was allowed to make minor change in the name of Allah at the end of the verses. But ordinary persons cannot be allowed to do so. Hassan, 2001, p. 387, footnote 819. This way, if Allah had allowed Muhammad to make minor changes in the Quran, how we can say that Quran is the pure words of God? Critics often complain that Quran is written haphazardly. Sometimes Allah refers to himself in third person singular, he, then shifts to first person plural, we, and sometimes to first person singular, I and me. Why Allah used this unusual way of speech? If we have to believe that Quran is the words of Allah, then Allah cannot allude to himself in third person. If we read the Quran thoroughly, we will find this error in the entire Quran. According to a prominent Islamic scholar, Mas Abdel Haley M., 1992, the most common type of shifting is from third to first person, over 140 instances, then first to third person is the second largest, nearly 100 instances, third to second person, nearly 60 instances, and second to third person, about 30 instances. For example, I have chosen some verses on intercessions from Quran. Unusual shifting of pronouns is highlighted. And do not plead on behalf of those who act unfaithfully to their souls, speaking in first person. Surely Allah does not love shifting to third person him who is treacherous, sinful. Q. 4.107. Ask forgiveness for them, O Muhammad, speaking in first person, or ask not forgiveness for them, though thou ask forgiveness for them 70 times Allah will not forgive them. Switching to third person, that is because they disbelieved in Allah and His Messenger, and Allah guides not wrongdoing folk. Q. 9.80. And never, O Muhammad, first person pray for one of them who died, nor stand by his grave. Lo! They disbelieved in Allah and His Messenger, switching to third person, and they died while they were evildoers. Q. 9.84. And Noah called upon his Lord, third person, and said, O my Lord! Surely my son is of my family. And thy promise is true, and thou art the justest of judges. He said, O Noah! He is not of thy family, for his conduct is unrighteous. So ask not of me that of which thou hast no knowledge. I give thee counsel, lest thou act like the ignorant. Why, when talking to Abraham Allah uses the correct pronoun, and when speaking to Muhammad he mostly uses a wrong pronoun, suddenly speaking of himself in third person. Noah said, O my Lord! I do seek refuge with thee, lest I ask thee for that of which I have no knowledge. And unless thou forgive me and have mercy on me, I should indeed be lost. Q. 11.45-47. Did Muhammad keep on forgetting that he should represent the Quran as word of Allah, and hence Allah should not allude to himself in third person? This inconsistency had been noticed by Muslim apologists also, and for this they have a ready-made answer. They say that Quran is a masterpiece of Arabic literature. This book is not just a bland piece prose in Arabic that was revealed to hand down some instructions to Muhammad. The unusual use of pronouns is actually a style of presentation. A reader who is not fully conversant with literary writings may consider this as an error of the author, in this case Allah. For this reason, the Quranic style of presentation should not be critically examined from the point of view of ordinary logic. So, in a brief, these apologists want to say that, in Allah's language, wrong uses of pronouns add beauty to the language. But the fact is that, switching from one pronoun to another without notice only creates confusion, and it does not transform a prosaic writing into a masterpiece of literature. It only indicates that the author of the book was an illiterate man. Now I will scientifically explain why Allah wrote the Quran with such wrong pronouns. This is how a narcissist looks at his false self. At times of crisis, or danger, or depression, or when sufficient narcissistic supply is not available, he feels that he is watching himself from outside. Vanin, 1999, p. 118. This is not a physical description. The narcissist does not really exit the body in his narcissistic thought.